Everything. Reality.
Of
No,
everything? Okay.
no.
Yeah. No?
Hold on, cheese man.
Listen. Okay,
He needs to be
you got it.
specific.
Okay,
Yeah, he
so
does.
Please be
for
specific.
example,
The physics model of everything. So in this particular case, be specific. Physics model of what is happening.
the physics model of basically how like our like how objects behave in um, like in on planet around the Earth, and also how it's like felt and measured, right?
Oh, great. You got to that magical word of measured. What are we measuring? Velocity? Motion?
Acceleration, velocity, motion is, as far as I can see, the same thing.
Okay, so the acceleration of what? The Earth?
No, the acceleration that you always feel, for example.
I feel an acceleration on the Earth?
Yeah.
I don't feel anything right now.
Wow.
Do you float? Can you fly?
Why would I float or fly?
Because if you don't feel any acceleration, you would float.
That's silly. It'll get me from A to B on
No.
that. That's just a claim. You're going to have to give some evidence for that.
This is like
Birds fly.
this has nothing to even do with like globe or general relativity or anything like that. This is like the first thing you
Wait,
learn.
Okay.
I have a question for you. How would you know we would float without this thing? Like, how do you know this to even come to this conclusion in the first place?
That we feel an acceleration,
No,
or
no.
that
You
there is
said
an
that we would
acceleration.
float if we didn't. No, you
Yeah,
said that we
because
would probably
by
float or fly.
definition, by
No, no, no,
definition,
no, 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 no,
Okay.
no. I'm asking you. How do you know that this is what's going to happen? Like, okay,
because if we
can
don't
we
accelerate
duplicate this?
downwards, you would
Can we
fly.
duplicate this in our real world? Like, is there an experiment that you could show if you don't have this, things
You
will
can't.
float?
We can't turn off gravity, if that's what you're
Oh
asking.
my god. Okay,
What,
okay, okay.
what's
Then that means
gravity?
that your
Very much with
conclusion
that.
is illogical. Then
No, sorry. By definition, if you're being pushed in some direction, that's acceleration.
I'm not being pushed in any direction.
Are you not? Are you not? If you jump, are you going to fall down to the ground again?
When I jump, I go up and then I go down.
Yes, and then you go down again. Yes,
Mhm.
right.
So if I
So
if I
if you
let a
don't have
balloon
it,
go,
if you, by definition, if you didn't have it, if you weren't accelerating downwards, you would basically stay up there.
I'll tell you what. I've got a different idea. What if the Earth is accelerating upwards? How about that?
That is also possible. Those are equally the same
Okay.
thing.
Or maybe neither, because balloons go up, and then objects in water can go up or down. So there really is no acceleration to be detected. There is no exclusive
There is
downward
an
vector for all
acceleration that we
matter.
can know. There is a
Th-
constant
Can you?
acceleration that is measured.
So there, for all matter, there is a constant downward acceleration. That is your claim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your
So
phone
why
is
is gas going in
ringing.
all directions right now?
I don't think they're going in all directions. They have a slight bias downwards because they're also affected by this
No,
acceleration.
you will never be able to show that or prove that. All gas goes in all directions all the time.
Well, let's stick to something more simpler than measuring gas acceleration, because we can't like track individual
Why? That's
atoms.
all I
Why?
need
Because it
to
ruins
wholly
your
just
counter
like
idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. Let's talk about something that doesn't ruin my worldview and paradigm, right?
No, I would rather like
Exactly.
have a model that explains everything, right? I can also
Well, I don't
explain,
just
for
care
looking
if
for
you
example,
want
why
to
there is
contradiction.
reify
light.
things that affirm your biases. I don't care if you want to
No, sorry.
reaffirm your biases.
The reason why I would say it's go more up than more down than up is because we have a pressure gradient. But besides that, why do you think all measurement, like all accelerometers measure a downwards acceleration
They don't.
if you don't accelerate?
All
do.
accelerometers say that we're going downward. Are you sure it's not
Yeah.
the Earth going up?
Well, you could also say that, but if we use if you're going to use like some kind of like sense, what do you call it, a reference system that is kind of like making sense, it's better to say that we are not accelerating. The Earth is not accelerating upwards, right?
Well, I
But
mean, in your
So-
let's
paradigm,
say
is
in a
the Earth a
vacuum.
ball? It has to be
Let's
expanding
say
outwards all the time, right?
sorry. Let's say for the argument's sake that we don't have any idea of what's outside our globe. We cannot see stars or anything like that. That sure, yeah, you could. There is like a foundation for saying that. I would say yes. I would agree.
Well, I mean,
Reference has to be
I'm not going
something
to help you beg the
observable.
question. I'm not going to. Yeah.
The reference has to be something that's actual. You're experiencing in reality. It can't be something made up in your head.
Yeah,
Or mathematical
there
on
is
paper.
nothing more empirical data than actually measuring acceleration here on Earth. It's very direct. It doesn't
It's
get more direct
fascinating.
than
So
that.
you're cherry picking one instance.
That's not one
Right.
instance. That's always
Yeah, it
every
is.
single
Yeah, it is.
accelerometer.
Yeah, it is. It's specific. It's conditional. It
What's
doesn't
the
occur in
condition?
all instances. Well, it requires a solid in the medium of air or the medium of very low air, like pressurized system of air.
You do
If I put
realize
an
like a wooden
accelerometer
block
on a board
also.
in a pool and it goes upward, the accelerometer is going to debunk your claim already, right? Like anything that goes up already debunks your claim. Helium balloons, bubbles, anything in water that is less dense, right?
Well,
So everything is medium dependent. Everybody already knows
no,
this. I don't know why you're claiming gravity. Well, why don't you tell me what gravity is?
okay. So if I let's say everything accelerates downwards, right?
No, it doesn't. That's already been debunked. So why
Let's
don't you tell
say
me what gravity? No,
sorry,
let's
sorry,
not
I
say.
can't.
I don't really want to
Okay, then
beg the
I can't
question
speak
with
then.
you. Well, you can't speak because no one's going to beg the question with you. If you're going to start everything off with a fallacious argument, no, I don't want to do that with you. I don't want to start with reifications. I don't want to beg the question. I don't want to affirm the consequent. I'm not going to help you lie.
You can debunk me afterwards. I don't have any problem with that. But
Well,
if I can't
don't use a
talk
fallacious
about
argument. Why
any
don't you actually just use reality? Why don't we use reality?
I haven't even made an argument yet because you don't allow me to speak.
Oh yeah,
Your
fine. Go
premise
ahead.
is
Tell
not
me what you're
true.
going to do. Yeah, the premise is wrong
premise is-
already. So why would I let you do that?
Right, exactly.
Okay, so if everything gets pushed in one direction, right?
It doesn't.
Does it?
How can it occupy the same space?
It doesn't.
You're
Your
begging the
first
question.
premise is
Can it?
incorrect.
But can it? Can
Only in your fairy tale.
Can rock and water occupy the same space? Yes or
What?
no? Can rock and
Can a
water
rock?
occupy the same space?
No.
No. Okay. So if both are being pushed into the same place, what's going to happen? Are they going to occupy the same space?
What in the world are you talking about?
I ask you a question. It's a very simple question, right?
I'll tell you what. I'll go with you in this. But what if we use an apple and water? How about that?
Apple and water. Apple and water. Can apple and water
Okay.
occupy the same space?
Nope.
Okay. So what happens if apple and water is going to be like? Let's say you push water and the apple into the same space.
Yep. Apple's going to go upward.
Okay. So what's going to happen? Are they going to occupy the exact same space?
Nope.
Okay. So why do you think like the apple is gonna sink or float or something like that?
Objectively, it goes upwards. It goes upwards.
Hey,
Why is
is this being streamed? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
so let's say you push two objects, right,
It may
into
be
the same
someone might be
into the same place.
One
right?
sec. Someone might be
Okay, okay.
personally streaming it.
Okay.
Deken Frost personally streams to Rumble sometimes. But, you know, that's as far as there being a stream bot in here, there isn't one. So sorry for interrupting. Continue.
No worries.
Okay,
We're talking about two objects wanting to be in the same space. If we try to force them,
Yeah.
they don't do that, right?
Yeah, right.
Uh,
So what is going to
and?
happen if you were to push two objects into the same place? What is going to occupy that space? Which one? Which of the objects? You push an apple and you push the water into the same place.
Well, in the
What is-
example that we're using, if it's a pool, I assume, right?
You are pushing it.
Then
There is
the
nothing.
water is going to go up.
No, sorry.
The
You
apple's
are
going to go
not.
up. If I push an apple to the bottom of a pool, right, using energy to do that, and I put it on the bottom of the pool, let go of it, what's it going to do?
It's going to float.
Yeah, it's going to
Okay.
accelerate up.
But that's not my point. My point is remove the factor of any, like, let's push it sideways, right? Let's push two objects sideways.
It's going to go a
And
bit
now it's
sideways.
going sideways.
And then
Okay.
up.
So you push water and you push apple, right, into one place. What is going to give? What is going to occupy the space, the apple or the water?
The water's going to occupy a space. The apple's going to fuck off to the top of the water and float.
But you're pushing it.
Okay, well, it's going to go sideways a bit, then go upwards and occupy the top of
You
the water.
hold it all the
float.
time. You don't drop it. You don't drop it. You hold it.
Okay.
You push it.
Oh.
Okay,
So
then
I'm
it's going to
pushing
occupy
water.
that space.
Yeah.
You're holding it. But if you were to let it go,
Yep.
the apple would rise to the top of the water, and the water would occupy the space of the apples, and then
Before
the
you
apple would float.
release it. Before
The
you
apple
release.
will occupy the space because the water is more malleable and can't be squeezed out of the way.
Yeah, it's like moving the apple through gas. The difference is when you move the apple through gas and then let it go, it goes down. And then
So
when you move the apple through water, it goes up.
Yeah. So why can you push the apple through the water?
Because you're stronger than the apple, hopefully, and you can push it through the water.
Yeah, but sideways. Why can you push the?
It's water. It's not
The
connected.
force
Yeah.
that you're pushing is
Yeah,
greater
it's
than
going to give,
the
right? But let's say
density.
you could hold the water together, right? You can hold the water together.
In a container.
Yeah, like in a container, for example.
Okay. Yeah.
Like a pool.
Like a pool.
Yeah. And?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there'd have to be. Are you saying if there was no air for anything to move away from?
I think like maybe using water is a bad example because like we can't really hold water. Nobody can like picture that in themselves, like in their head. I like using like maybe just like lead balls and maybe like isophore.
Okay.
Isophore?
And
What?
I don't know what it's called, like styrofoam.
Okay.
Is that a thing?
Oh, it's styrofoam ball?
Yeah.
A foam ball? The foam
Yeah,
ball
yeah.
will crush.
Right. So you have
You'll increase the
styrofoam,
density.
and you have like
You'll
a
increase the
ball, and
density
you
of the
push it,
styrofoam.
and you push both of them into the same place. They can't occupy the same place. What is going to come in? What is going to occupy the space? The lead ball or the styrofoam?
The lead ball is more dense.
Why would it occupy it? Let's say you push the lead ball much less than you push the styrofoam. You apply a lot of pressure to the styrofoam, but not the lead ball.
Well, the styrofoam would just crush around the lead ball. So the lead ball would still occupy that spot.
What's this got to do with gravity and things going down?
I have no idea.
I'm trying to find like a good example to like explain like pressure and forces and stuff like that. Right?
Okay. We all
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
forces, but what's that got to do with things going up or down?
Well, it's like in with the example, right? It's basically by saying something go up, right? Obviously, if you have something there, like if you have water, right? Like the force that is going to affect, if you were to remove it from the medium, right, is going to be X amount of force. And then you have something else, and it's in that medium. If both of them are applying a force, one of them can only occupy that space. You're going to have buoyancy.
Yeah, that's Archimedes' principle.
Yeah.
And that debunks gravity too, because as soon as you take air out of a vacuum chamber, any object in that vacuum chamber weighs more than it does when you have the air in it. So that debunks gravity. What else you got?
Wait, how does that debunk gravity? Sorry, I don't understand that argument.
You're saying, right, that buoyant force, is that what you're going to call it? You're going to say that the gas flows to the bottom of the chamber, right? If you have a chamber, a container, gas pools at the bottom of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't move freely in a direction. It's not around in there. You want to stay at the bottom.
Oh, sorry, you were lagging a little bit. What were you saying?
So the gas in the chamber is not moving freely in all directions.
You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting, so too, quite badly.
The job never ends.
Yeah, you got to get off that T-Mobile, man. That shit sucks. I thought 24/7 got out of the debate rooms. You guys just start back up?
No, we've been going for ages. We've been here for like 3 months.
Yeah, I thought there was like some dead air though.
Oh yeah, it's because we're all over here.
Ah,
Check.
yeah, I just got in a second ago. Someone was telling me that well, they're testifying that this "it's you" guy is actually me, and that I'm this other person or whatever, but we just sound similar, I guess.
No, says
Yeah.
who, which I think
Okay.
is connection isn't great, but says who and Briggs sound identical.
We do. Oh. Anyway, Archimedes' principle.
E, D, E, F, G.
If
Yeah.
if an object weighs more in a vacuum,
Yeah. If object weighs more than yeah.
okay, but then you reintroduce the gas and it weighs less.
Mm.
Okay.
I
What
think
happened to gravity?
actually, I think it's that's what I said earlier, right? If you have two
Right.
objects, right, they're trying to occupy the same space. Only one of them will.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't mean
Uh-huh.
that they are being pushed.
So the air is pushing the object up.
Yeah, it's like squeezing it up. Yeah, like you
Okay. Why?
basically.
Why?
Because it applies a pressure in all directions, and it applies a pressure on
Okay.
the object itself, and the object
Right.
is applying a pressure on the air, but the pressure by the air is more than on the object.
So the gas is having an upward vector on the object. So where's gravity?
I explained it, right? The object itself is going to act on a pressure, right, downwards, but the gas itself is also trying to occupy the same space. So when it does,
Yeah.
it's going to apply a pressure in all directions.
Yeah, correct. So there's no gravity.
There is
because
gravity,
the gas is moving in all directions.
I don't think it is.
Well, it doesn't matter what you think. That's the truth, right?
No, the reason why I would
You
say
just
that
told me
is
it moves-
because you have always, for all for all liquids, either it's liquid or a gas, it's going to have a slight bias, and you also have that for liquid, for example. You have more pressure the lower you go.
You're telling me that there is a slight bias, and yet it wants to push upward on the object in the container.
Obviously, right? You can't have a rock and water occupy the same space. It's only one of them who's going to occupy the space.
Right, and yet
That's what we
it
explained
weighs
earlier,
less.
right?
In this, correct?
Sorry, what?
It weighs.
No, a balloon doesn't.
Oh, you're roboting. I can't hear you.
Roboting, man. Yeah. Like a helium balloon doesn't weigh less.
A helium balloon weighs less than the atmosphere.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't weigh less than air.
Yes.
That's going with the claim that air has weight. No, it doesn't. It's not lighter balloon is not lighter.
What is it then?
Well, air out and then drop the balloon.
Hmm?
Gas out of the balloon and then drop the balloon.
Well, the balloon itself has weight, but when you fill it with
Right.
helium, right?
So you're
the-
adding mass, so you're adding substance to it, and that makes it lighter.
The amount of
Um,
volume.
Well, yeah, the density. If you put it, now the object, like you're holding the gas.
Oh, not
together.
gravity. So not gravity then.
I didn't
I
say
wouldn't
anything
say-
remotely close to that.
I wouldn't
Cool.
say that the balloon itself still being more massive than the air helps you in anything, because remember that flat earthers think that, at least most, so you don't accuse me of strawmanning, that things rise or fall based on their relative density relative to the medium. So if the balloon is more massive than the air, but the helium inside of it makes it rise nevertheless, that would mean that the air has to magically somehow know about the density of something that it doesn't even border directly, so that density can add up and that balloon can rise, and that's ridiculous, because physics would have to somehow have its own mind to decide whether the absolute density of an object is less or more than the medium. We would have to have a fucking calculator to calculate the average density of the entire object. But it would only
It knows the
border
pressure of the surface. That's what I was saying. It just knows about the pressure on the surface, right? That's the only thing it interacts with. The
Yes, it
surface
only
of the balloon,
directly-
that's the only thing it knows about.
Yes, exactly. It only directly borders the balloon, which is more dense than the air. The helium is only inside.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
whether the
really
helium is
doesn't
inside,
affect
but the helium is basically you're filling it with something that is basically
Let's-
applying less
let's-
pressure
let's-
per volume.
Right, so let's fill. All right, so let's fill it with a different gas,
Yeah.
and reach the same density.
Fill it with a different gas so you reach the same density. Is that
Yeah,
what you
let's-
said?
Let's equal the density with a different gas.
Then it would act exactly the same way.
Uh-huh.
Air.
Yeah, you could like fill it with like something that is light, like helium, and something else that is heavier. That would be different, right?
Hydrogen's pretty light.
Yes, hydrogen and something else, right? Hydrogen and something else, so that the density will be the same. Then it's going to act the same. So yeah. No, I think like
So
what
you're talking
HBO
a lot
made
about density.
point.
Yeah. Talking a lot
Mm.
about density.
Yeah.
Much about gravity.
Well, fundamentally, I would say what's going on is that you have these forces acting on it, right?
What force?
The forces that you measure.
What force? The force of the apple going upward in the pool?
The forces that is acting on everything around it, right? Like, for example, when you have the helium balloon, it's going to apply a pressure on everything around itself, like EBM said. EMBO, sorry, said earlier.
So it's going to apply an upward pressure, upward force?
No, it's going to apply a pressure in, like, downwards.
The helium balloon that's going upwards is going to have a
Yeah.
downward pressure?
Yeah, like you are being pressed towards the ground, but you're not going through the ground, right?
The helium balloon is getting pressed through the ground?
No, I said like you are, for example, you are being pressed towards the ground. Doesn't mean that you are going to go through the literal surface of the earth.
I'm not being pressed to the ground. I'm just more dense than the air that I'm in.
The balloon
Well,
the air
you're
inside of the
literally-
balloon bounces off the surface of the balloon in all of the directions and produces pressure, but that pressure is slightly higher at the bottom due to gravity, because every gas has a slight pressure gradient. In the balloon, it would be negligible because the balloon is so small, but that pressure on the bottom of the balloon would be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Than,
Fantastic. I'll tell you what, why don't we just go ahead and talk about what gravity is so you guys can get us from A to B eventually here. You're going to talk about vectors and motions and forces. I want to know what gravity is.
It's a natural phenomenon that can be described with different ways using human constructs.
So it's the phenomena. Okay.
Well, I think like for this to become a like a fruitful discussion at all, I think we need to agree on what that we actually are being pressed down towards Earth right now. Because if you're not accepting that, I mean that's like as direct empirical evidence as you can get. Like everything
it depends how you phrase it. You say you are or I am being pressed by an outside agency. I feel like I am pressing into the floor, so I'm doing that. You're saying something else other than me is doing that.
No, I'm saying you're, regardless of who is doing that, doesn't matter. But the fact is that you're being pressed towards the ground.
Says you. That's what you imagine. You have no way to prove that.
I would imagine that because you don't float, you don't fly, right?
At the floor pretty hard.
What?
I'm saying that I don't know about it, but I'm perceiving that I'm pressing at the floor pretty strong right now.
Yeah, like your feet are getting squished towards the ground right now.
Okay.
That is a press.
Yeah, I can feel the pressure from the floor on my feet.
That's like undeniable. Like nobody can say that is not happening.
No, that's not happening. I just said it. There you go. I don't perceive that, so therefore it's not happening.
I'm just
perception is reality. That's all we have to do, right?
You told me it doesn't matter what's doing it, and then you said it's this, and this is the only thing that's doing it. An outside agency is forcing
I
me
don't
into
understand.
the floor.
Like you're literally like
what?
I don't understand how else I can say it. Right?
Okay.
You're being pressed against the ground now, right? You are doing that. Like your feet.
No.
I don't. How can you say that?
Remember, I've already said I am pressing into the floor. I'm standing on it. If I was to jump, I would come back down. If I was to go downstairs, I'd go downstairs. Yeah. But you're saying that something else is doing that to me. I'm heavy. Than gas. I go down. Am I doing that, or is something else doing that to me? You tell me.
Probably whether it's you or something else, right? It doesn't matter. But obviously, I'm going to say it's gravity if you're asking me. But you can't deny the evidence just because you don't like the conclusion, right?
No one's denying the evidence. All I'm doing is pointing out. All I'm doing is pointing out two things. You've just turned around twice now and said, "Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's this or that," but I say it's this.
I mean, if you agree that you're being pressed towards the ground, then for me that's fine.
Not denying the evidence.
We can talk about the cause afterwards, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can. Come on, let's just do that.
I don't experience any outside agent pushing me down to the ground. I don't. I'm just standing here.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but when you're standing there, if you don't feel any acceleration towards the Earth, then you wouldn't fly.
No one's denying that.
You would float.
I would fly.
Gravity's not necessary on Earth. It's just not necessary on Earth. It's everything in space, all your calculations. That's where you apply gravity. Everything else cancels out on Earth. You can just use Newtonian. It works fine.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with that. I completely agree with that. But we can't deny the empirical evidence, right?
Yeah, but you don't actually have a physical scale to base your claim on. You've never been to outer space. You've never used these mediums, these methods. You know, what you're doing is you're repeating like some paperwork or some kind of video or something that you've been taught. But
no,
you don't have any physical application for it.
I'm just saying you're being pressed towards ground, and people denied it. I'm saying we cannot move towards in this discussion unless we agree on that fact.
Okay, well, we're not going to agree on that because I'll tell you what. Just now, I grabbed a hold of some ropes that were tied to a hot air balloon, and it's pulling me up. So I'm not being forced to the ground. Now what?
Well, if you weren't like being pulled to, obviously you can that is you're being pressed towards, not with. if you bring press towards something, if there is like somebody who's attaching a rope to you and pulling you, right? You can resist that force if you're
No,
strong
not,
enough.
not
Right?
somebody,
In that
just
case,
a
I would
hot
be
air
honest
balloon.
and
So
I would
I'm
admit
not
that I'm
saying that.
getting pushed towards the sky.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't
The
be denying
magical
Like
that.
just
force of
because
hot
you have
air
strong
So
balloon is
legs
reasonable.
pulling me
isn't
up.
like evidence that you're not being pulled towards Earth, right?
Dude,
Okay.
I'm talking
So
about a hot air
some
balloon.
things go down and some things go up. Been around this circle so many fucking times. You just keep circling the things go down. Yeah, things go down, and I say that things go down because they're being forced down somehow. What happens when you contain water or a ball inside a pool and it goes upwards? Bubbles go up, contained with gas. Gas
It
goes up with water.
equalizes. The bubbles go up.
Yeah. So the gas equalizes in water, but we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to talk about you standing on the fucking floor. Things go up too. What's forcing those things to go up?
That's what I said earlier,
Buoyancy.
right? Me and EBM explained that earlier, right? It's like a
The liquid
natural
is more
fact. It's like
dense.
it's derived from basically having two things being forced into occupying the same space. They both can.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah.
one who's
Yeah.
going to occupy it, one or the other.
Yeah. And we have
That
that
is
with
going to
gas.
happen.
Yeah, and we have that with gas and gases. We have
Mhm.
that with water and solids. We have that with water and gases. Yes, there
Yeah.
will be always a directionality if it isn't buoyant and equalized, down or up.
What's
This is all.
interesting is that you pressing down on the floor is a statement that is equivalent to the floor pressing up on you, because according to
Same
Newton's
thing.
third law of motion,
Okay,
if you act with a force on some surface, that force will act with the same force at you, but at the opposite direction. So if you were stationary and the floor was accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second, you would perceive the same exact effect as right now.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So no gravity then.
Yes. That
So
wasn't
things go
supposed
up, things
to
go
prove
down because
anything.
of
That
Well,
was
there's
just
gravity. As soon as you let
logic.
go of that rope, there's definitely gravity. You're fucked. You're just dead.
let go
Brandon,
of.
why are you spiraling? Relax, bro. Just don't yell into the microphone, would you?
I'm
But
trying.
like,
This is my normal voice. I'm not trying to yell. I'm on a phone.
but like
So
if you
stop-
have
Jeez.
if you hold like two magnets against each other, right? You can
talk about
like it's
magnets.
going to apply a certain force. Just because you have stronger forces than that doesn't mean that the magnetic force doesn't exist, right?
Yep.
We're not talking about magnetic forces.
But
We just want to get to the conclusion so we can all
equivalent.
carry on to things go up or down. So we want to establish.
Yeah, but like it's like a direct claim, right? Against
No,
what you
it's
said
not
earlier.
direct at all, because in magnetism I can show you a magnet. In gravity, you can't show me anything.
Well,
I can't.
The point is to say it's following the same principle, right?
The principle
No,
of
it's
what?
not.
That I have a cause for an effect. You have an effect, and you're affirming a consequent that cannot be tested or proved through any hypothesis.
Sorry, the principle I was talking about was basically that if you have, just because you have like counteracting force, like your legs or your arms being strong or something, it doesn't mean that you're not being pulled downwards.
No. And it also means that the ball that we've let go from the bottom of a pool that can't break the surface because it's cold and it's icy is still pressing up against the underside of the ice. Yeah, that presses upwards. Things press up, go up or down.
Things press up, go up or down? What does that mean?
Yeah. Things based on the relationship between the object and the medium it's in will either go up or down.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Good. And some things will press on the floor if that directionality is down, and some things will press up on physical surfaces like ice, like I just mentioned, if that propensity to go up, depending on this relationship. So things will go up or down. Okay.
Yep. I mean, if you guys are looking for something
That
to
is
test,
derived from gravity as well. I don't disagree with that. It's perfectly fine.
Sorry, so okay.
Nice, so we can all finally agree on something.
Yes. Great.
That's great. We're all globetards now.
Yep. Welcome.
Yes,
Speak for
in
yourself.
many cases, when flat earthers use their arguments, the final outcome is that the globe's position is really the same, but they simply created a straw man that implies that we should see something different, while the real globe position say
The
We'll,
flat
same.
Earth's
we'll
going to
say
get
the same
created or
thing.
destroyed. There you go. That's your answer.
Which is
No,
pretty funny.
we will have
So
said the
in
same thing. There's just a
I
yeah,
have
so
two.
difference.
in
Causes
many
got something
cases,
to do with
the
ball.
flat and the globe theories are
Sorry.
equivalent.
Shut up for a second. Jedi's trying to get something in.
We all see the
Embo.
same thing. We all
Sorry,
see the
Jedi.
same thing.
Hey, guy, you're breathing into your mic awful,
I'm sorry.
dude. Can you back
Sorry.
off of it?
Sorry.
He's getting
Thank you.
excited.
Brandon,
We'll-
jeez.
It's a two. I'll just turn it down. Sorry.
We all see the same phenomena. You've just got two gravitational ideas that seem to be the cause of things just go down and are only released up
They
into the
also
sky.
go up too. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we're pointing out. Things go up too.
Yep.
So if it's the argument of what's the cause of that, well, both of your causes have got a ball doing something about it. The mass of the ball attracting the mass of the object towards it, or the mass of the ball sitting in the fabric of space-time and bending and warping it, the things appear to come down. You still need a ball because it's your primary cause, whether it's got mass attached to it or not.
Well
But the
said.
effect is the same.
I don't think we need to have a ball for any of this. It's like just
Yeah.
following like the principle
Yes,
of
you do. Yes, you do.
objects accelerating, and then physics. From physics, it will derive all of these things you said earlier, right? The Archimedes
Accelerating up,
principle.
like accelerating up,
For example, yeah, those would be the same thing.
or not accelerating at all, just sitting, at
No,
equilibrium,
if you
static.
don't have, obviously, like the first thing how you would disprove that is by basically measuring if we are accelerating right now, and we are. So
What? You do that?
like for example, I work with like instrumentation I don't work with that specifically, but I have background in instrumentation that, for example, if you're going to build systems that use these reference systems, right, it basically uses this constant accelerating downwards as a reference for down the acceleration.
You mean inwards to the center? Wait, so a rock on the ground is accelerating?
Yeah, it's measuring an acceleration. I think it's more precise to use that word.
Rocks measure acceleration.
Yeah,
because an acceleration is a change of velocity over time, and if a rock is stationary on the ground, it's not accelerating from definition.
A change. So you put it on some scales, and it just keeps getting heavier and heavier.
No, that's not what it's going to. That's not what acceleration will do. It just tells you.
So it's not measuring an acceleration then.
It won't get heavier and heavier and heavier.
Change in velocity.
Change in velocity doesn't mean. Yeah, you just measure a single force, one constant force all the time.
No, force is force. Acceleration is acceleration. Don't conflate the two terms.
They are equivalent.
Acceleration and force are the exact same thing.
Oh,
Well, they are equivalent for masses.
Force is
What's
mass.
Define mass.
Force is mass times acceleration, so
Yeah.
it's not the same thing.
Yeah, I didn't say they are the same thing, but they are equivalent for objective weight.
Okay.
They're equivalent. So trying to figure out how they're equivalent.
Yeah.
What's equivalent mean?
It means like they are like same thing, I would say.
Same. Yeah, okay. So I just asked you if they were the same thing, and you said no, they're equivalent.
Yeah, if I use like the word acceleration, it could also mean force. You can't have acceleration without force, and you can't have force without acceleration.
Yeah, but are
Or
they the
things
same?
to mass.
No, they're the same.
Yeah, am I wrong about that? What I said now?
What when asked?
Can you have acceleration without force?
Can you have acceleration without force? You need it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the rock on the ground. How fast is it accelerating? How could we measure that?
You could measure that with an accelerometer. But
So
if you're going,
you put an accelerometer on the rock on the ground, and it tells you how fast it's accelerating in what direction.
Classic.
That is one way.
See, you see that rock sitting there still, motionless? It's accelerating.
Yes, but this is what I'm. This is the next. Right, this is the thing, right? It's measuring acceleration, right?
Okay.
I don't know why you're laughing about that. This is like basic
Well,
facts.
which direction is it accelerating in?
Downwards. All the time.
Is it because it's stationary and that's the acceleration in what direction?
It's measuring. It's measuring an
Pressure.
acceleration.
Pressure.
Pressure is the same. It's like force over area. So it would.
So
be the
if
same.
I stand my car, right? If I stand my car on its nose, on the, on the bumper, and so its rear is pointing towards the sky.
Funny.
It's gonna measure the acceleration. I'm gonna get something on the speedo, am I?
Yeah.
A speedometer doesn't measure acceleration using accelerometer. It just measures like ticks of rotation around the wheel, right?
It's just pressure, though.
It's different.
Isn't it just pressure?
No.
No, it's not pressure. It's not pressing onto the surface. Do you remember the ball that couldn't break the top of the pool because the pool was frozen, so it was stuck underneath and it was pressing upwards? Is that accelerating up?
Yeah. But like you do realize the phone is like measuring a constant acceleration, for example. Like it has these instruments inside it. Like phones, when you use the phone and the orientation, when you have different application that use this orientation of the phone, which knows which way the phone is directed. It uses the accelerometer for that.
Yeah. That's awesome. I love the way things are called things.
Why do you just like hand wave it away? It's true.
I'm not hand waving. Why would I hand wave?
Okay, so then why are you guys laughing when I say it's measuring a constant acceleration? Then, if you guys you agree with me or not?
Because acceleration means what?
It means it measures a constant acceleration.
No,
that's all it means.
What's acceleration?
Acceleration is basically a force.
Acceleration is basically a force.
Yeah.
So I'm a glober and I disagree with his idea. I think it doesn't measure the acceleration because the stone is stationary. It measures the force exerted on the weight.
Sorry, yes, it would be more precise to measure force. Right?
Pressure.
Or pressure. Pressure is force over area, right?
Yeah. But acceleration is. Acceleration is. So it's a force.
Yeah. It's the basically the change in velocity it would have, right? If it was unimpeded.
If it was unimpeded.
Yeah.
So not acceleration. It would be if it was unimpeded.
Yeah. I mean, it's I'm going to change my statement there because of what EMBO said. It's maybe more precise. It's maybe more precise to say it measures a constant force, because a force doesn't necessarily imply that it moves, right? You can have, for example, that
you agree.
Yeah, you can have, for example, you can have somebody pressing on the wall and the wall doesn't move, right?
Yeah, that's just funny because he says it, you agree with him. I say it 3 times.
No, I justified it, right? Do you guys disagree or not?
So pressure
then. So the reason why there is a force but there isn't acceleration is because when the stone is pressing on the weighting scale is countering that press with the same force but at the opposite direction according to Newton's third law. So even though there's the force, these forces both cancel out. So the net force from these forces is 0 and there's 0 acceleration. But that force that is composing that net force is still a force, even though it's getting countered.
A force is a force.
Yeah. But
even
what
if
would
it's 0, of course.
Yeah, but what would you say about when you, for example, accelerate downwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you accelerate downwards, you measure an actual you don't measure a velocity change with any instruments, but your velocity is changing. If there is no you have a counteracting force, right? We agree on there. But the reason why I would say it's like confusing to use this term, to say you can use this term to determine whether you're moving or not, like just using the force alone, it's like really not indicative of whether we are moving or not. You need like a reference system for that. Like for example, using the ground or something.
Is the ground moving?
Yes, it is.
Oh, so that wouldn't work.
Why that wouldn't work if you assume the ground as the
Well, you'd
center
have to
of
calculate. You'd have to
system?
assume that the ground is moving, and you'd have to measure how fast it's moving and calculate for that. So, how fast is the ground moving in what direction?
Yeah.
It's moving at 50 degrees per hour from west to east.
Okay, is that a velocity? Is that a linear speed? What is that?
It's angular velocity. It's a angular velocity is basically a counterpart of normal velocity, but in rotational motion.
So you travel a further distance when you fall from altitude because your line isn't straight.
Can you repeat that?
So you travel a further distance when falling from altitude because your line isn't straight from when you start to where you finish. If you fall down to something that isn't moving, that's a straight line from where you started to fall to where you impact the ground, a straight line down. But if you're on a ball, which is spinning, and all things in the atmosphere, including yourself, are attached to that spinning ball, then as the Earth continues to rotate as you fall, your path is not straight, it's curved. So you travel a further distance. It's a problem for your calculations, isn't it?
So what you're basically meaning is that the higher you are, the fastest you have to go to catch up with that ball, because the radius of your orbit around that Earth will be greater.
Increase.
Yeah.
Yes.
Same if you're falling from, I don't know, 120,000 feet.
Yes,
It'll take you approximately 10 minutes to fall down to the ground. You can figure out the maths of how much the Earth beneath you would have moved. You land on that spot, apparently, which is directly beneath you. You've travelled a period of time. Your path downwards to the Earth is not straight.
I believe that was measured something like in 19th century, and that deviation was counted in millimeters, so I wouldn't say that's something different.
Millimeters.
Yes.
From 120,000 feet when you're in the sky for 10 minutes, and the Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles an hour, but I give you 500 just because of latitude.
No, not from that height. They were dropping things from some tower. I don't remember.
Yeah, but higher in the atmosphere than an increase in motion of the Earth beneath the object that's in fall. 15 degrees an hour.
That would probably
1,000 miles every hour. 1,000 miles every hour. Remember, around the equator. Remember that every hour.
Yeah.
So if you're in the sky for 10 minutes, how much does the Earth move beneath you? Your path isn't straight. All things that fall to the Earth follow curved lines. Your mathematics always says that it's a straight path down there, because it is a straight path down there.
It's not a straight path, but the deviation is so small that it can be assumed to not exist.
Really? It has to exist, though. That's the thing. It has to exist if all things above the surface of the Earth are attached to the atmosphere and everything in it. But there is no Coriolis effect. If you're to fall from altitude, your path is not straight, it's curved.
How do you know there's no Coriolis effect?
Because nothing appears to deviate at 15 degrees an hour.
You just said it. You just said it, dude.
But we don't expect them to.
So, no
Coriolis. Expect to. True anti-flat earther.
Sorry, what was the argument? I didn't follow.
He was basically talking about the application of Coriolis force, but not in the meaning of change within latitudes, but in the meaning of change at altitude. So the higher you go, basically the arc you have to do to go between 2 points on Earth will be bigger because the Earth curves. That would be better to visualize.
You have to go
with
very high for there to be any reaction at all.
Of course. Yes.
So the higher you are, your orbit will be greater and your speed will be greater to cover the same distance at the same time.
Yeah.
To be at the exact same point above in the sky for 2 locations of Earth.
Have to speed up, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but it's, I mean, arguably very tiny though.
It depends on the altitude and the time spent in the sky on your descent, right? So if you were, I don't know, on a balloon that went to 120,000 feet and you jumped out of it and you were in the sky for, I think it's 8 minutes, and the Earth moves 1,000 miles around the equator every hour, how far do you think the Earth would have turned beneath your feet? And I'd give you a latitude of 45 degrees, so you've got 500 miles an hour. 500 miles every hour. And you're in the sky for 10 minutes. It's fucking simple math, mate.
No, it would definitely be far from
Yeah, whatever the instance is, your path, if there is no Coriolis effect, is a curved path. It's not a straight path. Straight path down. In 3D space, it's a curved path because the object you're on has moved beneath you. But you reach that point beneath you, which wasn't directly beneath you anymore 10 minutes later. So your path to it is curved. So further.
Not to mention the curvature of space-time.
Your maths is always applied to straight lines down.
For
in your model.
For Coriolis, if you're going to talk about Coriolis up and down, right? You talk about like a helicopter rising. For example, right? If a helicopter were to rise up, and then it would basically experience Coriolis effect, and it would experience like the acceleration of the Earth below it, right? That's what we're talking about now.
There is no Coriolis effect.
No, but we are talking about like that effect, right? I'm not saying whether it's existing or not. That's the one we are talking about. Is that the one you're talking about, or?
We're not talking about Coriolis. There is no Coriolis. It's not what we're talking about. We're talking about no Coriolis. But the Earth's
oh my
still
god.
moving.
I'm asking you guys what we're talking about. I'm not talking about what we are measuring or if there is or something. I'm just asking you guys what you're talking about.
We're just talking about the path of things falling from the sky to the floor if the floor is moving beneath them.
We are not talking about Coriolis?
No, because there is no Coriolis.
Okay. Are we talking about it because you're not talking about it, or because you don't think it exists?
No, we're talking about it. We're talking about this because the path is longer than if the Earth wasn't moving. It's a curved path, so a further distance.
Based on Coriolis?
Not based on Coriolis, based on the Earth moving moving with things in the sky beneath them. So if you were to jump from 120,000 feet, and let's call it gravity, is keeping you in motion with the Earth as you were to fall from the sky, the floor still has moved beneath you, whether gravity's pulling you around or not. So therefore your path isn't straight downwards to the floor.
That is called Coriolis effect, by the way.
I know what Coriolis is.
Okay,
this
so
isn't the observation.
Talking about
Coriolis is the observation of an apparent deflection. We're talking about a single reference frame. So the Earth and the atmosphere attached. So all things in the atmosphere attached. But as the Earth does continue to move around, the time it's taken you to leave one point, the Earth still would not be beneath the point that you were. It would be a further distance that you would have had to have travelled to catch up with the Earth as gravity was pulling you around.
Yeah.
3D space. You get it
So
in
you're
3D space.
basically
That's called
saying
Coriolis.
that you're not talking about Coriolis, and then you
No.
go on and explain the exact
Yeah.
definition of
No,
Coriolis.
no, 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 no,
Yes.
no, no. No.
Two
You are
I
reference
think
frames.
explaining
Jedi's saying
Coriolis. I mean.
Two reference frames.
leave
Listen, guys. Sorry.
Coriolis
Two
out of it,
reference
right?
frames. Yeah. Two
Not really.
reference frames for
Coriolis
Coriolis.
effect is a property of
Sorry.
non-inertial reference
Sorry.
frames.
Sorry. Two reference frames of Coriolis. One moving, one not. So things that are not attached to the spinning reference frame appear to deviate for the observer on the reference frame. We're talking about one single reference frame. The Earth spinning with the atmosphere and everything in the atmosphere attached to the spinning Earth. So no Coriolis. However, when you left the sky from 120,000 feet and tried to catch up with the floor beneath you, that isn't a straight path downwards because the floor's moved. Whether you have to move with the floor or not, well, actually, you have to move with the floor in this example because gravity's spinning you around because it's one singular reference frame. Therefore, you would have traveled a further distance.
I don't think you need to explain what Coriolis effect is. Again, everybody knows what it is.
Forget
The
about
first
Coriolis
version,
effect for a
But
second.
you're explaining Coriolis effect to us. It's
the first version he was talking about is actually the real Coriolis effect, because Coriolis is just a deviation inside of one non-inertial reference frame.
Guys, open your ears for a minute, right? You're claiming there is none, right? One reference frame. If you're falling, right? You're falling at a certain rate. You've started from a point in 3D space, and the Earth is moving and turning, and you're turning with it, right? As you descend, your points in 3D space are no longer in a straight line with the point where you started.
with reference to
It's not
the
a straight
rotating
line
reference.
anymore.
Yeah, with reference to the rotating reference frame, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, your reference frame's moving.
Yeah,
So therefore,
that is
traveled.
That is Coriolis effect.
No, Coriolis is two
Oh.
reference frames. One moving, one not. We're talking about
Yeah, but
one
then when you are dropping,
Yeah.
you are not in the non-moving reference frame.
We're in the moving reference frame, dude. The Earth that is spinning.
The 3D space is a reference frame, right? Yeah.
I don't
You
know
count
if
3D
that's
space as a reference frame.
Oh, but you said the guy is dropping, like he's like free falling or something like that, right?
Right, in the single reference frame.
Yeah, and the person who's dropping is like in the is in the inertial one, while the person who is well, not the person, sorry, but while the Earth is in the non-inertial reference frame. That is Coriolis effect.
The entirety of that entire system is in non-inertial reference frame. Non-inertial reference frame doesn't have to have some inertial reference frame set to compare itself to it. For example, if you're in a train that is accelerating, if that train is accelerating forwards, you will feel yourself being thrown at the opposite direction that acceleration of the train. You don't have to look outside to see that the entire world around you has accelerated relative towards you at the opposite direction. You can feel it simply by your senses. So that effect can be perceived even if you don't know anything about the surroundings of your frame. Only by measuring these forces you can already tell that you're in a non-inertial reference frame.
In terms of the example with the helicopter example, if we are still talking about like quote unquote leaving the reference frame, I don't think there is like a lot of like if you think about the radius of the Earth and you fly up 10 kilometers, the Coriolis force is minute. small.
What? Why?
Because you're just flying up 10 kilometers on something that has the radius of like 6,000 radius, right? 6,000 or 6,500 kilometers, something like that.
So what? You've left the as soon as you leave the inertial reference frame and enter the inertial reference frame, it should be Coriolis effect should be observed.
The Coriolis effect is not a binary thing. It's a force that is starting very small and then it increases.
The Coriolis effect, which is
But
the
if it's
observation of an
very
apparent
small,
deflection,
right?
is a
Yeah.
force.
Yeah,
So a
it's apparent.
pseudo force. It's a fictitious force.
Yes, it's called a fictitious force.
Yeah. What's the definition of fictitious?
Well, it means basically you're experiencing forces in relation to some kind of like non-inertial reference frame that is changing. The non-inertial reference frame is like changing. Instead of you are actually applying a force itself. It's like basically turning the wheel on the car. You are experiencing a, a fictitious force because you are attached to the car, but the car is changing its reference frame. Like it's changing itself to like a non-inertial reference frame.
Okay. What Coriolis effect where? There is no Coriolis effect on the Earth.
Can I also give my explanation for that? Or was that enough?
It can be better if you want to do that.
Okay, thanks. So basically, imagine that you're driving a car and then you, with high speed, and then you suddenly hit your brakes. So we decelerate. You will find out that the things inside of your car hit the glass pane at the front of the car. They will simply apparently get accelerated, like if some force affected them and pushed them at that frontal direction. But in reality, it's not these things that are accelerating, but rather your own system that is doing that. These things are actually doing the exact opposite thing. They are simply maintaining their inertia, so they are trying to move at a straight line and with constant velocity. It's the system itself that has the accelerated. So we have that appearance,
What you're
that feeling
describing
that
is
these things have the accelerated, but in the reality is just an illusion caused by your entire system doing that. So that would contradict the Newton's law of motion, because the Newton's laws say that for something to accelerate, a force have to hit it to affect it. But there you don't see any physical force affecting them. Nothing has touched it, or any magnet affected them. So that's why non-inertial frames break this Newton's law of motion. And to model that, so the physics can work same as in inertial frames, you can invent these fictitious forces that you imagine and model as normal forces that are apparently affecting these things. You can give them magnitudes and directions and all of that, and if you add these forces, imagine them, then the physics will adapt just as in inertial frames. But they are not real in the meaning that they are some physical relationships that are caused by some physical effects. That's just an illusion.
it was an illusion that the objects in the car slammed into the windscreen.
It was an illusion that they were affected by a force, while it was your car that was accelerating, not these things accelerating. These things were actually trying to maintain their previous velocity. It was the car that has stopped that velocity. So you saw them like they were accelerated forward.
Coriolis effect is a not actual deflection of an object moving within an inertial reference frame as observed from the non-inertial spinning reference frame.
Yeah.
Not really. The Coriolis effect is observed from the non-inertial reference frame.
Yes, as observed from the non-inertial moving reference frame. Yes.
Yes, some from the Earth.
On the Earth.
Yes, so I don't see any contradictions here.
Where do we observe that?
In winds, for example.
Observe not actual deflection of wind.
Yes. The deflection.
Where are we seeing that?
With the storms getting spinning in the opposite directions at the both hemispheres, and at the equator, they don't cross the equator at all. They avoid it like a barrier, instead going right or left.
Incorrect. You didn't look at all of them. You cherry-picked only a few of them instead of looking at all the storms.
So do you have any instance of a cyclone or a hurricane that was crossing the equator?
Yep. And this is thing you should have looked into before you did say that, because like you don't know the content, you don't know the story or the lore. How NASA and other agencies try to explain these storms away, saying that these storms are more of a function of topography and meteorology. So you should know these things before you start randomly claiming it's impossible. There's a physical barrier. There's a physical barrier called Coriolis force that stops storms dead in their tracks at the equator. Because now you got egg on your face because you spoke out of turn without ever researching or looking into a topic.
So you basically talked shit about me without giving an actual example that would refute.
No, you just said these storms are impossible. There's a physical barrier, a Coriolis force that will stop storms. All you gotta do, this is where Google it, okay? See, suddenly it's amazing how anything that questions your worldview, you never Google it. You'll never Google it. You'll never, how many storms have crossed the equator? Something as simple as that. You never Google it. Suddenly now, your Google it is broken. Suddenly now, right now, all of a sudden, you can't Google shit.
I just googled the phrase "the storms cross the equator," and the first thing that came up is that observations show that no hurricanes from within 5 degrees latitude of the equator.
So now your Google is broken.
So what you basically did is claiming that I was wrong, not giving any specific example how I was wrong, and then gaslighting me that me is the one who is wrong. Even though
so now your Google it doesn't work. So suddenly now your Google it doesn't work. I'm looking right now. I typed in the same thing, right here. Rare cyclone on the equator. NASA EarthObservatory.gov. Right. One of the first hits I got. See, this is why your Google it is amazing. Your whole worldview is all based on a Google it, and you can't even Google it when you're supposed to Google it.
Bro, you're still talking shit about me without giving the example.
Yeah, did I? What's the example here? The example is your Google it is broken.
Okay, but you have no proof of that. You just
I don't need to show you proof. It's just like it's just obvious.
But is it what you said was true? Can you post a link? I'm interested. Can you post?
Yeah, this is where. Are you able to research? Yes or no? This is a Boolean expression. So yeah, if you want to cackle like a crow, then you just know you can't research. You can't look this stuff up. You are incapable of finding the content that you need to find out. At the same time, you'll make a statement that there is a physical barrier blocking hurricanes from doing things, or storms doing things that you think they could not do with the Earth as a globe.
There is like attracting.
This is the air right here. This is the error in your logic, and why is the problem is you keep coming back here day in and day out, trying to fix something when it's you're broken, and your Google it is broken.
Okay, cool gaslighting, but I want to ask you a question, not only about.
Okay, you don't need to ask me anything. What you need to do is stop playing whatever video game you're on, sober up, and just do a little bit of research. That's it. That's all you have to. You don't have to ask me anything. You don't have to like go into a bunch of like what words mean and how you're only 50% sure you're on Discord. Just Google it. Do something where you said you could be able to do it, or just admit Just admit that you are bad at research. You'll never be able to find content, even after I gave you the source, for fuck's sake.
Did you give a source?
Yeah, NASA observatory.gov.
You didn't
Could
you link it?
Yeah. No, this is even better. So now without a link, okay, so now all your content needs to be linked to you. See,
yes.
You need to admit this stuff. Admit this stuff that you are incapable of looking up anything. That you cannot do this. That you are
can't
incapable.
Google stuff if it doesn't exist. I can't find it.
Okay, there we go. So just pretend it doesn't exist then.
I have looked and I can't find it, so I don't think it exists.
All right, good. It doesn't exist then. Just use that, okay?
Yeah, I think I'm going to use that.
Yeah, because the first I got 3. I just type in which storms cross the equator. The same one Embo did.
Hurricanes.
And every single link talks about exactly what I'm talking about. So this is something where at this point, just out of curiosity, I just want to see how broken are you. How broken is a worldview where you base everything on the Google it and you can't Google shit.
I don't think what you said exists.
Even with a clue, you give a hint, like you'll phone a friend. An open book examination, and you left the page blank.
I posted a map of all, tracking all hurricane and cyclone between 1985 and 2005, and none of them crossed the equator. I can't find what you're telling exists, Crits. I don't think what you're saying exists.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay, fine.
Because I feed off your ignorance, like you not knowing something, and then also thinking you know it. Where you know and you don't know, and you also use this lack of knowledge to base a full worldview on that is all based in theology, Catholic Church indoctrination. At the same time, you deny the creator. It's really breathtaking, and you come in and day out and do exactly the same thing. See, you can't ask me for anything inside your worldview. You've already said crit is a definition of dishonesty. See, inside your worldview, you still can't even follow a logical syllogism. You will contradict, and it's that contradiction that will highlight why you can't present anything when they want to ask you a question, because it's a contradiction. Your answers will contradict.
And it's obvious to everybody who's listening too. So you've got like a lot of globers who are flat Earth seekers listening to this, and they're going to hear the contradiction.
Well, I asked for like a simple. I wanted him to just post a link. What's so hard about it?
Yeah, you want something from me. Look at that. You want something. If you want this, you know how to get it. Yeah, you want something from me when I told you could get the same content from Google it.
Is he asking for evidence of anti-cyclone?
I'm looking for a cyclone cross or hurricane crossing the equator.
Anti-cyclones are a thing. There's like a whole Wikipedia page on them or something, dude.
Anti-cyclone? What the fuck is that?
So basically, hurricanes that spin in the opposite direction than what is assumed.
I don't think it's that.
Well, that's what the definition is.
It is. That's why they're called anti-cyclone.
Clockwise in the northern.
This really is 24-hour flat Earth.
We get anti-cyclones all the time in the northern latitude.
Bro, is that like a filter on your mic, or is that your actual mic? Because this is perfect for a flat Earther.
The point was though that they think that the air, the wind, right, is the storm is appearing to deviate and rotate. It's actually moving straight because the Earth is turning, and as observed from the Earth, from the ground, it makes it appear to turn. Is that correct?
Well, I don't think the anticyclone is going across the equator.
Is that correct, guy?
Sorry, what?
Your claim was that it appears, it is only appearing to deviate, but the wind is actually carrying the storm straight. It only appears to circle, right?
I think like the simple
The
thing that
ground.
was made is that no hurricane or cyclone crosses the equator.
Is that correct? Because that's where we were at. You claiming, I asked, where do we observe Earth-based Coriolis effect? Said in wind. Somebody, it might have been Embo, said in wind.
It wasn't
and then
me, but yeah.
Right,
I
so the
agree.
whole
This is like an effect of
storms
it.
thing came up, right? So
Yeah.
is what we're observing in a storm moving in a particular direction actual or apparent?
What do you mean by true or apparent? What do you mean by that?
Is it actual deviation of the storm, or is it an apparent deviation of the storm due to the Earth being on the ground in the non-inertial reference frame, observing something moving straight but appear to deviate?
Well, I think it's like an actual deviation.
So not the Coriolis effect then.
I think
Trust the wisps.
I think that is why I asked
So you
what
disagree
you mean
with
by
Embo,
real, right?
So you disagree with Embo.
No, I don't disagree with his explanation. That's why I asked
Alright,
what
so
you mean
why
by
don't you
real or not.
define the Coriolis effect? Define Coriolis for us. Let's just cut through the crap right now. Define Coriolis.
I think okay, so the explanation that was given before was good. I can repeat that. That you have a like you have something in an inertial reference frame, right? But if you observe it from a non-inertial reference frame, for example, I used the example of a car. If you turn the wheel on the car, if that is your reference frame, you're going to experience a pseudo force, but the object inside the car is not actually experiencing any force. It's the actual reference frame that is applying a force.
Okay, great. So let's pause there. I want to ask why you might suppose that hurricanes and cyclones are rotating counterclockwise or clockwise based off of Earth's rotation, and that being an apparent deflection.
Why it would rotate the opposite way?
Why it appears to rotate, but it isn't really rotating, because that's what you define Coriolis is. It's not really rotating, but it appears to rotate. So why do things appear to rotate over the surface of the
hurricane is really rotating. The hurricane is really rotating, but the reason why it rotates the direction it does is because it's getting when the wind is moving from like a southern hemisphere to northern hemisphere, it applies a slight like bias in the forces.
An actual force or the apparent force?
It's an apparent force.
Okay, so it's not applying a real force at all. It should be based off of our relative observation, right?
Yeah, but it has a real effect, right? Just because
I mean, so which reference frame is force being applied?
The rotation of the Earth.
Guy, we were talking about the Coriolis effect, where something in the non-inertial reference frame moving in a straight line appears to curve or deviate, right? An apparent deflection due to it being observed from a spinning or moving non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah. And
I
asked for an example of
rotating.
Right. I asked for an example of that occurring, Earth-based Coriolis effect. The example given is storms, wind.
Hurricanes specifically. I think like smaller storms are not that affected by it.
So we're observing them from the spinning non-inertial reference frame.
We're observing them the ground or whatever. I mean.
Right, the non-inertial reference frame, right? The turning non-inertial reference frame. They're in the inertial reference frame, right?
What do you mean, the observer itself? Me? Where I'm looking at from?
Yes, I asked for an example of where we observe Earth-based Coriolis effect, and the example
you observe the effect of that.
Storms.
We observe that. we observe that as an effect on the hurricanes.
So it's not actually them moving, appearing to deviate. It's because we're observing it from the non-inertial reference frame, right? So they're not actually deflecting.
They are actually deflecting. You see
So not the Coriolis effect then.
That is the Coriolis effect causing that effect.
No, it is not.
No, you just defined Coriolis as not a real force, and now you're saying it is a real force.
No, just
agree.
As with the car example, right? As with the car example earlier, just because I call it a apparent force doesn't mean that you're gonna die in a car crash, right? You're still gonna die.
I'm specifically asking for where we observe Earth-based Coriolis effect. That would be observer, right, in the non-inertial reference frame, turning.
You don't have to be on the Earth.
Observe something in. Yes, you do. Observing something in the inertial reference frame appear to deviate, but it's not actually deviating. Like if two people were on a merry-go-round, right, and they're opposite each other, and one throws a ball towards the other, the ball will take a straight path, but will appear to deflect, as observed from the spinning roundabout. Right?
But the point here is that you don't have to be on the merry-go-round to observe this effect.
Yes, you do. That is the Coriolis effect.
Let me ask you a quick question to cut to this.
Sorry, it's only observable from the spinning reference frame. Sorry, my friend. It is
I understand what you mean, right? But
no, you don't, because no. Fuck's sake, man, I don't. It's only observable on the spinning reference frame. To the people standing not attached to the reference frame, when they throw the ball between them, the path of the ball is actually straight, and everybody else is observing it, unless they're attached to the spinning reference frame, where the path of the ball will appear to deviate.
Yeah, so here's a good question, okay, and it's pertinent to this discussion. What percent or how much of a hurricane's rotation is an actual rotation due to a force versus a Coriolis deflection that is apparent and not a real force?
DB soundboard.
Sorry. What were you saying? I didn't understand that point.
Okay, so if you're observing a hurricane, let's say you're observing a hurricane rotate, how much of that is due to an actual physical force causing rotation versus some kind of Coriolis apparent deflection that isn't really existing, but it's just a matter of our reference frame observation?
The force is existing, right? You can't say it doesn't exist just because it's called apparent force. It's
I believe hurricanes rotate due to a real force. You say part of it is due to a non-real force.
No, I'm saying Coriolis.
Well, that's a Coriolis. Coriolis isn't a real force.
Yes,
so how much of a hurricane?
What do you mean by just if I call the Coriolis effect, like let's say I call it like blobber force instead, would that make it more real?
No, Coriolis is not a real force, period. And you stated that very eloquently.
What do you mean by not a real force? What do you mean by that?
Good Lord, dude. So things appear to rotate due to a change in reference frames when you're comparing an inertial to a non-inertial point of reference.
Yeah. So what does that mean? You mean that you're not going to experience like a
illusion? It's an optical illusion.
Yeah, it's optical illusion.
Deflection.
Yeah, but that is a measurement. That is like a measurable force. You can actually extract that.
Yeah, you can measure an optical illusion.
It's not an optical illusion.
We're not talking about an actual force. We're talking about an effect that takes place because you are moving, not the thing in that you're observing in the inertial reference frame actually deflecting. It's just going in a straight path, but because you're spinning, it appears to curve. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's what I was asking for an example of.
Yeah, but whether you're experiencing a pseudo-force or an actual
deflection of a rotating body is like the Magnus effect, not the Coriolis effect.
Just because it's called a parent force doesn't mean that it's not actually moving something.
Yeah, yes, it does mean that. It does mean there's no work being done.
There is actually work being done if you're like
Not,
attaching
no.
yourself to that non-inertial reference frame.
What's doing the work?
Right.
What's doing the work?
Well, I think the work will be experienced in like the angular momentum of the object that is rotating is lost.
But there is no angular momentum.
That it took work to spin it up, and then you're like the work is being.
Nothing is really spinning. You've got a linear motion that has the appearance of an angular deflection, but it's not real. That's what Coriolis is.
I don't know what you mean by not real. To me, it's
because
like you're saying
the one that's rotating. You're the one
your...
that's applying the force and work to yourself to change your perspective and your observation of the thing that's moving in a linear fashion.
It's kind of like if you're saying like if I observe the car crash from inside the car, I'm not going to die because it's not a real force.
No.
It's not what he's saying.
Then why do you keep saying it's not a real force then? What's the point?
Because listen, we're talking about the Coriolis effect, right? Which is the observation looking at something appearing to change its path, but the thing that we're looking at is actually going straight, right?
Because you're changing your path.
That's all the Coriolis.
You're the one that is applying the work in your reference frame to change your path, to change your motion, to give the appearance of something that is moving linearly that appears to move curvilinearly to your perspective.
Yeah, you're saying the spinning reference frame that you're attached to is actually making the path of the thing deviate.
When it's you are what's deviating.
If the Earth is spinning, it would, right?
Just a roundabout. Anything to do.
I mean, it would. What can I say?
That's besides the point. Right? The point is Coriolis is an observed phenomenon. You're saying
and then you observe that hurricane would spin this direction, right?
Yeah, but Earth-based Coriolis is not observed.
But that's how you would observe it. You're saying you don't observe it,
No,
and I give you this is how you observe it.
Earth-based Coriolis is not observed. Coriolis is a real effect. Earth-based is not, because Earth is stationary.
Yeah, but that is what you. If that was the case, then I would expect all hurricanes to I would expect all hurricanes to rotate like randomly, right?
You're forgetting anticyclone.
Yeah, but those are not rare. Those are pretty rare, right?
No,
the Earth is a sandwich. What are you talking about? It's a sandwich. You go up and down. Take a bite out of it.
Well done. This is besides the point. Again, Coriolis observed.
That's the evidence. It's not besides the point.
No, because if I was to expect to observe Coriolis, that would mean everything above the Earth's surface that wasn't attached would appear to deviate at 15 degrees an hour. So I would observe things going straight and appear to deflect. That's what I would expect to observe with the Coriolis effect. You're now talking about hurricanes, actual motion. Coriolis is about not actual motion. You fucking idiot.
Not actual motion?
Yes, not actual motion.
Deflection.
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
I know it's like non-apparent.
So if you know, it's not actual then. Actual means actually move. Shut up. I'm getting tired. Right? Actual means actually moving. Apparently means apparently but not actually moving. Coriolis is apparently moving, not actually moving. You're saying if I expect to see the Coriolis effect, I would expect to see things actually moving. You fucking idiot. Yes. Glad you agree.
I want to say something. Tell me when I can say something. Okay, so the actual part is that actually wind is actually experienced like drag across the Earth. So even though it's not like it's kind of like attached to the Earth, right? It's kind of like you're sitting inside the car. You're attached to the car. If you weren't attached, sorry, let me finish now, please. I heard everything you said.
Yeah, but
So
it's a fucking stupid
I don't
analogy.
care. I don't care what you have to say. Let me finish my point.
Okay,
So
let's say stupid analogy.
yeah, so it's a very good analogy because it's a Coriolis force as well, right? So in this case, right, it would be like saying, like, if you weren't attached to the car, let's say you crash the car, right? But you're not attached to the car, you just continue straight in the straight path after you crashed. Obviously, you're not going to experience anything. The car just going to disappear beneath your feet, and then you just go on straight forward. You don't experience any force, right? But if you're actually attached to the car, like you would be if you're like sitting inside the car, then you would actually die if you crash. The same with the wind. If the wind wasn't actually attached to the earth in some way or another, right? Then you wouldn't experience this force, right? The wind would just be much higher wind, right? At these latitudes. But because the wind is actually, if you don't understand this, then you don't understand why hurricanes form.
No, I understand within your model why hurricanes form. That's because of the motion of the Earth. I understand that. You, for the last half hour, haven't understood what Coriolis effect is. You keep saying that it's an actual force. You made the claim earlier that I would expect to see actual force when Coriolis is defined as not actual motion. Don't condescend me with not understanding shit.
I explained it to you pretty clearly. I don't understand how you can disagree with that.
Because that would be a presupposition that the Earth is a ball and in motion.
I explained it on a conceptual level. It doesn't have to be real or not. If you don't understand the concept, then it's pointless.
So how is the gas, the wind, attached to the Earth? How's that then?
Because it's experienced drag. Like it's a viscosity, right?
That's ground level.
Yeah, and the ground is attached to the wind higher up, but to slightly less level, right?
Do winds change direction with altitude?
Wind change direction, yeah.
Yes, awesome. So winds change direction with altitude. So the wind at 10 miles up will be going in a different direction to the wind that's 25 miles up.
It could.
No, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have winds going in all directions. You're going to tell me that all of these winds are attached to the Earth because the one at the very bottom layer is bumped into it?
The one at the very bottom, yeah, it is experienced drag that is propagating, yeah.
Okay, but is that floor moving somewhere or is it attached? Is it one reference?
It is experienced drag.
So is it one reference frame or two reference frames?
What do you mean? Is it?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
If you're observing things from the Earth's reference, then the Earth is then the Earth is a non-inertial reference frame, but all objects experience all reference frames.
Yeah, that's just fucking weird. I'll ask the question again. Is the Earth and the atmosphere one reference frame or two?
Sorry, is the Earth in... Could you repeat that?
Is the Earth and the gas above one reference frame or two? Third time.
That is a nonsensical question, to be honest.
It would be the fucking definition of Coriolis effect, you idiot. You need two reference frames for that. Fucking idiot. Talking about Coriolis and then turns around and says that's nonsensical. When talking about reference frames, it would be within the fucking definition of Coriolis. Or if trying to figure out if the Earth and the atmosphere above are one reference frame moving together.
Yeah, talking out two sides of his mouth. In one instance, the storm is in a separate reference frame, and in another, it's in the same one.
Well, I mean, I am also in a non-inertial and in an inertial reference frame at the same time. I can't choose to be in either one of them. It's just like a frame that you use as a reference. You are in all of them. You just choose one of them to describe something. That is why I said it's nonsensical question.
I check.
Yep.
Did A guy cut out?
No, I responded. Hello?
He seemed to comprehend the concept of Coriolis effect when you were discussing the guy falling, and him being within the same reference frame then, but if you were to observe that occurring from outside the reference frame, he was claiming that's then the Coriolis effect, right? An apparent deflection. Actually, no, he was claiming that was an actual deflection. Straight but curved at the same time. But he seemed to have been trying to, grasping that concept then, but now it's something totally different.
Hello?
Oh wait, am I talking over someone?
No, you're not, man.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. So
I said
earlier. Guy cut out, or is he still talking?
No, I think everyone's back now. I think everyone may have cut out for a second or two.
Right.
Not too sure what went on.
Okay, so when you describe reference frame, I would use the term like which reference frame are you describing that like object from, right? Because you are in like one of, you can say which one or two or three are you in. You are in all of them, right? But you choose one to describe reality from. And the only one you can apply Newton's laws directly in is the inertial one. And we are in inertial reference frame. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
We are in an inertial reference frame, even when you are on the spin, like a merry-go-round, you are also in inertial reference frame. But if you were to describe reality from that in an inertial reference frame, you would literally see you standing on the merry-go-round and the merry-go-round is spinning. But if you're describing it from a non-inertial reference frame, for example, from the reference frame of the merry-go-round, then you would be as standing still. But then there will be a constant centrifugal force.
So when defining the Earth, is the Earth two separate reference frames? One reference frame, the Earth in motion. The other reference frame, everything above the Earth and not in motion. Or is the Earth one reference frame? Actually moving, but from our point of view, not.
I think the atmosphere is also an experience, like if you're going to use that as a reference frame, yeah, that would also be a non-inertial one. Probably not exactly the same, because like you have like, for example, you have different heights, so and you also have the wind blowing in different speeds. Did that answer your question?
You were born for this. Loyalty is a fire that spreads
Yeah.
if the forest is dry.
That's the question. Do we observe the apparent deflection objects not attached to the turning non-inertial reference frame of Earth?
Yeah, like if you're going to use something that's not attached, I would guess that would be like something ballistic, right? That is moving ballistically. So I'm not. I think like there are some documents explaining some kind of like ballistic trajectory, where they also introduce like the Coriolis force. right?
A bullet is not attached to the turning non-inertial reference frame of Earth.
No,
What
no.
about
When you after you fire it, yeah, it's going to be
right?
not
Yeah,
attached to
it's
the Earth,
in.
right?
It's not attached. Right. Okay. So we'll observe an apparent deflection. It's not an actual deflection. It's an apparent deflection, as observed from this turning non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah.
A storm attached to the Earth.
Well, they are experienced drag, yeah. Like a little bit.
So we won't observe Coriolis effect in that. Right.
Not as much, yeah, because like a bullet, you're trying to like form it as
Not
much
at
as
all.
possible, so it's not as affected by the wind, right? You're not gonna fire like a ball that is
About a
it's
hovering
literally
helicopter.
shaped. Yeah.
About a hovering helicopter. Is a hovering helicopter attached to the non-inertial turning reference frame of Earth?
Oh, I would say that is attached to the wind around it.
So it's very selective, right?
Yeah, but like if the helicopter is like rising up and it flies into like some kind of strong wind, then it's just gonna follow that wind, right? So I would say it's just attached to the wind.
How come we don't always feel this weird air drag? Like when I go outside, I don't feel this weird same direction wind always going because it's pulling the rest of the air above me around the ball. Why don't we get that?
I didn't understand that. You don't feel wind?
Don't give up yet. Such resilience. Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
Sorry, I read about anticyclone. And the reason why you get anticyclone on the northern hemisphere is because they are formed by wind blowing up instead of down. And that's why you get...
Oh, not earth spin, just winds. That's all.
Sorry. No, like
yeah,
you
that's
asked...
what causes all hurricanes and cyclones. Just wind. Wind, air pressure, heat, blah, blah, blah. Storms. Not spinning balls in a vacuum with water being held down by air pressure, which is contained.
Yeah. How would you conclude that that Storm motion is due to Earth rotation, with confirming the consequent.
You've already given us the cause. That's heat then. Rising or descending. Now, around the equator where it's fucking hot, the usual thing is as you pointed out, the heat rises, right? It's the other way around this time, so there's an anticyclone. So the driver of that was, well, we all know what it wasn't, right?
But the anticyclone is a different wind phenomena altogether, right?
Yeah,
It's not the
so
same.
the wind then.
The differentials.
So read it out again. Let's see if
It's
we can
a
highlight.
anticyclone is a different phenomena than a cyclone on the southern hemisphere.
What's the cause? You said it earlier. What's the reason for it? There was an explanation. What
There
was
is, yeah, there is a high pressure diverging air, but in a cyclone you have low pressure which is converging.
Yeah, so high and low pressure. Main driver of high and low pressure.
Well, you get wind if you have by having this lower.
The main driver of high pressure and low pressure is temperature, right? That'll expand.
Yeah, you typically have like energy, like heating of water.
So what we're talking about at the moment is the driver of the hurricane, which is a pressure differential that rises with space and temperature.
I can't hear. There's wind blowing.
Yeah, we're talking about wind. Yeah, we didn't hear a
but
lot of that, Jedi, because of the wind distortion in your mic.
The argument here isn't whether or not what is causing like hurricanes, but the direction it's rotating.
You actually just answered that yourself in your own citation that you won't go back and read fully. Hurricanes rotating, it's so profound.
I have explained why it rotates a certain direction. You guys haven't explained that yet.
Because of the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, that's my explanation, yeah.
So the floor beneath the wind that is going up and down is being moved by the floor that is not attached to the wind. Apart from at surface level where there's a little bit of drag.
There is drag, yeah. I think that's what is driving the spin in a certain direction.
Yeah, and I asked for confirmation of your explanation.
That would be the pictures of the hurricanes from above, or
without you affirming the consequent.
Well, I guess the prediction would be that they spin in a certain direction, right? I don't see how this is affirming the consequent. There is like, I'm not using the spin of the Earth to, sorry, I'm not using the hurricane as evidence for, sorry, I'm not using the spin of the Earth as the hurricane, right? The hurricane is something we observe.
But, well, fog is also white, but has nothing to do with the surface. Yeah, we know that. And when you boil water, it's boiling. Yeah, that's all right. It's boiling. You prove that hurricane rotates. Perfect. Good. We agree. Hurricanes rotates. That's correct.
Prove why it's rotating. That's the point.
That has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth, for example.
I think it's a good explanation, unless you have another one.
It's a good explanation. Let's put like this: if you have helicopter in the air, does Earth moving?
Yeah.
Yeah. How would it look like if Earth doesn't move?
Air is moving almost always.
Yeah, I'm asking you, when you go out and look the helicopter hovering, is it Earth moving?
Earth is, yeah, it's always moving. It's not going to stop
Okay,
moving.
to the question, my question, next question. How would it look like if it's Earth stationary?
Well, if you're like just flying a helicopter, it would be the same.
It cannot be the same. That's the point.
It is. It would be the same.
If it is the same, why are you taking that part? Not this what we observe in reality. That means you have the
I don't
experience
use
of
helicopter as evidence for the low moving.
Can I only finish? You have the experience of the stationary. That means no movement. You feel that. That means you are not moving, but you are not using that one. What is the same? You said you're using that one. What you are not experiencing.
I do experience hurricane spinning in a certain direction.
No. Did I spoke about hurricanes or about helicopter observing?
Yeah, a helicopter observing. It's perfectly explainable why when you fly a helicopter above the Earth. I don't know what you expect to experience. You want to fly out to space, or?
You said when I observe the helicopter hovering in the air, that's because Earth is spinning. Now my question is, how would it look like if Earth doesn't spin? You said the same, and how is that possible? That same? It's not possible.
First of all, the helicopter is highly it's not like a ballistic projectile. You're like literally attached to the wind for the most part. In addition, when you fly up, you carry the momentum with you that you already had. So whether the Earth is spinning or not, you carry that momentum. So if the Earth was... Sorry, can I finish my point? So if the Earth was actually stationary, you carry zero momentum, you fly up, you have zero momentum in relation to the Earth. If you fly on a rotating Earth, you carry that momentum up with you when you're flying up. You're not gonna... The Earth is not gonna just fly beneath your feet.
That means it's the same, that means.
Yeah, it's like...
How do we tell the difference?
Why are you choosing then experience what you don't experience before the experience what you experience? You don't experience the movement. You experience no movement, but you're choosing first the movement even if you're not experiencing that. But you said it's the same.
I explained to you right now, how you cannot use the helicopter example as a distinction between the Earth moving.
The same for the storm. Same for the storm.
It's not the same for the storm. That's different. That's the
You
point
said
why I'm using storm.
You didn't say it's different. You said it's the same.
For a helicopter, yes, but not for storms.
But I'm asking you for helicopter.
Yeah, you can use helicopter as an example. It's a horrible example because you can't distinguish between the Earth moving and not.
And what I will choose now with example of helicopter?
If you're smart, you would choose storm and not helicopter.
Why you will choose that movement what you don't experience?
Why would you choose to use a hypothesis that can't prove what you want to prove?
Because I choose that what I experience and what is giving me the same results.
That is pseudoscience. Sorry.
Okay, so is it pseudoscience that what I'm boiling water, not explaining how water can boil?
Listen, so
you can't predict anything with what you're trying to do with your experiment.
The atmosphere rotates with the Earth.
Can you tell me how I can prove stationary things?
Yes, like a gyro, or like if the hurricanes, for example, didn't spin in random directions, for example.
Oh my God.
Or
so do it without affirming the consequence.
Can I prove something?
Objects that experience inertial forces don't experience them, because inertial forces are a property of non-inertial reference frames for accelerating. It's really the same thing, but different name.
Can I prove something is not moving with my eyes?
Not really.
If I put the lighter or glass on my table, can I declare after 2 hours that glass didn't move? Or after 2 days? Or after 2 months? Or after 2 years?
The problem is that you would have to have some reference. You would have to compare that object's position relative to. So in that case, the reference would be your table. So relative to it, you could measure that thing. But if you wanted to have some absolute motion, you can do that.
Okay, and now the thing is big like the Earth, but you don't feel the movement. You feel again experience non-movement. What is obvious, you don't experience Coriolis what you observe, and what you observe You observe the helicopter hovering, and now everything is like opposite. You are telling me everything is rotating. How you choose that one before this experience?
Because a helicopter isn't predicted and expected to be affected by Coriolis force if it's just hovering above one place consistently.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that I can prove you that land didn't move if a helicopter is hovering 2 hours above my head. And I can honestly, like a human being, tell you that helicopter didn't change the position because of movement, because the earth is stationary, because it doesn't move. I'm here, man. I'm standing in that helicopter, doesn't move anything.
In that case, you would prove that the Earth is stationary relative to the helicopter, but you wouldn't prove that the entire system of both the helicopter and the Earth didn't move, for example, relative to the stars around.
Like a 66,000 miles per hour left. Like a 66,000 miles per hour left.
Yes, for example.
For example, yeah, in the vacuum of the space.
Yes.
Together with the atmosphere.
Yes. You were driving.
Together with all that winds, and winds move 66,000 miles per hour.
If you were traveling in a car that is going.
No, in the car. If you're traveling in the air with the atmosphere, and you have that winds, but in 1 hour you are 66,000 miles per hour in another place in vacuum.
Yes, so what? It doesn't affect the
so
winds.
You have wind. So you have winds. You have winds inside. So you have winds inside of rotation of atmosphere going inside of 1,000 miles per hour, but going in every direction, but also going left 66,000 miles per hour in the vacuum of the space.
Yes.
And that is logic.
Yes, but
God
your position.
Yes,
that's logic.
I can
that's
tell you
logic contrary to your position, which is an example of a fallacy known as personal
I never believed in God, but I can tell you now, God bless
you. Use as an example, as a non-truth of something, simply the fact that you find it difficult to imagine it.
Yeah, you need to imagine it. If you imagine it good, it could work. And that's what you call it before pseudoscience. That's what you believe now. That is pseudoscience. That's 66,000 miles per hour going inside, winds in every direction, blah, blah, blah.
That pretty much comes from the definition. If something can work, then it can work. You just repeat the same thing.
That pseudoscience, what you claimed before?
No, it's not pseudoscience.
Is it that science, that speeds and everything?
Pseudoscience. Do you know what pseudoscience is? Pseudoscience is a position.
Pseudoscience is something changed and how to say, put it, that has something to do with the scientific method, but has nothing to do with that. That's pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience is a position about natural world that isn't falsifiable, that doesn't follow any predictions, so you can't do any observations or experiments that could prove
the scientific method, right? Yes, blah blah blah. The scientific method, we get it. Yes, the scientific method.
I've gave the specific example of what predictions to the acceleration make.
Can you give me now experiment for 66,000 miles per hour with scientific method? How they prove that Earth is moving in a vacuum of space 66,000 miles per hour? Please, scientific method.
The gyroscope.
The
to be more specific, the precession of the gyroscope.
Osco, man, I have a question for you.
Give us the hypothesis. Give us the hypothesis.
The hypothesis is that the gyroscope will precess.
You need first an observed natural phenomenon.
Yes,
it's your observed natural phenomenon.
The observed natural phenomenon is the apparent rotation of the stars compared to the rotation of the Earth, and I'm trying to find if that rotation is an effect of the Earth rotation.
Well, in comparison to the rotation of the Earth, sorry, in comparison of the rotation to the Earth, did you say?
No, I worded that wrong. So we observe the stars from our reference frame going in a circle around the Earth. So we're trying to find.
Okay, so we just observe motion, right? So we observe motion of.
Yes.
We observe motion of the stars, right? That's the observed phenomenon.
Yes. And now,
right.
And now there are two positions that would be equivalent in that observation. Either
you're going to propose.
Can you let
me
finish, please?
No, because you're going to propose one single independent variable. One.
Yeah, what's your cause of stars moving?
There is no cause of stars moving.
Oh, then we've got a problem. Let's hold tight. You say the stars.
You don't fucking let me. That's the best way to find where you feel triggered. Where you start talking over people and muting.
Fuck's sake. We're doing natural science here. We're trying to build a hypothesis that's got two constituent parts. We've just managed to get down to the dependent variable, the phenomena, the thing happening. You said stars move across the sky after we took your presuppositions out of that sentence. The next thing, when forming a hypothesis, like T-Dub just said, was we want to figure out what the cause of that is, the independent variable. So what's the cause of the movement of the stars across the sky?
I hypothesize that the cause of that is the rotation of the Earth with respect of the stationary stars.
Okay. So when you say, and I'm being honest, when you say the motion of the Earth, right? One, you're presupposing that the Earth is a ball, but two, you're saying that it is in motion. So your cause of stars moving across the sky is the Earth that's a ball is in motion. You understand the next step of the hypothesis? That's fine. I'm just trying to help. You understand the next step within the scientific method after the construction of the hypothesis is to vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it has the effect or not, right?
Not really.
Yes, it is, because within the scientific method, after you've constructed a hypothesis, which we have helped you do, after you've constructed your hypothesis, you then test your hypothesis in an experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it has the effect or not. Natural science experiments, then.
So this is the step at which I would disagree, because I don't think the prediction has to involve the same variable that you pre-assume to be the cause.
It has to, because that's why we built the hypothesis. There's no point bringing in another variable that we're going to test that is outside the hypothesis, because we should have made a hypothesis for that then, shouldn't we?
Otherwise, you will be in the area of speculation, logical fallacy, or correlation.
I mean, yes, that's pretty much how science works. We can't know anything for sure. We can only make observations and collect data.
We're doing natural science. Sorry, we're doing natural science, right?
I agree with that, but I disagree with your interpretation of it.
No, it's not an interpretation. It's a method. This is why this was brought up. Sasha brought it up. Right, the scientific method, natural science. The scientific method dictates hypothesis, then experimentation. That's what natural science is. It's not an interpretation. It's a method.
Yes, but then you interpret the data from the experiment.
I'm not talking about the only data and the experiment. What experiment? The experiment must be a vary and manipulation of your presumed cause in the experiment.
Well, okay, prove that with citations. I disagree with that step. I won't just let you pass that as some universal truth.
No, sure.
Because that's the thing in contention.
The thing in contention at the moment is the rotation of the Earth. That is your presumed cause of stars moving across the sky.
And to prove that rotation, you're pushing on me some requirements that I don't agree with.
Okay, but you said introduce another variable. Why would we do that? We've already built a hypothesis, haven't we? It must be that variable. Otherwise, we can't do that then. We must be able to do something with the variable that you're going to give us based on the phenomena that you're yet to give us, if it's the same or not.
The hypothesis that I constructed predicts something other to be the independent variable. In this case, the rotation of the Earth predicts the gyroscope to process.
Okay, so then you're going to have to... Yeah, so we're going to have to build a new hypothesis then, aren't we? Because we have a new phenomena.
Yes.
Now, what's the phenomenon now?
Which is not natural.
which isn't natural, by the way.
I mean, everything in physics is natural in the context
No,
of physics.
no,
Okay.
there's man-made, there's synthetic. That's not natural.
Okay. What about the moon? The moon looks upside down in the southern hemisphere compared to the northern hemisphere. How do you explain that?
Nobody cares about that, okay?
If you believe in a flat Earth, how do you explain that? The moon being upside down in the southern hemisphere.
Bro, I finally had some good conversation, and then you jump with like the most stereotypical arguments from 5 years ago.
It's
that's Globers. That's how Globers do it.
Yes, flat earthers too. The less advanced ones, at least, which you simply accuse of not being real flat earthers, so at least you somehow solve the issue by using no Drew Scotsman fallacy. You simply kick out of the club everything that has slightly different views and don't play until declare them shields or not enough researchers to be called real flat earthers.
But what do you think about people who go undercover, quote unquote, and fake pretend? Is it so bad to call those people out?
Yeah, not.
We
no,
do deal with fakers a lot. You understand that, surely?
Yes, I agree that calling out griefers is a good thing.
Alright, cool.
But
cool.
not every person who uses bad arguments that don't align with your narration has to be a shield.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay.
Some people are new. Yeah, some people are just new. So I agree with them. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Well, I would argue that your independent variable has to be something that is real and that you know to be true.
And can manipulate and vary.
And can be manipulated and varied.
Yes, I know the gyroscope is a real object.
No.
But
We're not talking about man-made devices.
That's not your independent variable or gyroscope.
All right. Talking about natural observed phenomenon. Gave us the stars moving. I'll give you that.
He's in the natural science. Natural, not
Okay.
synthetic. Not
We've already went all over that, so we would be just repeating ourselves. So we stopped on the step where you were supposed to prove that prediction has to be same thing as hypothesis. So if you presume something to be the cause, the thing that you're trying to test, the same exact thing has to be the independent variable of the experiment.
Independent variable can't be something that you don't know is true or not. Otherwise, you'd have to form a new hypothesis to determine that that is true. Earth rotation, right? Take you right back to the start. Earth rotation? What Earth rotation? Do you determine Earth to be rotating in order to perform an experiment with it?
It's Earth rotation, which is a ball, which I put in brackets earlier when we were talking about this.
Right.
But the cause of this is
which is
Earth
a ball
that is spinning. Yeah. So we're going to need it after that.
Exactly.
I'm afraid I will have to reconnect.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An embryo is navigator
Is anyone talking right now? Wait,
You are.
Just you.
So I had to reconnect. Okay, nice. I was wondering if it's someone talking and I can't hear them because of my internet being shit, or is it nobody talking, literally?
Yeah, that happens to me sometimes too.
Well then, fuck that mic!
Okay, so do you have any citations that the prediction has to be the same thing as the hypothesis?
The thing with your hypothesis, right, it's going to be called an alternative hypothesis, right? And you're going to have a null hypothesis. You're going to manipulate your independent variable to see if it has one of two outcomes. It will cause the effect that you observed, or it won't cause the effect that you observed.
Yes. So in that case, I would be testing if the gyroscope processes or not.
observe if it processes or not. On what? What independent variable are you manipulating?
Are you
I'm
saying the
giving you
gyroscope?
gyroscope.
Are you saying the gyroscope? It's measuring the rotation.
Yeah, if we beg the question. Yeah.
Yeah, but Jedi, I mean, interesting of that apparatus. Is that made for that?
No.
How it's possible that a human being discovered and made some kind of machine what is not made up for something, but in the future will be used for that?
So you're asking if the gyroscope is made to detect the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah.
I know that can be unexpected and kind of go against your view, but in fact, yes, the gyroscope, the first gyroscope, was invented as a method to measure the rotation of the Earth by Foucault. It was his second experiment after the pendulum.
That's beautiful story now.
Not really. It's why the gyroscope was invented.
Pendulum
as an apparatus
was
for experiment.
that focal was attached to the earth.
No, it was attached to the ceiling of the room he was performing that in.
And the room was attached to the earth.
Yes.
Yes. And you had 15 degrees per hour showing that focal pendulum.
Oh fuck, it's getting lagging again. Can
Does
you hear
that
me?
focal pendulum showing 15 degrees per hour rotation?
I'm sorry, but my internet is getting completely shit right now, so...
Okay.
I don't know if I will be able to hold that conversation.
Oh, that's a shame.
I'll try to share another internet for the phone by the cable.
What happens if a gyroscope shows no precession? Broken.
Okay, so I'm here again. My internet kind of lagged. What if gyroscopes show no precession?
Yeah. Is it broken?
That there could be different factors. For example, it could have too much friction. It could be like, for example, spin too slowly to overcome that friction that is stopping it with the rest of the parts. So it won't be enough too fast to detect.
How do you know? How do you know that a gyroscope should or shouldn't display precession?
Because of the law of conservation of momentum. When you spin something or move something, that thing will be trying to maintain the same orientation in 3D space.
Right.
That's the entire point of the gyroscope. So if you spin that gyroscope and give it much momentum and you see it processing the vertex without any physical force acting on it, then it must imply that the ground itself is moving and you're moving in relation to the gyro.
Yeah, that would be affirming the consequent. That would be very fallacious for you to do. Now, let's say in one instance, it appears to process. In another instance, it doesn't. Which one are you going to choose as being your basis of reference?
I would firstly have to have the example of not processing, because I've never seen it.
Never seen a gyroscope not process, even though physics teachers get one out for you in class during lectures and show you how it holds rigidity in space and doesn't process.
Yes, because they do it in for very short period of time, for a single experiment or demonstration.
So just once ever at school then? Or once periodically through class time where they do the part of experiment over and over again and it shows no procession?
The point
because they'll have to do it more than once, right? Talking about school.
My point isn't the number of times they repeat that, but the period of time that gyro is going on.
How long does the gyro have to go along before it displays precession? Sorry.
It's not a sudden, like a border. It's just a gradual change of the position
over time.
Yes.
So 15 degrees an hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So do you think you'd be able to show that in a class? Lecture 1-2 hours long. 15 degrees an hour.
Yes, if it was going that long enough.
Do you think that? Nah, doesn't matter.
But it's not only a measurement that is used for doing that, it also has the practical uses, for example in the gyro compass where it's used for navigation. It's basically used to find the direction of the true north without using magnets. Like the geographic north, not the magnetic one, because the magnetic north and south isn't the exact same thing as the geographic one, because there's the magnetic declination, which is basically the angle of difference between these two, the error that the compass will show the direction instead of the perfect geographic north and south. So the angle between the line of sight to that perfect geographic north and the direction that the compass is pointing to, and that basically becomes higher the higher latitude going to.
You were born for this. Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
But the gyro compass is free of that because it's using a mechanical system that is based on the rotation of the Earth, so it points towards the true north.
Doesn't it have to be aligned with true north to do that in the first place?
No, its point is to find that. I have the time lapse of doing that.
So what? Sorry, I might have missed something. What are you describing as true north? You've described it not as the magnetic pole, which is fine. I understand that. You're talking about a geographical location. So,
yes.
Where is that? Where, say, the Earth rotates upon its axis, and that axis is that point where true north is, or how else would you describe it?
Yes, but it could be also described in different way, so you wouldn't accuse me of that definition being exclusive to the globe, because that's simply the direction where the North Celestial Pole in the sky points to. So
The North Celestial Pole doesn't point to anything. It's not a stationary body in space. It's not directly above a point of the Earth. The ground position of Polaris, if you were to use it truly, it does move around because Polaris moves around.
But the point in the sky that is in the middle of the rotation.
Celestial north, then.
Yes, it's the same thing as the geographic north.
Whoa. No, celestial north moves. It's not a lot, right? But the fact that it moves means that it can't have a true ground position. I think it's about like 2.5 degrees throughout a year. It moves around a point like all of the other stars do, but it's not the point that all stars rotate around. It itself rotates around a point. It's got a very small orbit, quote unquote, though.
So what do you define the celestial north by?
Well, if we're talking about celestial, which is stars, then that point that Polaris rotates around, or Polaris itself, being as everything kind of moves around with that, if you use that. But celestial north is the pole star.
Okay, I disagree with that. My definition of the celestial north is the very perfect center of the rotation, with accounting the orbit for the
rotation
orbit
of the rotation of the sky, the point at which the sky rotates around, whether it be the sky or whether it be the Earth itself.
Yes,
one or the
exactly.
other.
So when you're looking towards that point in the sky, this is the direction of the true north.
So in the sky, then celestial north in the sky, the moves.
Yes, and the celestial coordinates are aligned with the geographic coordinates.
It's a difficult one when you say align with geographic coordinates because all of the stars move. So the geographic coordinates move throughout time, throughout the year, right? So
Yes,
if Polaris itself moves, then its ground position should move. But we've already pointed out that it's a celestial pole, not, and you say ground position of the Earth underneath that celestial dome at any one point in time.
Yes, but as you said, every single star has a ground point on the Earth at given time.
Yes, it does.
So a celestial location in the sky automatically implies a ground location. So I don't see how it compares itself.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to find what your definition was, and I can agree with that definition if we're using that, as you said earlier, navigation and as a reference point. Yeah.
Okay, so the North Pole is the ground position of the North Celestial Pole, which is the center of rotation, the northern center of rotation, because there are two of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't Polaris, because Polaris itself has an orbit, as you said, but it's the perfect point. It isn't marked by any star. It's like the perfect bullseye center of all of that.
Mm-hmm. So where the sky appears to me.
Yes.
So how do we prove that's the Earth doing that?
I already explained that by the entire discussion with past 10 minutes.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I explained my hypothesis in details.
The gyroscope's just moving in alignment with the sky moving, apparently.
Yes.
Which you're saying is because the Earth is moving, but all we're observing a rotation point within the sky. So if it's aligning itself with anything, it's that then.
It's aligning itself with the rotation axis of the Earth. Wait a moment, I want to find a video so it wouldn't be just a discussion about empty words.
A video displaying what?
The gyro compass goes towards the north and faces in that direction. It rotates in that direction.
By the goddess, what ambition! Loyalty.
Okay, so I've got the. It's not a video, it's a GIF of a time lapse of video.
Yeah.
And I posted it in the chat. So it's the gyro compass. It's moving in one direction to face the north. It goes some angle past that north because it has some angular momentum. So it has to slow itself down, but then it comes back and goes back towards the north again and faces it.
Do you remember earlier where I asked you if you have to correlate the compass or know where true north is earlier? Do you remember that bit?
Yes.
Do you have to take into account any gyro errors, for example?
I'm not sure about that, but I don't think so.
Okay. So if, for example, you were to get an error within your gyroscope reading, you would have to subtract and recalculate for where the true north is through your description earlier. There is a true north and it needs to point to it. So you need to know where that is first. And then when it reads an error, you have to correct for that error because you need to know where it is first. This is what I asked you earlier, if you need to correlate it with anything. You need to know what true north is, whatever you define that as. And then if it doesn't read that, you need to subtract for that.
If the mechanism of the correction was like what you described, then I don't think it works like that, because in that case the entire gyroscope would be pointless in the first place, because you would know what's the true north. So you would basically have that knowledge already, but you would use a device that is supposed to find that, but finds that with words accurate.
How would you know what it's supposed to find if it just finds an area somewhere?
Because that's the purpose.
Well, yeah, but...
So if you already know the direction of the true north in the first place, would it be the point of having a gyro compass?
Well, because it points in that general area, and then you have to correct for that when it doesn't, because you already know where it is. Kind of.
So
You're trying to
would
find
it be the point of using that in the first place? If you
mate, I don't know. I just brought this up. It's called a gyro. It's called a gyro error, and it's named when when the gyro course or bearing is higher than the true course or bearing. It's kind of interesting. So kind of.
So one guy is asking in the text chat if they are using motors to control this, and they are not. The only motor is the one that is accelerating the wheel of the gyroscope, so it can establish the direction in the first place, the momentum, and the gyros in the planes need to be calibrated even when flying. Yet the interesting thing is that because gyros point towards the constant direction in space, but the
Not
Earth
constant.
is curved.
Well, yeah, not horizontal. Sorry, yeah, it is.
Yeah, but the Earth is curved, so when the airplane is going in that arc, even though that the gyroscope maintains its direction, is the plane itself that would change that orientation. So it would cause an error. A gyroscope, the artificial horizon indicator in the airplane would show that it's an error, like if airplane was in a wrong course, but in reality it's just an error caused by the airplane itself changing its orientation. So because of that, these things in the airplanes have to have a pendulum that finds the direction of the gravity, so it can correct the gyro all the time, so it can point at the horizontal direction, even if the airplane goes in an arc around the Earth. So I don't know why that would be the case if the Earth was flat. That's an information that is free to search.
If the Earth was... What don't you understand if the Earth was flat with regards to this rigidity in space and it facing towards a point with its deflection? What do you mean?
Well, because if the Earth was flat, then the horizontal for every location would be the same. So if you once calibrate the gyro for the horizontal, then even if you go very far away, that direction will be still maintained, and it wouldn't have to be corrected. But I have the diagrams, the plans of the construction of these gyroscopes that show that they have the pendulum to correct it.
Wait, but one sec. You're claiming that the need for correction, right, is due to the change in horizontal.
Yes.
You don't know that to be the case. It could be something else that is causing the error. You just simply need to just recorrect back to the same parallel horizontal, right?
So, for example, what? I don't know any other variable that could change the
turbulence.
Error.
Turbulence, heat, you know, something like that. Electrostatic things. I don't know. You're the one claiming that it can't be anything else, right? Than the constant change in horizontal due to Earth being spherical, and the plane's trajectory being an arc.
Yeah. So
you've ruled out all other variables, right? You've ruled out everything else possible. You could
okay,
conceive.
So in cases of explanations like that, I like to go back to the discussion about the very principles of the debating itself, because in that case you really can't make any argument for anything at all, because even when you find the most plausible explanation for something that implies that, then someone can always make up some very very less probable explanation. So nothing can really be proven according to that logic, because always there can be some variable that we haven't discovered yet. And that's why, according to that, we can't
You
really
haven't
know
even
anything.
you haven't even verified your assumed variable. You're just asserting it to be the case.
That's why
It
I'm
could
saying that
only be anything else but that, right?
that's why I'm saying that we can test anything for sure, and we can only
Not all
derive.
variables are known, but it has to be this one variable. Yes.
Yes, we can only draw the best possible explanation from the observations. We can't be
You said
sure of
earlier that
anything.
friction could be a factor.
Who decides what the best possible explanation is anyway, and how?
For example, if that explanation, that presumed cause, is known and testable to cause the same phenomenon on the small scale, the same pattern, that would be a great indicator. For example, a Coriolis effect, where it can be tested on small scale rotating reference frames, let's say.
Or Coriolis, so 2 reference frames.
One reference frame, non-inertial.
No, Embo. You need 2 reference frames for Coriolis effects, so that's not the best possible explanation. You don't even know what it is, so how could you possibly offer it as the best explanation?
I mean, that's kind of how we construct all of the hypotheses in the first place. We already
What
have
hypothesis?
some
What hypothesis?
any hypothesis for anything. We already know some patterns that something can cause anything. So something. So if we want to check if that same thing probably happens in some other case, we would search for these predictions that we already know happen in the same case in different objects. For example, your prediction about the globe Earth, you say that the horizon can be no further away than that geometric limit. You know that because we've already tested that same thing happen on all of other spheres. So the same thing, for example, we already know that on a rotating reference frame is what forces act. So if the Earth was a globe, we would make a hypothesis searching for the same exact forces.
If the forest is dry.
You don't even know what Coriolis effect is, dude.
I know. It's an apparent deviation in non-inertial rotating reference frames.
Yeah, and the thing that's apparently deviating has to be in a non-rotating.
No, all of them are in
Yes,
rotating.
you don't know what it is, dude. This is painful. Not one of you can figure out what it is.
You went through this earlier. You need 2 reference frames, because the reference frames are defined differently. Because one's doing something that the other one isn't. That's moving. One's moving, one's not. As you move on that moving reference frame, rotating underneath things that are traveling in a straight path, because they're not attached to the moving reference frame, they're actually going straight. But as you observe them, they appear to deflect.
That's why they appear to deflect. I just can't comprehend how you still don't understand this.
Not really. The real model of the Coriolis is that these objects are all rotating with the Earth, but they are rotating at different... Yes.
No.
But they are rotating at
because
different velocities.
because I've just defined Coriolis with a reference frame that's not moving. So there's 2 of them. One is and one isn't. And as you move on the one that's moving, things that are not attached to that spinning reference frame that are going in a straight path will appear to deviate from your point of view, moving on the rotating reference frame. So they're actually going straight. So not attached. 2 reference frames. Do you think he understands now, Heretic?
I don't think so. I don't think they can
No.
understand. I've literally never met one of these fools who can figure out what Coriolis is.
Personally, I think I understand that already, but I simply gave up on explaining that because you keep interrupting me all the time. I'm trying to do that.
You just said it only needs one reference frame. You don't understand. Whatever you say, you clearly don't understand.
Is the most liberating of metals. When the time comes to strike,
Yes,
There would
the
be
one
no
reference
apparent
frame is
deviation
enough.
if it's just one reference frame.
Of course, there will be, because consider the fact that the Earth has different circumference at every single latitude because
Okay,
it's
that's a
evolved.
different claim now. Now you're invoking multiple reference frames. You got this one rotating, that one rotating less.
Remember that I'm speaking all the time only about one object, about the Earth. So at the equator it's the widest, so things at the equator we have to be rotating the fastest. But the higher latitude, north or south you go, the slowest the ground will be moving. So if you throw or shoot something from the equator towards the higher latitudes, that ground at higher latitudes will be getting left behind that thing because that thing maintains its angular velocity from the
Great.
equator from which it was
Can you show
thrown.
that? Yeah, can you show that?
On the Earth or in small scale.
Well, you're saying the Earth is the thing that has Coriolis, right?
So, for example, if sniper corrections would be enough.
No.
So what?
How about a drone or a helicopter? Let's see it deviate.
It would have to somehow move, because if it's hovering like over one place, there would be no Coriolis.
An airplane.
For an airplane, it would be better, but I am afraid the airplane moves too slow for it to be significant compared, for example, to a bullet.
Too slow, so one that can travel at the speed of sound, or one that can travel at 500 miles an hour, or one that can travel at Mach 2. What speed do you need to go?
I don't know.
1,047 miles per hour.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, you must navigate your empire through trouble.
If gyroscope always faces north, and we leave the equator in an aeroplane at 90 degrees from wherever north is, facing back north for, say, 5 hours, the Earth would have decreased in speed underneath us the further we go north.
Yes, and that's the point of the real Coriolis. It's not like one object not moving at all, it's them moving at different angular speeds at different latitudes, because the Earth has different width at different latitudes. So things going from the equator to higher latitudes will be, the ground will be getting left behind them because they are maintaining the higher velocity from the equator.
Can you show that?
Okay, so if I was to go west along the equator and the Earth was going from west to east, would west come towards me?
No, there would be no Coriolis at all because you're.
So I have to go north for west to come towards me. So I have to go north for west. I have to go north for west to come towards me. It needs to go away from me, right? If I was to go east along the equator, it wouldn't be going away from me. The spin of the Earth.
Coriolis doesn't happen at all at west-east axis. It only happens if you go at some variations towards the north or south.
So if I was to go northeast.
Yeah.
Okay. And if I was to go east, northeast, which is more east than north.
East, north, east.
Yes.
You're asking what direction would that be?
Yeah. Or Coriolis now, as opposed to west, northwest.
I think it would be the shift would be towards the right, towards the
Okay.
east.
Okay, so can we measure that then? You say
I
just
guess.
north, and any variation of north, but as soon as we go east along the equator, this all stops. West doesn't come to meet me as I fly west. West doesn't start traveling east. The city in the west that I'm traveling to doesn't start coming towards me as if I was to turn around and go east along the equator and go towards the city. The city wouldn't be going away from me, and I would have to go faster to catch it up. Only when I go north or south, or some variance along that, but as soon as I hit going east or west along the equator, this all stops.
Yeah, that's when it matters.
But there is a curved path for an aeroplane going north. The west that is traveling east will start coming towards the airplane. Okay. So sometimes when traveling from the east to the west. So if I was to travel northeast and then to travel, if I was to travel northwest and travel southwest and then travel west to get to my destination, sometimes depending on my variety of angle towards north or south, the Coriolis effect would take effect. But not when I'm traveling true east.
Yes.
Okay, you got a measurement of that. A variation sometimes in flight paths that sometimes go east or west.
I don't think it's claimed to be enough strong in airplanes. It's only more in ballistic trajectories.
So why ballistics are not an aeroplane? That's
To
in the
be
sky
honest, I
for a
have no
lot
idea.
longer. Okay. So when a sniper takes a shot on the equator at a target that is west of him, he doesn't have to worry about the target that's in the west coming towards him and shortening the distance between him and the target. Whereas if he was to turn around, he'd be in ambush and had to face the target in the east, the target in the east would be getting away from the bullet that he shot because we don't have to worry about that. Only when we face north or south.
It's not what it means.
Trying to figure out what he means. Only north or south.
You keep thinking rotation is necessarily Coriolis, and it's not.
Just trying to figure out where this is. The rotation is. He said snipers, projectiles. I'm trying to figure out where it would take effect. He said north or south of the equator, not east or west.
How much deviation, and is it measurable? Is it negligible? Is it just a calculation based on the assumption of rotation? Or is it something that you can demonstrate?
I don't know. I never argued Coriolis.
The best thing I can give you are videos of snipers themselves saying that they account for Coriolis.
Same.
Or video of shooting that with the sniper saying that he accounted for it and demonstrating that it's accurate.
Yeah, I recall a video where they say that there's like a 1.5-inch deviation or something like that over 1,000 yards.
Yes, and he showed the target and the hole from the bullet being missed due to that.
What's the uncertainty of the shot?
No idea.
Yeah, thought so.
What's the targeting system used?
Seem to have lost him.
Oh well, fair enough. Got quite a big room full of people. Some names I do recognise, some names I don't. Been talking about the Coriolis effect and shooting things at distance.
Seems very selective.
What was selective?
When and where and how we observe Coriolis.
Yeah. We observe it in bullets when they face primarily north, where west will go to east. You aim a shot that will be moving from west to east, so you have to account for that. But when you fly from the equator to north, you don't have to take account for that. When you're on the equator and you're taking a shot, you don't have to worry about your target in the west coming to meet you in the east and that distance becoming shorter. And in an aeroplane, you don't have to take into account for the airport in the west coming to you in the east and making that distance shorter. And obviously the reverse. You don't have to worry about those other two things either, the target or the airport moving away from the airplane coming towards it or the bullet coming towards it from the west. Just sometimes. Maybe. I don't know what to tell you guys. Definitely not proof that the Earth is a ball in this emotion. Definitely not that. Has anyone got any proof that the Earth is a ball in motion? I see Newt has joined us. Cyclone's in the house. There's a load of people in here this evening.
Any globe proof in the chat?
No. No, definitely not.
Somehow I knew it would come to this. Well, is there any red herrings in the chat at least? Any obfuscations, derailments, strawmanning? Anybody want to declare victory?
Well, it may seem like that it sounds very defeated in here. It may be that there is no spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying through never spinning void of darkness. Perhaps that was a lie.
Surely someone in here wants to say something wrong, change the subject, and then declare victory, right?
Where's the edge? So you flat Earth model, yeah? So you flat Earth model, you don't know how the sun works, so yeah, the Earth is the ball.
My mana is gone.
Earlier I heard from a guy that if it's not rotating, it'll be practically the same as if it is, so...
Oh,
no
yeah.
Coriolis?
Can you still remember the one... Oh, sorry.
Well, because if it's not rotating, there's certainly going to be no Coriolis effect. But he's saying if it is rotating, it's going to be the same as if it's not. So if it is, no Coriolis effect then either, right? Or just select Coriolis, or what is it?
Selective Coriolis, I guess. That's the thing. Yeah, that makes a lot of
It
sense.
is
It's equal to this globe proof. What was it a few days ago? Where the one guy said, the Earth must be a globe because Mount Everest isn't flat. Dude, still one of the best up to this date. Man, this really got me struggling. I couldn't really sleep at night. Just woke up and thought about, dude, that one globe. Mount Everest isn't flat. Yeah, that just shows me the Earth must be a ball, man. I hope you guys remember that.
Well, how about just something that we can observe or experience in reality, in nature, that makes the spinning ball self-evident? Like, what is it that we observe and experience in reality that can directly lead us to, you know, an axiomatic conclusion?
Call it horizontal water. Golly, there is literally nothing, dude. There is no spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, so what should lead to a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball except wrong stories about the sky? Just vain imagination of foolish men. And that's the heliocentric model in a nutshell.
Surely one of the globers have something.
Nah,
Something
man,
you've observed or experienced.
I think most of them are all defeated, man. I think at this point. I mean, if the Earth is truly a sphere, wouldn't it be so easy to just, you know, like a machine gun, pump out the best argument you have, right? But they don't truly know anyways. Or anything, actually. Anyways.
Is there an argument for a globe Earth?
Astronauts.
Astronauts. Okay.
Is that an argument?
That's good.
Sounds like a word to me. What's premise one?
Premise one is that astronauts went to space. Premise two is that they came back from space. And premise three.
Sounds inconclusive.
I mean, the first premise one is false there. What?
Wait, don't we all? Don't we all have first person experience of Earth?
I do.
What? Oh. Gone into space. What's that then?
Yeah, like, what if I just came in here and said I was an astronaut and that I've seen space and that I've seen the Earth as a globe? Like,
I'd be like, what's space then?
Like what would your rebuttal be?
I'd request validation.
Validation?
Can you prove
what
the
if
Earth
I
is
could provide
flat?
it?
You can't prove it, bro. How about you prove the Earth is flat?
He directed that to me, or Heretic.
You're the one making the claim.
What, that the Earth is flat? Well, it looks
Yeah.
like that.
It looks like that then. Have you been
Yeah.
outside of the Earth? Have you
No.
looked at it? Oh,
No.
okay. How can you say that? How can you, I'm not making the claim, retard. So can you justify it?
You don't have to jump in every so often.
How about you justify your claim? I'm not making the claim. I'm not making the claim. How about you justify it? Stop dodging.
Dude, relax, man. Relax.
I'm just going to tell him to be
Ew,
mindful of the
man.
language, otherwise he's going to get removed, and he just got removed anyway. So
It triggered Globy, man. Oh, he must have gone through some of pain in here. That's why he's sounding like that.
It must be tough living on a topographical.
You guys just want to be a part of.
You need to watch your R words, my friend. Seriously, dude. I don't mind you calling me anything like that. That's fine. If
You're
you have
just
to
lonely. And
that one in particular is going to get you removed from the server. So just be mindful. I'm a moderator, and I'm just telling you that.
All right, answer the question now.
Okay, so ask me the question again.
Okay, you claim the Earth is flat. Can you prove it?
Yes, that would be with direct observations and measurements of the surf, primarily waters of the Earth.
Okay, can your sense perception deceive you?
No, I've asked you how you.
Yes or no? Your sense
you would
perception
like
deceive
that.
you?
Measurements of perceptions, bro. How you would like that. You interrupted me as I was about to ask you how you would like that evidence. Would you like it in observation?
You're stuttering, bro. Answer.
Okay.
You're so salty.
Just relax, bro.
Would you like that in a
Hey, stop
direct, would you like that in a direct laser test? Would you like that?
Can your sense perception deceive you? Yes or no?
Do you not look
Can your sense perception deceive you? Yes or no?
Then you'll have to define that term.
You're stuttering.
What do you mean by that?
You said you know the Earth is flat based off direct observation. That's your sense perception. Can your sense perception deceive you? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Measurements, bro. Oh, yes? Was that a yes?
If you want, what do you mean by that?
You're still stuttering.
Just be aware.
Yes or no?
Just be aware that any standards you lay down will be held against you.
Yes or no, buddy? Spit it out.
I want you to define what you mean.
Sense perception, when you're talking about observation, sense data is what you can perceive in the concrete.
You talk into your microphone and not around.
Yes or no? Hurry it up.
Can you talk into your microphone and not through your armpit? Can you define
My
to me?
microphone is broken, slow boy.
Okay, so can you define to me what your logic? What sense perception?
I mean, you're cutting out for me too.
Okay, so what sense perception? What's that?
Sense perception is just going to be some synthetic truths. It's going to refer to some synthetic truths.
Okay, so now you just what?
Do you know the difference between analytic and synthetic truths?
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by
yes or no? Stop stuttering. Yes or no?
I'm still trying to figure out what you mean by sense perception, and now you keep asking me questions. So I'm not answering them. I want to know what you mean by sense perception.
I already told you.
So explain it again. You were muffled earlier.
Yeah, sense perception is just going to refer to a set of synthetic truths. Can you tell me the difference?
Synthetic truth.
Can you tell me the difference?
Synthetic truths, dude.
What's
Where are you sleeping, man?
Philosophy 101. What's the synthetic truth?
It's a truth that's true in virtue of the way the world is.
The way the world was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're saying that the way you can justify your knowledge of the Earth being flat is through observation, which is sense perception, then the question is just going to be how that content, that sense content, can enter into justification on its own if it's going to be recursing back to some synthetic truths.
Look,
Next, he's going to tell you live in a matrix, dude.
Answer the question. Can you repeat what I said, buddy?
Yeah, I understand what you said.
Okay, then repeat it and demonstrate you understand it.
When we do anything, right, we're going to be looking at it. And then to verify what we are looking at is true or not, we're going to measure it or verify it in some way, right?
No, it's not true. We can have rational
what
truths.
you're saying.
No, things can be true just by thinking about them, buddy.
Friend.
We don't need to measure it. It can be true just by thinking about it.
We don't need to measure it.
That's not going to be a criteria for it to be true. What you're saying is wrong.
If it's a claim about a measurement, it is.
No, you're saying a criteria. You're saying a criteria for it to be true is that we can measure it. That's not the case because we can have things that are true. We can have things that are true just in our thoughts.
It can, if the criteria is with regards to a measurement, it fucking can. What are you talking about?
Why would that be?
Criteria is the measurement.
I'm sorry, you're saying that criteria is necessary then, right?
Well, yeah, when making.
Yes or no?
Dude, I'm trying to have a conversation with you. You don't have to be a patronising cunt. It's quite simple.
You just keep stuttering. Answer the question.
It's just about fucking talk.
Answer the question. Again, you said that your belief that the Earth is flat is justified in
Yeah, through observation and measurement. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna unmute you in a moment, Rev, but this is how it's gonna go down.
You're going to lose the snooty entitled attitude, and you're going to allow FE Jedi to respond longer than 5 seconds, okay? Fuck me.
I mean, I'm just a listener, but it might help if he stops going, oh, at every sentence.
You wouldn't talk to me like this in real life, old man. Talking to you, T-Dub.
Projection.
I'm
Oh,
talking to you,
salty
T-Dub.
kid. Hey, salty kid. Just
so
be
again,
quiet, okay? Hey,
be
salty
quiet,
kid,
you
be
sir.
quiet.
I will slap the shit out of you.
So again, you said
Alright,
that
so
it's
the
justified.
criteria
Are you wanting to have a conversation, or do you concede?
Yeah,
It's your turn to listen,
Okay,
hotshot.
great. So yeah, that's fine. So you said that the belief that your belief that the Earth is flat is justified in virtue of your observation, which is sense
and
data.
measurement.
So can you let me finish? So if sense data is characterized as being non-inferential, it's just some immediate content that's presenting itself to you, then the question is going to be, in principle, how could that sort of content enter into justification if not related to concepts? Go ahead.
I was with you for your first fucking 5 seconds, and you
Okay,
just
so
put
is something
a whole load
distorting
of
your
word
rational
salad.
faculties?
Just more word salad.
Is something distorting your rational faculties?
No, nothing.
Oh,
apart
okay,
from
then what is the issue? Why can't you track the conversation?
You just seem to be spouting.
Hold on. I thought you
Why
couldn't trust your. I thought you couldn't trust your faculties, Rev. Which one is it?
I said you can't trust your sense data, not your
Okay.
rational
Well, do
faculties.
you look both? Yeah. Do you look both ways when you cross the street, hotshot?
Why is everything round except for the Earth, huh?
Yeah. Relax.
The Earth.
Hey, Rev. Do you look both ways when you cross the street?
Hey, I'm not talking to you, slow boy. I'm talking to the other person.
Well, do you or don't you look both ways when you cross the street?
I'm not talking to you, slow boy.
Well, okay, so everyone else now sees that your little act runs afoul when people do depend on their senses day to day.
You can't even
And so do you, hotshot. And
you
speaking of not talking like this in real life,
yeah, you wouldn't.
Yeah, you sneak into shadows and pick your nose. I doubt if you do much speaking at all. Maybe through a drive-through microphone.
Yeah,
so again,
you seriously take some of the language
if you have
use.
no
If you're
justification,
gonna get you banned and removed from the server, dude. Let's not talk about what we would do or not do to other members of each other's families. I'll give you that final warning. Mind your language, dude.
All right, Jedi, calm down, buddy. So again, answer the question or concede. Go ahead.
Listen to this guy.
Yeah, the gears are spinning in your fucking head, aren't they?
Yeah, as you realize you look both ways when you
gibberish.
cross the street. Accept that fact, Rev. Yeah, you are confused, Terry Tricks. Why don't you show your intellectual superiority by being patient and waiting in line? Rev's showing his ass right now. Your mic sucks, Uhuru. It's barely existent. No one can hear you, sir. Well, he's not saying much. That's obvious. So, Rev, next time you're crossing the street, recognize the fact that you look both ways, pal.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I was asking Rev, how does he establish a baseline in any system? That's all I wanted to know. Given his flow of logic, I don't think any system that he derives could be of any logic.
Rational insight. Do you know what rational insight is?
Yes. That's
What is
why I
it?
asked the question that I asked.
I don't think you know what it
I
is.
asked you.
You wouldn't ask
I
the
don't
question.
care what you think. I
Okay,
asked
well, you wouldn't ask the question.
for an answer. I didn't ask for your thoughts.
Oh,
or
well,
like
then why
your
are you talking
opinions
to
or feelings.
Then why are
Well,
you
I just
asking
want to
me
know an
questions?
answer.
I do
Because I
have
want an answer. Okay.
Oh, okay. Great. So you don't
So
want to
I do. I asked
Okay.
a question.
So
You
you
answered
want
it
an
with a
answer?
question. Well, you
I
answered my
didn't.
question with a question. Yeah, you did. You asked me if I knew something. That's not. I asked you a question.
Yeah,
I
I'm
said, how do
saying
you
that the answer to
establish
your
a
question
base?
it's just going to be a rational insight. That's it.
Okay. So what is the rational? Explain to me your process of establishing a rational insight. If you don't use a baseline or you don't use observation.
Yeah, it's just going to be like some direct acquaintance relation of the necessity of like some proposition. So if
An
we have, for
acquaintance.
example,
Wait. Slow down. An acquaintance
you're
relation.
not
An
letting me
acquaintance
finish.
relation.
Yeah, do you not know what
I'm trying to unpack it.
you don't know what an acquaintance relation is, slow boy?
What?
Yeah. Again, are you?
Why are you saying I'm a little? What the? Okay. The acquaintance relation.
Rev,
and then the other.
last time warning for you, and then you get fucking booted out if you keep up doing that crap. Okay. Last warning.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care if he calls. It's just strange. It's like, I think he's younger than me by a lot, but okay, an acquaintance relation. An acquaintance relation. Okay, so what? So go ahead and I'm just pretend I'm really stupid.
Boy, by the way.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm really stupid, and you have to explain it. And what is an acquaintance relation then?
Yeah, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. So if we have
Sure.
a proposition that we take to be necessary, like a ball can't be both fully red and fully blue. The understanding and grasping the properties of like redness and blueness and what it is for them to be features of the surface of the ball, and like the presence of one of them to exclude the presence of the other in the necessity of the proposition is what the acquaintance relation is going to be between like the rational insight of the subject, which is us, and the content of our attitude, which would be the proposition in this case. So the idea is that
now all of a sudden he can sense colors.
Right.
What?
Isn't that basically?
No,
yeah.
I never said you could sense colors.
You
Well,
did. Red and blue ball.
It's the logical extension. Well, it's the logical extension because you.
Sensing colors? When did I say we're sensing colors?
Well, you said you could differentiate. You said you couldn't have a red ball or a blue ball. How would you know the difference between the two?
Sensing them, retard?
Well, how would you know the difference between the two, hot
You
shot?
think that knowing something requires perceiving?
How would you know the difference between them, you hypocrite?
Rev, that's an admission of observation, which you stood a test to not 8 minutes ago. You said that observation does not establish a baseline for a system. I heard you say it. Not so many words, or not the same words, excuse me. But you did. That's why I hooked into the chat. I went, wait, what? So, your example requires observance, which requires you to establish the baseline from which you're operating. So all of the words that you use, which I wish I could say you string them together eloquently, I don't think you do. But all of those words I don't think discount the point. I don't want to attack you either. Maybe you are more eloquent than you come off as, and I don't want to discount that. But
no, he doesn't realize his own contradictions.
Maybe so, because it would seem that way, because your system is derived of an observation, but then you're saying that observations do not establish the system whatsoever. It's not done that way. It's done through some other thing that you draw a big circle around a lot of words with and then end up at the same conclusion anyway.
Yeah, so I can explain this. This is an entry-level mistake. So when we're talking about a priori truths or analytic truths, which is what I'm talking about, the idea is that no one's contending that we need sense experience to have an understanding of the concepts associated. In this case, they'd be like the concept of red and the concept of blue. The point is that once we have, I'm not done.
I'm contesting that.
I'm not done. The point is that once we have an acquaintance with those concepts through sense experience, we don't need any further sense experience to determine the truth of them in conjunction with the truth of other types of concepts, which is all we're doing. We're connecting two concepts together and forming a judgment. And we don't need any further sense experience to verify that. So that's just what it means for it to be an analytic truth in this sense. Okay, it's a very entry-level understanding for you.
So how did you establish the baseline for that?
Well, the baseline for what we were talking about, which was rational insights. Yeah,
sure.
So what we're
How do you
talking about
establish?
Yeah, the baseline would be that they're epistemically private, meaning that they'd be non-inferential,
Oh, wow.
they'd be non-propositional, so we're not making any sort of inference. They're also not propositional, they're not representing any propositional content. And they also would refer to some first-person mental state, which would be like an intentional state. So the rational insight itself is non-propositional, but the content of the attitude is propositional because the object would be a necessary proposition. And also the rational insight would be a type of, like I said, a type of acquaintance relation where the relata would be between the necessity of the proposition and the subject. That would be the idea. So it'd be a compounding judgment. Can you repeat everything I just said and demonstrate you have a coherent understanding of it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I could.
Yeah, the word you were looking for was wood, Rev.
Yeah, you didn't.
So
you forgot will.
So you can't.
Yeah.
So you can't because you're
The master has found his limitations.
Yo, old
No,
Hawk,
no. In
let's get
fact,
back to
my
what you are,
knowledge of
man.
language.
You're
No,
old.
You're
Rev.
not talking to me, remember?
Yeah, I
My
am.
knowledge of
'cause you're
language
talking to me.
extends only to the difference of could and would. Thank you.
Oh,
I've been
okay.
defeated.
So you could, but you won't.
Like,
No, that's fine. If you could, but you're
oh
not
my
going
goodness.
to, that means that's a concession, right? 'Cause you can't move the debate proposition
No,
forward.
no,
So that's fine.
you
I'll
haven't
take it, brother.
demonstrated yours. That's why
Yes,
everyone's
I
kind
just
of just
did. I
waiting.
just did. If you were listening, you'd
No, those
understand.
words, the words you put together, didn't demonstrate anything
Wait,
that you
what
think.
words did I put together?
Let's start with the first
Oh,
term.
okay, that's what I thought.
Do you want to start with
You weren't listening.
You want to start with
You
your
weren't listening,
acquaintance?
right?
How
You
you're
weren't
acquainted
listening,
with your
or you just
environment? I was listening. Yeah, acquaintance associations. Yeah. Sociological gibble gobble that allows you to slither out of your non sequitur into a sequitur. It's very strange. You're not answering the question though. It's okay. I leave the question on the table. How do you establish a baseline for any system, Rev?
That's not what I said. I said an acquaintance relation. You're so retarded. The baseline is going to be a rational insight, like I said, and I just explained what that is. You're just a slow boy and you don't understand these entry level concepts in philosophy. You should either read or stop smoking weed or something. It's distorting your brain.
So not objective reality then. Cool, good to know.
What do you mean, not objective reality? Do you have 100% access to objective reality, or do you have only access to a representation?
Here we go. The guy who doesn't know whether or not he's a brain in a jar
I was
is
just gonna ask.
sophisticated.
I was just gonna ask. Do you know the difference? Yeah, I was just gonna ask. Do you know the difference? Straight up, Rev.
The
Yeah,
difference
that's what
between
he's
what?
saying.
The difference between what?
He
Objective
doesn't
reality
even
and
know what he's being asked to
Right.
differentiate between.
I don't know what I don't know what you're
Between
talking
your
about.
brain and a brain in a jar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I can.
Your fantasy land of one semester of uni and reality, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
literally
right,
though.
buddy. Yeah, you're right, buddy.
Okay.
So that's a
But you
concession,
sounded
right?
yeah, you sound exactly like them.
That's fine. Did you ever go to college?
Yeah, indeed. I jumped through all the
what
hoops.
did you major in?
This just
None of
seems
your
like a massive
business.
diversion when asked to
Okay.
prove that the Earth is flat or a globe by fucking.
What'd you major in? What an intellectual
Fucking
question. What'd you major in?
What's your
Yeah.
body fat percentage?
That's the yours, I guarantee you that.
Yeah, what? No.
You
Don't
said
go down
less
like
than mine.
athletic.
You sound fat as hell.
Jesus.
I guarantee you float like a cork.
I guarantee your wife cheats on you. So again, does anyone have
This
Does anyone have
kid is not happy. Oh,
that the Earth is flat?
I'll be your
Is this,
friend.
is this the cope from him now?
Yeah.
I'll be your
These
friend.
are the
No
intellectual
cope,
giants.
Yeah, you're
What the
coping.
fuck?
Right?
It's just, what it is just
No,
a
like
bunch
I'm
of
sorry.
slow
I'm just
boys
it's
that
unfolding.
run
No, no,
amok
no,
this
no, no,
whole
no.
man.
This is actually unfolding
It's
upon
just-
me
it's
that we
just a
have a
bunch of
young,
slow
angry
boys.
person in here, and we probably shouldn't abuse them. Like,
Are
they're
you
put-
projecting? Is that
That's
you?
fine. We can get to the
no,
proof
I
of
am
that.
not.
Oh, okay.
I have empathy for
Okay,
you,
then
given
shut up.
the circumstances.
Sounds like you're projecting, buddy.
I don't care if you have empathy for me. I don't give a flying fuck. You're talking to the wrong
Hey, can
one.
we get back to the
what are you
topic?
gonna do,
What
buddy?
is
What are you
the
gonna
what is
do?
your best proof for
do,
spinning
buddy?
wobbling titted space ball?
You're
Straight
making
up,
it seem
like
like the Earth
no.
is flat. So give
I have
the
no idea what he
justification for
means
the
by
claim.
that.
You have the burden of proof, right?
Can you quote the claim?
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
That's a quote from him.
It's a quote from what's his name, Jedi, earlier when I first came into the
That's
call.
not clay under seal.
That is not a claim. You're saying that's not a claim?
Bro, I love
That's not
this
a
game.
propaganda. Wait, I'm
This
sorry.
is
You're
too
saying that's not a
much.
true
Can you
proposition?
quote the claim? Can you quote the claim directly from clay under seal?
I was
That's what
talking to
we're
Jedi.
about, right? Don't switch it to somebody else in the middle of accusing him of making the claim.
How do you know I was accusing him, retard?
Because you were talking to him, retard. Can you quote his claim?
Wait, how do you know I was talking to him?
Yeah, because you were in a direct exchange with him, retard. Can you quote his
Because
claim?
you interrupted me.
I was in
You
a
interrupted me.
direct-
You
a direct
interrupted.
exchange
Listen, you did this exactly. You
What's his
interrupted me. You did your little spasm with. I don't know what spasm you have, but it seems to be some kind of mental problem. You interrupted me and then accused me of having a position. So stop your spasms and actually try to point out who you're talking to. Okay, be
Okay, so
precise.
The Aryans used to be.
Okay,
now.
so Rev, can you
Look at
Clay
the
under Seal's
Aryans
claim?
now.
Yeah, so Rev, can you quote Clay under Seal's claim?
Talking to you, I'm talking to Jedi. So shut the.
Yeah, no, I don't care. Can you quote Clay under Seal's claim?
I can shove my cock in your daughter's throat.
Wow.
So I guess
Okay,
probably
that's
a no.
disgusting. No, that's gross.
It's like the third time he's done that, man.
It's like family.
So-
I'm gonna ruin your family. I'll hurt your family, bro. You should go hug your mother, Rev. Go hug mom. Okay. Have a cookie, maybe some milk. Relax.
Yeah, he needs some love.
We,
man.
we
some
definitely don't like
tendies, you know, nice
Listen
warm
to this Aryan,
tendies.
bro. Listen to this Aryan.
You claim that he made a claim, but
I
you
never
can't
said he
quote
made the claim.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you said you're claiming blah blah blah. So you claim that Clay made the claim, but you can't quote the claim. So cool claim.
You're retarded.
Good one. Anything else?
Again, I reiterate.
So yeah, Jedi,
go
I
hug
was
your
talking
mother.
to you, right?
Stay in school.
Nice dodge.
No one's dodging, right?
What do you mean no one? Is that how you refer to yourself?
Yeah. Right.
I'm not talking about anyone.
Right.
That's like really reductionist. Like,
Right.
you really think you should be reducing your self-identity to like such a low quotient, girl?
This is so funny, man. Hey, much love to you, Rev. You need some love, dude. Maybe a hug from your mom or dad or whatnot. You know, you sound very upset. I'm sorry for that, dude. I hope you're gonna get better at some point. Much love, man. The conversation with me is over by this point.
An exorcism. Yeah. No.
You sound like a racially impure mongrel. You
Me?
Aryan.
I have beautiful blue eyes and really pale ivory skin. Yeah. Wrong one again. Keep doing that. I'm also clean bald with beautifully cropped, perfect facial hair.
What do you take
and it's
knowledge to
auburn
be?
too.
What do you
Like
take
I'm as
knowledge
bad
to
as
be?
they come.
What do
You
you take
can't
knowledge
get
to
a
be?
worse visual example than me.
That's fine, buddy. What do you take knowledge to be? What do you think knowledge is,
Gnosis.
buddy?
It's gnosis.
What does gnosis refer to conceptually?
I have no idea. I just use the word arbitrarily. Don't
Yeah,
know.
okay. Wait, so it's not referring to a concept?
It's whatever you want it to be, bud.
Well, no, it's your term, right? You're using to refer to
It's my
something.
term.
Well, you're using it.
I believe it's a term.
Oh, okay. So it's referring to a concept that's outside of your stances, then, outside of what you think.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay, then what is
Definitions
that
are
concept?
outside of what I think.
Wait, but you just said you don't know if it's referring
Things
to a
are
concept.
things are defined by what they are.
Yeah, but you just said you don't know if it's referring to a concept.
Well, I'm
Now
sorry
you're
that
saying
you
do
don't know how to define what
but
things
you
are.
just said you don't know if it's referring to a concept. Now you're saying it does.
I didn't say I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I said
so
it is
referring
whatever you
a
want it to
concept.
be.
Wait, no, but it's your usage
According
of the term, right?
to you.
But you're using the term, and you're saying it's referring to a
The
concept.
term is used.
Yeah, but you're using it right now.
Yes, it is used.
Okay, okay. So what concept is it referring to? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I want to dial you in on this whole "I use it, it is used"
Again,
thing
what
now.
concept? What concept is it referring
No,
to?
no, that'll address the point though.
No, answer the question.
Because
stop
your
dodging.
point is
What
that I
concept is it
establish.
referring
Hold on. Your point is
No,
that I
you're dodging.
subjectively. Hold on. No, I'm not.
You're dodging. Yes, you
I'm
are.
going to
Answer the
illustrate
question.
why I'm not dodging right now by using this example to piggyback into the point, which you've made repeatedly, which is that it's subjective, basically, right? But when you said it's your term, you're using it for this definition. This is why, right? I want to dial in on that. It's not my term.
No,
It's
you
a
said it's
term.
a term. You said
So we
it's
can
a
look
term.
up the definition of this term. We can
Yeah,
all do
that's
this. Do
fine.
you know
No,
why?
that's
Wait,
fine. That's
Let's
not
dial in on
necessary.
why we can do that. Wait, Rev.
Buddy,
Wait,
that has nothing to do with the
Rev. Hold on. Why can we do that? Why can I look up what that is? It's not my word. It has a definition. I want you to actually answer this philosophically without getting angry. I don't know if you can, but why does it have a definition at all? Why does taco have a why does no, really? Why? So why does gnosis have a definition? Why would we have a common understanding in any conceptual reality of yours of
I'm
the word?
answering your question. I'm trying to answer
Sure.
because it's propositional. It's referring to some concept that's stance independent. Now, all I'm asking you, whether you say it's your term or just a term that's stance independent, referring to a concept that's outside of your mind or outside of your stances.
Well,
I'm asking you to
definitely
explain
definitely the
concept.
latter.
I'm asking you to
Definitely.
explain I'm asking you to explain the concept, and you can't do it.
No, I can explain the concept. I can also just define the word.
The definition,
Is that what you want me to do?
is going to be the definition is going to be referring to a concept, right?
Well, no, the definition is observational. I'll be. My phone is ringing. I'll be right back. Oh well, he couldn't even hold his pants for a friggin' phone call. Wasn't that long? Did he want me to define gnosis? I mean, it's whatever. Deeper wisdom. Jesus.
Anybody less insane than that to talk to?
Yeah. I don't know what he wanted me to say either. Like, he's like, well, what is your concept? It's a concept. Okay, well, then the definition's there and we can all access it. Can you spell? I don't know what we're even debating. I just wanted to know how he establishes that we would even have a common understanding of that term. Because under his reality, we wouldn't. We never could. We could not, because we would not observe the same things. Therefore, it doesn't mean anything, which is what he'd have to say. He would have to say that doesn't mean anything, which is incoherent. Like when he said, I'm agnostic on whether or not the Earth is a ball. You're agnostic on that? Okay. You agnostic on gravity too? Sure. Yeah. I'll remain agnostic moving on the subject of gravity when I jump off a skyscraper. That'll help.
He's just how should I say it? He just has empty hands. So there's nothing he can bring to the table. That's why he needed to act the way he acted. That's all. When you have nothing to say, you're gonna do exactly what he did.
It was a lot of sophistry. Sophistry.
Should I tell you the truth about him? The truth about him is a very defeated glober who now needs to lie to himself to keep his illusions of a spinning ball. That's why he acted this hateful.
Well, I mean, I don't think he has any baseline for observing a system. That's all. Sounds to me like he was making his... well, whatever. Fine.
He has no baseline, obvious.
Yeah.
deeply sad that people are so full of hate. I mean, the things he said, ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna do something to anyone's family, any of that. It's like, you're something wrong with you. You're on the internet, bro. Relax. Like, there's some people on here with some dark pasts. You know, you shouldn't bring things like that up. Some people have been in gangs. Some people have, like, you should just chill. Just stop.
I've
Time.
been in a gang actually.
Right.
I've been in a gang.
Some people have actually been at the other hand of violence. Some people have, like, just stop. Just stop. It's not supposed to. You're supposed to. This is supposed to be a level playing field for everyone. You're not supposed to do
Yeah,
that.
for
It's
real.
ridiculous.
My friend is from B9. He's really dangerous.
Right. Yeah. And it's like, you're talking some crazy shit to people that, like, just stop. Just stop. Just stop it.
Stop, bro.
Yeah. Just don't even. You're not from that. You're acting all ridiculous. Just chill.
Oh, who are you, flat earther?
Yeah, let's get back on track. Okay.
I have no. Listen. Here's my thing. Okay. Here's my thing. I have no problem with the flat Earth movement, unlike everyone in the world. I just don't. Do you want to know why? I genuinely don't. In my heart of hearts, I've never had an issue. I've never come on here to sit in the flat Earth and say, "Oh, look at the flatters, look at the."
Yeah, dude, I think you've got some major plot holes here, okay? No one has a problem with flat earthers, but a group of people who are anti-flat earth. The regular rank and file globalists have baked in explanations on how to deal with disagreements. The heliocentric model, the experts in the heliocentric model have baked in things that are used to explain flat earth on the globe. They have this already. And Michio Kaku did a full TED talk on this, on Big Think. Sorry, Big Think. He went on Big Think and explained this is how you explain flat earthers. See, the issue is the anti-flat earther, the anti-flat earth globalists, they can't handle disagreement. To them, disagreement is some kind of moral failing. So they come at flat earth as it's some sort of destructive or harmful to humanity, which you'll hear them say. You'll hear them say that flat earthers are responsible for misinformation. They're responsible for X, Y, and Z. At the same time, they tell you flat earth is nothing but a bunch of kooks online who don't matter. So they're inside a contradictory worldview. They seem like they're important, like this is a big group of people, but really they're not. Okay, all these people they're the atheists of 2016 who got trounced by the theists. They got so wrecked that they're completely defeated. The atheists basically got ran off the internet. So they try to stay relevant and they picked a fight with Flat Earth, thinking they could get a quick win against people they thought were deeply theistic. What they failed to realize is that Flat Earthers are generally kind of spiritual. They don't really dive into one religion or another. They got general working knowledge of the supernatural, whatever. The deeply theistic position was the globe, the heliocentric model. So they contradicted again. Even as the atheists tried to stay relevant, they contradicted on their way out the door. And that's the only people still in this debate. The only ones who are still like, oh, flat earthers need to be silenced, because they're trying to get a seat back at the big boy table, and they just can't do it because they keep having all these problems, all these Me Too movement cleaned out a lot of the atheist speakers. David Silverman, all the scandals about him embezzling money and harassing women. So you really, all it is you've got a bunch of atheists who are saying we might be bad, okay? The atheists coming out and saying we're some very destructive, harmful people, but the flat earthers are worse. That's really all they got. That's their only talking point. So when you see somebody try to play a shell game on you, where there's smoke, there's fire, take a look at that group. Don't worry about some people who have always been since part of society, since the beginning of time. Flat earthers go all the way back to the very beginning. The first cavemen who walked out the cave and saw the sun move didn't suddenly say, you know what? That's a giant ball of gas in the vacuum of space, and Earth is a ball spinning away from it. So you could have problems, or you might not have problems with whatever group of people you see. It's not indicative to any sort of, once you leave these internet spaces, people don't have any clue what they're talking about. You can see that even the experts in the heliocentric,
Ask two experts in heliocentric, you get two different answers. They can't even agree on what they're supposed to agree on.
This right here is exactly why I never opposed the flat earth. The same thing with the UFO movement in the late 80s and the 90s. So people think that I say this rhetorically. I don't ever, right? Because if you were alive during the UFO period of the late 80s and early 90s, where we all sort of knew there was an elephant in the room, and we knew the government was complicit in aiding and abetting the hiding or the fabrication to it, right? And we kind of all knew this rhetorically. And then we saw things like the Phoenix Lights, mass sightings, things like this, where there's cross correspondence. And then people say, well, that was actually the B2 and all this other stuff. But what did the movement actually do? It actually let us know that Area 51 was real. It actually let us know that they probably have crashed craft. It actually let us know eventually they had to declassify a bunch of stuff that because they were cornered with this public knowledge. You know, so really, when I don't oppose movements that question ever the standing line of thought. I never have, because what usually the worst case scenario, and here's what I tell anybody, is they're just wrong. And okay, but what if they're right? What if they actually are onto something and you're missing it because you dismissed this whole thing? Because a lot of people did that in the 80s and 90s. People did that with JFK's assassination. People did that with the moon landing. People did that with a lot of stuff that they should have looked a little more into, at least into the origins or the funding processes of the bodies that helped do it, the years it was incorporated, the different things our governmental bodies were attempting to do. I've never opposed the counterculture movements because they unearth truth more than they don't. Funny enough, they just do. We look at 100 years of American history, and anytime there's even a far out movement, they get some shit right, and they figure some shit out, and some shit that the government is usually lying about. So, you know, this is where I take a reasonable measure and I say, okay, but this is why you don't sign up on the rhetoric bandwagon for anything. This is why I never have. This is why I also don't oppose these movements. Like, no, what if dude, shut up. What if everything they said is right? Because it's a tangible system. You're going to tell me that's unfeasible? It's not unfeasible. Anyone who says it's unfeasible is stupid. Anyone who says it's a fact, okay, maybe you're going a little far. But if you say it's unfeasible, I think that's worse than saying it's a fact. I do. Because it's definitely a feasible system where they have control of information like that. We know that. That's not even to be. I'm not even here. That's why I don't oppose groups that question that shit. Exactly. Yep. That's it. Never will.
I mean, that sounds like a conspiracy. I don't know.
Right. Oh no. Did you know that multiple humans can coordinate their resources? Oh no. It's like, come on. Yeah, that sounds like a definition of an English word. Yes, it does. I know it does.
Well, you need to buy your stuff from England and then sell it to America.
Whatever. I'm not here to speculate on the way the system works. If it's feasible, we don't have to speculate. That's
yes,
not
the flat earthers. Okay, I think you missed a plot here. I'm not talking about conspiracy theory. No one here is talking about conspiracy theory.
I didn't bring the word up. I don't use conspiracy theory as a word.
The only reason why flat earthers will bring up NASA is to highlight contradictions.
Sure.
Okay, that's the only reason why. Because the thing is, the globalists planted a flag. They said this government institution, this federal executive agency known as NASA, is impeachable. Everything they say is always above board, always correct, and always based in science. You show them reading from the Bible. You show them talking about the directors of NASA talking about they've personally spoken to God. You see them do $5 million drug use investigations. You see them do all these things. You see NASA's SWAT team winning awards. You see NASA's installations are on DoD sites, connected at the hip with the Department of Defense, and that they don't even hide it anymore. They just rolled out. Oh, just call it Space Force from now on. It's not even NASA. NASA's just kind of like the old name. Here's a new name. And then people think that you've got this idea that these federal executive agencies are not in bed with each other. There's no line of demarcation. Every single executive branch agency is in cahoots. By definition, okay? That's not even something up for contention. You know every single one of them are working together. That's what you pay them for. So apparently, you pay taxes because they're supposedly doing something. So look at this comment. With Kelly, like, or Kalam, you didn't know that NASA has a police force and they have a SWAT team, and their SWAT team supposedly goes around the world in the country and wins awards for being the best SWAT team.
Well, really
you didn't know that, but yet you knew somehow that they said the Earth is a globe. That's the point I'm trying to make right there. They tricked you with a shell game. You've got NASA flying around in attack helicopters, combat vehicles, tanks, having missiles, machine guns, armed to the teeth like any other SWAT team. And somehow you, in your mind, you picture everyone working at NASA as some sort of brainiac in a lab coat. That's what they did. They got you to think the reason why it costs $2,000 for a toilet seat is because they're just bad at like shopping or something, not because they're hiding a bunch of black ops.
Well, I can attest to this. A lot of space grade alleged materials made out of something called silicate. Silica is very rare in the Earth's crust, allegedly. So the stuff that we have to make to go into these environments, allegedly, is, or the counter to you. I am genuinely, because I don't believe one or the others. I keep an open mind, bro. But if I'm devil's advocating you, I'd say, well, it's a really rare earth mineral, is rarer than gold, that's only formed by the formation of planets. And then when you go, yeah, the system's out the window, bro, out the window. It's like,
they're pushing the scarcity mentality.
Right. They'll go
scarce,
there, exactly. They'll say it's very scarce, very rare material.
You have to do what we're telling you so you can get what you need. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. And this is why I won't oppose guys that go flat earth, because, like, well, if you're going to question the system, bro, is there anyone here forgetting 1997, the UFO movement? Yeah, half of you guys weren't born yet. I got it. Yeah. Right. Half of the guys in here weren't born yet. 97
was the solution you were seeking. Unobtainium.
Right. Okay. I'm sure there's multiple chemicals or substances into the break. I'm sure. But again, if you guys remember the 97 alien movement, just what it was, how it existed in America, then you know, per its evolution over the last 20 years, that those guys have led to the unearthing of enough truth that it was beyond worth it. Beyond worth it. Because we may have never have known. And if the government had their way, they'd make sure we had never had known. Area 51 was never supposed to be public. This is like beating the deadest horse. It's not like I'm saying something, ooh, revolutionary.
But little airplanes around on a airplane pad. What is that? Your tampon? What are you talking about?
That might what? What did you say? No, but
yeah, they fly little airplanes around on your little landing pad. What are you?
Oh, landing strip tampon. Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? All right, you said landing pad is landing strip. You gotta say landing strip if you're gonna make a vag reference, bro. Come on now. But no, that
was you.
Oh, I thought it was a pun. Never mind. Okay. Well, never mind. Anyway, yeah, I would say the alien movement has unearthed a lot more than it's covered up. They didn't obfuscate. Anyone who says this now is incoherent and stupid. Anyone says the alien movement didn't lead to unearthing of us knowing confirmation of extraterrestrial objects. It's not true. It's the only reason the government ever felt the pressure. It's the only reason we ever learned any of it. It's not true.
Alien just means a foreigner, someone from another land. Doesn't mean the fictional version that people believe is the cartoon version.
I was using basic terms. I was using basic terms. I don't because that term has changed a lot too. They've changed UFO, then UFA, then AEF. Like it's like okay. Aerial extraneous phenomena. Like okay, yeah.
It means foreigner.
Yeah. Well,
what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I know what it generally means in the English language. That's why I used it. It applies.
Hello?
It doesn't exclusively apply, is what you're saying. You're right. I get that.
Yeah, in the fictional sense, when you say that word, people think about what they saw in the movies, and they saw these characters in the movies.
No, I don't mean that.
That's what it means.
No. I mean things that could be light waves. I mean things that could be waves we don't even understand. Yeah, I am extending it to that. I'm not extending things to corporeal vessels made of flesh with organ systems. You don't know that. People who think they know that are fucking stupid.
Wow.
They're projecting their humanoid perception of themselves onto the universe, which isn't. That's also ignorant. Don't pretend that everything's gonna be
Wait,
a humanoid.
wait.
What's
What
up?
are you talking about? I need to
I'm
like. I want to
nothing.
know. So I can comment.
Nothing. Nothing. What do you want
So
to
then
talk about?
what? I want to talk about what did you do today?
What did I do today?
Yeah, like how was your day? Like what'd you do today?
So strange.
No,
That's
good.
That's strange. Oh
Well,
my god.
The
It's a little
timing,
bad
the
that way.
occurrence, everything. Yeah, it's a little strange. It was a good day. I had a good day. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad you had a good day.
Jeez. I was just over personal and also awkwardly placed. So it's like, okay, sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm kind of awkward. I have autism, so like,
Oh.
sue me.
No, my day was good. Thank you.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is round. The Earth is spherical. The Earth is a dome. The Earth doesn't exist.
What if it doesn't? What if we're all plugged into something?
Your mother is the size of the Earth.
No, I like the last
I'm
one
sorry.
better. The Matrix. Very feasible. You don't know it's Mario. Same with Men in Black. Okay. Remember the end of Men in Black? Does anyone remember the last 5 seconds of that movie? No. Hey, is the autistic person still here? They probably do.
When they open the locker, when he opens the locker.
Yes. When they have the belt of Orion contained within the universe, contained within the necklace, contained within around the cat's neck, contained within the world, contained within another marble that is then on the back of a turtle that's contained within another marble that an alien then puts into a bag of marbles.
Calm down, focus.
No, yeah, it's not just playing marbles, but yes, that is the TLDR manufactured. But it deals with the multiverse theory really quickly. That's what it does. It kind of brings you through multiverse real fast. Yeah, because there's like multiple universes into universes into universes. At the end, it's brilliant. Well, it's possible, feasible. We know within physics it's feasible. Well, if it's feasible. Well, it's feasible that we don't understand the expansion. Shh, you asked a question. Right? It's feasible that the universe's infinite expansion is not something we totally understand yet. That's feasible. And it's feasible that misunderstanding is linked to something massive that we cannot perceive. That's also feasible.
Can I have some infinite, put it in a cup and paint it purple?
Okay. So he's some sort of agnostic, super realist or something like.
It's not super real.
All the
It's definitely Gnosticism. It's definitely a combination of Gnosticism and agnosticism. Definitely, my beliefs are definitely a combination of both.
Could just be on the event horizon. What's the certain reality?
The event horizon.
That your math.
You're good at rhetoric. Yeah, the event horizon. Yeah. Right before my first contact. Are we doing movie names? What are we doing here?
No.
First contact.
I quoted a book of a physicist, and then you quoted.
Was made into a movie. Yeah. That quote was made into.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what it is too. Good to know. Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, science fiction is rich with great physics references. Especially the Time Machine by H.G. Wells, the finest sci-fi piece ever written.
You are high as a kite for that.
Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, yeah, what do you read? What's the last book you read?
Last book I read was a combat manual.
Wait, Dropkick, what was it?
Last book I read was a combat manual, but that fucking movie was trash.
Wait. No, the book. The Time Machine by H.G. Wells.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read that.
Not the movie. The movie? What? No. You have to read
garbage.
it, bro. The movie. No. Stop. The book came out in the late 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. 1870. Yeah, it's amazing. The book is fantastic. No, my point is that a modern movie of some old work that's a classic cannot do it justice. That's my point, jackass. It's very obviously my point.
How movies make your point. Okay, that's
no, that's not my argument.
What the fuck?
Jesus,
He didn't even say that.
What the? No. Watch it. Do not watch an 90s or 70s. Don't quote. I think it's 70s. It might be 90s. I have to look now. I'm gonna test myself. Let's see how good my memory is.
I mean, does it even matter? I guess maybe the point is that it does have a good
1895. 1895. Thank you. Give me my $20.
But the reference was indifferent to the date. Like, we're talking about like how you measure level.
How I measure my level? I know it's over 9,000. Well, I know it's over 9,000, so I'm good.
Anyone else?
I don't even know what the fuck you're on about.
RPMs, bro.
Did you know that before the book The Time Machine, the term didn't exist to refer to that type of device? Yeah.
And back then it wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, the term did not exist in the English lexicon yet. H.G. Wells introduced it to the English lexicon in that book as a concept. Oh, where's Mr. Conceptual? He would have loved that. There's a guy here earlier that was all about concepts.
Yeah, not my kind of reading material.
Yeah, no, neither is it mine. I hate sci-fi and fantasy. I hate fiction. I'm right there with you.
I just can't get on board with like anything that tells a story. I usually I read shit that's like educational for me.
Well, it's absolutely nonsense. Usually it's fantasy nonsense. But this book is fantastic. That's why I said to you, I'm like, did you know it introduced the term time machine? Should probably give it a peep.
What if you read that book and then you actually started to see the dogmen out, like in? What if these ideas that it put in your mind? What if they caused you to like sort of have
a dogmatic view? Yeah.
A dogmatic view
Yes.
on the rest of the things that you observe. What would happen then?
Possible. That's all possible. It's very feasible. It's very feasible that controlled history. Oh.
I'm just asking what would happen then.
Your opinion and your mind would be made up until the next thing that influences and changes your perception, just like that book did. Because apparently you're a person that's easy to convince to think other things.
Well, I don't know if you're speaking for me. I was just letting you know it introduced a term to the lexicon. So quite a claim.
Yeah, he seemed to answer a question I didn't ask. You know, like I was like, "What? Why are you so afraid of asking the question?" And then he was like, "Well, there's a question that you may be afraid to ask, and he's not going to answer it." So, go figure.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck is going on right now.
Me neither. Is someone muted? Am I missing something?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm confused with like everything the dude's saying. I don't know if he's really hot. You really stoned? What's going on, bro? You hit that gas.
People are baked.
I'm baked, but I mean, I'm not that gassed out. Sheesh. Sheesh. What a great book, too. I have a first edition copy of that shit, by the way. Very expensive. Yeah.
I do not.
No gas pressure without containment puns.
What?
No gas pressure without containment puns.
So if you guys want to hear something crazy though, you want to hear something crazier. So since you like at Dropkick to piggyback off like academics, the Time Machine was actually published as a master's and PhD level physics study guide. I'm not even kidding to you at all. The papers, the adaptation of his fictitious work into an academic guide is called H.G. Wells's The Time Machine, a reference guide.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. I know, right? And then people get mad. I think it's because like the name. What is it? What do they say? Eloi is the Hebrew plural for Elohim. Right. But he was just like a British guy. But that means the Jews. Like you'll get that out of there too. It's like yeah. But it's actually a great book. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Shit.
I mean, that's cool that everybody's still trying to figure out unified field theory.
No, what? No. Ah! All right. Sorry about that. All right. Who tagged me? Writing a highline? Yeah. Yeah. Starship Troopers and shit. What was the other book? I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. There was another book I read. Oh fuck. I would have to look at his books. I know I read Starship Troopers. Was it it was time I think it was Time Enough for Love. Because I dated a Starbucks barista. Sorry, my early 20s. So yeah, actually I do, and yeah, he saw. I'm not big into fantasy or sci-fi, but yeah, I'm familiar. I am familiar. This is a long time ago now, though. I'm in my early 30s now, mid 30s. So
And so it was much more than the copy.
all you zombies. What happened? What'd you say?
It was much more than the sticks and the shadows, wasn't it?
The sticks and the shadows. All the world's a stage. Yeah, that. Sorry, hold on.
Black Swan.
Okay. Yeah, I think one of I think one of my favorite. If I was to think of a favorite, I'm trying to think. Favorite fiction. Probably my favorite fiction author is what I'm trying to think of. My favorite fiction author.
There are no white swans. That's why it's irony.
I'm trying to. I guess John Grisham. Like, because fiction. Yeah, because fiction is so weak, and fantasy is so weak. So like, I guess you could say Harry Potter for elementary fantasy reading when you're young.
No, there'd be real implications.
But
what would you be thinking that a true crime story would be about fiction? You think it's pure fiction?
No. Well, half of Grisham's works were 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 fictitious stories. Some were inspired by events that he had experienced as an attorney, and some were inspired by direct events. So it's a combination.
Precisely.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, I like Grisham. I like Grisham for that because he does the theatrics. As far as fiction goes, he does the theatrics when it's necessary, just enough to hook you, just enough. And then he has real details from cases that he'll bring in as little details in like his forensic breakdown of what's occurring. Like I like that. I like the style. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good. That's some good fiction, I guess. It's like that's decent. That's good fiction.
Kind of predates him.
Yeah. Yes. Does. But sure. Same vein Well, fiction legal thriller is my fiction go-to, I guess. I can't think of a fiction go-to I have outside of that. It's like that fiction, like action fiction, not reading it. Special agents and shit, nah. Fuck, escape fiction, like any of these things. They're breaking out. They're taking back the power. They're fighting the war. I can't.
News articles, like I
Yeah.
Like walk by a gas station. And
Yeah.
Oh, here's a news article from today, and I'm like, holy shit! What
Yeah.
year am I living in? This
That's better.
is
Right.
dystopian.
That's better than fiction.
Dystopian. I'm living in a dystopian society.
Well, a lot
Where
of it is
they have
better than well, a lot of no, but a lot of the news.
They all think that they're standing on the shoulders of giants, and they think they're flying. Just forgetting what got them.
I don't know if my thoughts go that deep when I walk past a newspaper, but
There's a large lack of respect. You know, it usually goes down to respect.
okay.
And I think it's the most liberating. Respect a lot. And I have an obligation to tell the truth. And some seem to don't have an obligation to do such. Like you.
Yeah, sure.
So that's really the argument that's going on. I have
Yeah.
an actual obligation, you don't.
Right. That's an
Like,
argument.
you can lie to yourself.
Yes. Yes, yes. You've broken me down now. The walls are closing in.
Maybe not so much, but
No, they are, trust me. It's bad. No, it's bad. It's very bad. Yeah, it's bad. Help. Help. I need a cigarette.
No, I think we're on the same team, and it's okay.
That's
Bro,
good. I'm glad that you think
we're just
that.
going through this shit.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us.
Probably not.
So I figure we just make two different towns.
That's some sort of sense.
But we have to actually equally divide the two towns. We can't have one town always attacking the other town because it's full of Jewish people. Wait a minute.
Pennies to the dollar. Because ultimately, that land is very valuable.
What land?
There's a lot of
What land are you describing there?
The one that's leveled.
What's that? China?
On the banks of
on the banks of Mississippi. Come on, dumb it down for me, comrade.
I don't know. Are you a fish monkey? Where is this going?
Sometimes it depends on how much you pay me.
Okay, this is a troll. Peace.
Take care.
It's like that Henny just hit them all at once or something. That was weird. Came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good argument.
My boy was off there, Henny.
And I'm the bad guy.
An emperor strikes without hesitation. Complex agitation is converged to a single power.
It might be the worms taking over the brain.
Withstand the siege.
Well, I do empathize with Reiki.
By the goddess.
And also really concerned FEB
Even the grandest designs can be
about
dispelled.
the scientific evidence for flat Earth.
The what? How do you science a what is question?
You don't Geometry isn't subject to the scientific method.
Well, there you go. What are we doing exactly? Or what are we
Well, the
challenging?
real issue comes when Reichi claims that gravity causes a curved line of sight to the horizon.
Who? What is this person saying?
No, this is what it's called, Reichi. That's a curved line to the line of sight to the horizon. A Reichi. It's called a Reichi. The gravity causing a curved line of sight to the horizon. That's called a Reichi. That's what we call it from now on.
Why?
Because that's what you believe.
English?
English? It's very English, yeah.
Awesome. I've never heard that. Can someone type it in the chat?
A curved line of sight to the horizon. Do you
No.
not think that you see Chicago? I look out at Chicago and I see the skyline 46 kilometers away.
I'm just asking you to spell it out in the chat.
It's called a Reichi. Curved line of sight to the horizon. It's caused by gravity.
Bruh.
Type it out. Type it out.
I just don't know, how do I spell that? Reichi? Sounds like a nickname.
Use some Jerry. Use Dingbot. I find it better than Google.
A city right off.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. Rome is the most devious trap. Don't give up yet. Die for the Empire.
What's the best argument for the glove, you think?
Well, that we're all made of star dust, and that actually we're just information on the precipice of the event horizon, and there's a data center at the end of the black hole.
Seems legit. But actually, though, I can play the Glober, but I don't really see an argument worth leaning on.
What argument?
Exactly.
Well, you would just want to prove that you live on the side of a globe card, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Like, why don't you just start there? Why don't you just start at fundamentals? Why do you have to go off into imaginary land?
I just don't think you, as a flat earther, are capable of understanding it, so I don't need to even present anything.
Wow. I don't see you as like somebody who thinks that you can just say that I am something that you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Me. Like, so I can say the same thing about you. So no, I'm just saying, just what is your argument? Just without the insults, the BS, like you being defrauding yourself. You know, you're not gaslighting any of us here. We've all heard it before. Like you're gaslighting yourself.
Well,
so be honest and be true to yourself and present yourself in that way, sir.
I speak for truth and science. Since the Earth is a globe, you're a flat earther. You're clearly wrong.
Dude, no, you don't. No, you are a disgusting vigilante who thinks that they have something to say about their religion, but you weren't given the authority to say any of these condemning words that you come here with. You need to leave. Like you are exposed as a a charlatan? Like you don't belong here. What's your problem, dude?
Well, do you deny science or something? Because
I objectively agree with science.
Okay,
What's your subjective position?
Then you agree that the Earth is a globe. Then science says it's a globe. So.
Well, you don't know what science is.
Well, I'm glad we're
as
agreed.
established, because you're just jumping into some conclusions.
Well, why would I conclude anything other than a globe? It's clearly the fact. It's true.
Clearly, the fact that it is true. Okay, well, how is it so clear to you?
Well, if it wasn't a globe, people would tell me. Do you think I'm just going to be living in a reality?
Yes, people are telling you, hey, you're not standing on the side of a thermodynamics violation. Water ball.
Well, so either everyone's
people are literally telling you that you are wrong. That's
I get that.
You don't
Either
agree with science. People are literally showing you science that you disagree with. Because why? Because you believe in what? What this entity, this God to you, and you have a little.
I don't believe in God, sir. Science.
You worship.
I believe in science.
Like, I'm the little spaceman. Yeah, I'm the spaceman jumping around the little globe. Oh, look, I can draw a more than 180-degree triangle. I'm a special space boy. That's
Where
you.
do you? Yeah. Well, where do you think
you're playing? And I'm just like, hey, we live in objective reality, and you can pretend to do something, or you could actually do it. And what we actually do is we measure levels every single day.
I don't have to do anything.
Every single day. We have a flat Earth measurement every single day. And you can't do anything about it but saying, look, I have a cartoon that you might like.
The experts already proved that I don't have to do anything.
Oh, the experts in cartoons, they did.
And I posted the curved triangle right there in the chat. Where do you think they got the idea from?
Probably from a banana.
No, from the globe Earth. That's how. You have to have a curved triangle.
Not from a banana or an orange or like an apple. Of course, it was from the globe Earth, the paper mache reification.
Correct.
Boy.
Yeah. Well, you said I couldn't have a curved triangle. Well, there you go.
And in the world when you have no mind.
Well, I don't have to have
justify even. You were determined to say that there is no. Well,
do I really need to think that hard about it when all the experts already figured it out? Like they've already figured it out.
What did they figure out? They figured out the globe Earth, right?
Yeah, they figured out it's a globe.
Well, what use are you?
Well, I'm just here telling you because it seems like you forgot. You're like, why are you?
You're telling me there's no use because cosmology's already figured out, right? All of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just waiting until we get there, right?
Well, I just mean flat earthers are clearly stuck in.
One day we'll get there, huh?
Flat earthers are stuck in the past. Yeah. You're stuck in the past. So So
Clearly,
that's why monkeys have a tail, but we don't.
well, humans have iPhones. That's because we have technology.
Look up into the sky, and that's why we don't have tails, but monkeys do have tails, and that's just cosmic mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, humans are different. We evolved. We're better. We have iPhones and the globe technology now. So,
Wow, I bet we do. I
Yeah.
bet we do. It would be cool. I mean, a tail would be totally useful. Like if I had a tail to like hold a coffee cup for me.
Yeah, but you don't
That's
need that. You have like science now. Like you have technology.
I
So
mean, yeah. Like, what do they do? They spread the gametes over the egg sacs in the ocean. The fish, what the fish do, like the monkey fish.
I
With
don't
the
know what you're
tail.
talking about. I just know that since you're a flat earther, you clearly deny science, and science proves it.
No,
You're talking
I
about
clearly
other
do. I find it very fascinating. I love natural science. You seem to objectify sort of immaterialism, this sort of majesty that is life, and you into this materialist, grotesque sort of imperialism, sort of architecture of an idealism, and I find it grotesque, and I disdain you.
Well, you said you love science, so you love the globe, like everyone else
I
does.
absolutely do. You don't. You love pseudoscience. You're a clown.
I love the globe. I love the experts. I love science. So, I mean, I have the winning.
You're the type of clown I don't like. You're a mime, dude. You're a mime. I'm the Joker, dude.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell me. You're clearly a conspiracy theorist, and I'm clearly the science reporter. It's a globe, dude. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Conspiracy theorist? No, I don't. I don't know what happened with JFK or whatever. Like, I don't even know we should be even talking about that. That's weird to me that you would bring that up.
You know how that.
So you brought it up.
Look,
I have nothing to do with any of that sort of discussion. Okay.
well, if you don't know the science and that it's a globe, then you're clearly a conspiracy
What
theorist.
is science and is the globe? You're leaping to some conclusions there, little buddy.
Well, I mean, what do you think science?
Let's look at direct level airplane flight. How about that? Like, let's look at like you fly in an airplane and you fly direct.
Perfect.
I
Yeah,
don't
because
know. You're not trying to aim to Vancouver to get to the other one, Toronto, right?
you wouldn't be able to fly to your.
You're not aiming the whole other direction. You're just flying direct.
Well, I mean, that's
It's not
because that.
moving underneath you.
Yeah. If the Earth was
You're
flat, you'd
not
have to.
like aiming for another direction. There's no Coriolis, right?
Yeah, there is.
Uh-oh.
That's how we have hurricanes. Yeah.
Wait, what? No.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Before you go into that, because that is so hilarious. We're just in an airplane. We're doing direct level flight. Okay, we're just flying direct. I'm flying to Toronto. Right. I'm not aiming for Vancouver for it to rotate around. I'm just actually gonna just fly direct and level. Direct level flight. Every single time. Like, name me one flight when you're not flying level.
Well, level just means with the curve of the Earth.
That does not make any sense. Level is a horizontal condition.
Oh.
There's a golden key.
No, level means to the center of the Earth, sir. I mean, this is in the definition.
That makes sense. So level means both curve and horizontal. Do you know what horizontal is?
I mean,
You don't know what level is.
I know that level means with the curvature. Yes.
No, level means with horizontal. It's level.
Well, horizon, yeah. So horizon is also the curve of the Earth. So yeah.
Parallel to the plane that you brought up. Parallel to the horizon.
I didn't say parallel. Well, the horizon is the curve.
I'm glad that you brought it up.
Well, if the horizon is the curve of the Earth and it's horizontal, then it's basically the curvizontal because it's the curve of the Earth. Or I don't know how you can't.
So basically, parallel to the plane of the horizon isn't as it is in application in everyday reality.
Not the
Somebody
plane.
called me the conspiracy theorist, and clearly this guy is denying reality. This guy is denying objective reality and then calling me a conspiracy theorist. No, level is
Even though it looks flat, it's still.
spreading into the vertical. I bet you like flat.
Think of ants on a beach ball. Even though it looks flat, it's still curved. You just don't understand because you're a flat earth.
Think about an ant at the abyss of a volcano. Like, okay, Clown World. No, actually,
volcano on a flat earth.
velocity of the outside of that cloth going 1 day would be.
You can't have a.
How much velocity would that be?
If it's a
1,000 miles an hour.
Volcano moves.
Miles an hour. So you think 1,000 miles an hour, you won't feel it because you're just a percent.
That's right. Yeah. Gravity, exactly. Gravity explains why you can't feel it. So.
Exactly.
Do you deny gravity?
Exactly. I thought we were just talking about that.
When the time
so you deny
spin a fidget spinner?
Are you talking about fidget spinners or Wabbity? What is it, Wabbity?
Spinner also.
Wabbity fidget.
Earth's gravity. That you deny.
So, like, you should probably be able to see the Eiffel Tower from Mount Everest without gravitational refraction.
If the Earth was flat, you would be able to see the Eiffel Tower, and since you can't, that means there would be.
Because of gravitational refraction.
Even the grandest designs can be
Well, because of the curve of the Earth. The curve of the curve blocks your view.
You think that you could see even if the Earth was flat, like in just like 4,000 miles, you think you'll see the Eiffel Tower from?
Well, I can see stars. I can see stars.
You can see stars. So
yeah.
Why can't you see the Eiffel Tower is like only like 1,000 feet high?
Oh, if I can see stars that far away,
3,000 miles away.
if I can see stars that far away.
Are you really this retarded? Like honestly.
If
like,
I can.
I have to ask all these globe cards. Like, are you seriously this fucking retarded?
Well, if you let me respond, you just keep talking.
Of course you are.
Oh, you let me respond.
Oops, my bad.
He's on his soapbox over here tonight. He's a flat earther. I don't know why we're listening to this guy. Clearly, it's his globe.
I get one.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what you want to say. Yes, I mean, Earth is a globe. In science, I don't even have to debunk the flat Earth. It's just I don't know why are you even a flat earther, dude?
Science proves that the Earth is flat.
Well, there's people within society who just like to rebel against anything. Let's go against the grain. That's my theory of flat earthers. Is just,
Can we send some Starlink over this guy's house? Can we get the satellites? Can someone donate to? Can we just? Because I think I Am Raw, his satellite connection's a little loose at the moment. Can someone?
No, Elon Musk doesn't support flat Earth.
Nah, he has SpaceX, and that's another reason why they're doing that. So.
Yeah, it's a good flat Earth internet.
Starlink right now.
Competitive, I mean, how to be competitive with 5G, right?
I mean,
why not? Just send a little
how's it
balloons
now?
up. Send little balloons up. make you feel better.
Yeah, people like to disagree just for the sake of
Why wouldn't
disagreeing,
you?
and
He
I
already
believe
made
that's
you believe.
why
He already.
flat earthers are their claims.
Yeah, I agree. Flat earthers, I mean, it's basically like opposite day when you're in school, you know? Like you just do the opposite.
Right.
Anything the government says, you just do the
Yeah.
opposite. You don't even like actually
Yeah.
think about it. Like you just do the opposite. So like if they say it's a globe,
I mean, you do have a reason to not trust the government, but
no, you
I
should definitely
mean,
trust them. They have your best
science
interest.
does suggest.
No, that was a free enterprise. What are you talking about? No, you are afraid that when Elon
Let me
Musk
rephrase.
sends
I trust the
the
government,
little
but
thing
they're not completely honest about
They
everything
build roads though. I mean, the schools,
for
roads.
security reasons.
No, it's for the. I mean, they're really.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. But like, they're not disclosing everything they know to the general population for security
Yeah, it's
reasons, right? That's
classified.
obvious.
They don't want people to like, go crazy. They want people to just to kind of live, their lives, and so
Live
they
in
don't
the matrix.
they don't need to know the proof of the globe. They just need to know that it's a globe, and that's it. I mean, just live your life and don't think too much about it. It's not going to change your life anyway.
Right. We went to the moon one time. We lost the technology, and that's what it is.
Well, we're gonna go back soon, Kenshi. So I mean, I don't know why you would doubt that. We're clearly
I don't think
happy.
we're gonna go back to the moon. There's like no
Exactly.
real reason to go back to the moon. We're gonna go try and go to Mars, if anything. Like, why would we spend a bunch of money to go to the moon when we've already done that before? Instead, you could like put those resources towards something more substantial, like Mars.
Well, we actually
Just to
have to
say
go to.
we went to the moon another time.
No, we have to though. Actually, we have to make kind of a we have to touch base there and then go from there to Mars. From my understanding, you have to kind of like bounce off of it just at one point. I have a clip I think long lost. I might have to dig it out. But even Buzz Aldrin admits like you have to sort of.
Oh, I thought you meant like just to go to the moon and then come back.
Oh well, I mean we can definitely do that
That's
too. I
kind of
mean,
pointless.
there's all types of stuff in the future to look forward to. I'm really excited about the future of space.
For
I
sure.
mean,
Yeah.
Right.
we'll eventually be able to put flat earthers on, like some type of space, type of.
On the moon. Yeah. Imagine that.
Well, they're gonna look back and wonder why, since we have the technology to basically go look at the curvature, they're gonna wonder why
Right.
I'm so excited for the future of space.
Yeah, the
You
future
can
is
go to
very exciting
Mars,
for
the
sure.
moon, all that stuff. But when a submarine gets lost in our own ocean, it's the biggest news. We don't know how to get to it. We don't know how to locate it. None of that. We can go to Mars. We can go to the moon. All that. That makes perfect sense.
Well, actually,
Well, not only that, we've also lost airplanes as well.
yeah. See,
Man, that makes so perfect sense.
we know
Those,
more.
those are just like technological like malfunctions. You know, even like technology breaking and like not being able to triangulate certain things.
Okay, well here we go. This is how science.how.works.com. They're basically saying that we, when compared to our knowledge of the space we know and can explore, we actually know more about outer space than the ocean.
Yep.
So I mean that makes more sense why we have lost submarines and not like spaceships because
True.
we just have the best. Space technology is the more important and more
Yeah.
advanced technology. Submarines are kind of old school, and it makes sense why they weren't government affiliated. If it was NASA, I actually think that they would have done a better job with the submarines, but unfortunately they kind of independently did it. I think that's why they failed. That's kind of why the flat earthers failed too, because they're independent. They don't really have like a good back.
There's definitely like some value in like exploring the oceans, but I don't think it's like compared to exploring space and being able to, do space travel. I don't think exploring the oceans are that important when you compare it to like space travel.
What
Well,
it says here.
you're making some strong arguments. I'm back on the glove. I'm going to change my icon. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, you should change. exactly. Exactly.
Sure, yeah, there's no light in the fucking bottom of the ocean.
But it even says here, yes, we explored more of space than the ocean. So, I mean, just, I don't know what, guys. Space is more important than the ocean, folks. I don't know why you
Yeah,
thought that.
forget Earth. We don't need to
I'd
know
agree.
what's here. We need to know what's out there. We need to know if there's aliens.
No, but we're gonna discover like a few more species, right?
It's way more important. No, I'm dead. I mean, why do we have, no, but the flat earthers are just wrong, though. I'm just trying to teach them why, like, space is more important than
Yeah,
the ocean.
you can't. Yeah, you can't prove them wrong by saying that they're wrong. Like,
I mean, is there
try and use some logic.
No,
We're
well,
wrong
they
because you say so, right?
flat earthers aren't. Well, yeah, because it's not a biased channel. What do you think? All right.
My own.
Like 30
Hey,
minutes for
hey, I'm a mod as well, and I'm a heaven earther. Hey, I'm a heaven earther, and I'm a mod.
That was fun though. Not gonna lie.
It's gotta be inclusive.
It's funny when flat earthers conduct experiments and they prove themselves wrong. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
All right, you.
All of the luminaries are heaven centric. They all revolve around certain area of the sky, a center point. So all of the luminaries in cycles revolve around a center point.
What exactly are they, though?
Effect.
What is a luminary?
Effect. Yeah, when you're looking at a Swiss watch, when you're looking at a Swiss watch and you see the hands of the watch, and you look, their gears are moving around a center point, but behind that center point there is something behind the watch, that mechanism that you don't see, right? You still can tell the time.
The answer is no one.
You don't. The same
They don't
answer
know.
as you. The same answer that you have. You don't know exactly. We don't know. We can only observe. That's a claim. That's a claim, but you don't have any evidence for that claim.
Hold on.
No,
Wait.
they're
No, no.
stars.
Wait.
Stars aren't planets.
Roslav, we can't even answer your question. You haven't taken a breath for someone to answer your question, like you. I'm trying to let.
Yeah,
Gemsy
like the
speak,
middle.
but I
The
don't know if
middle
you're-
of my sentence interrupted the beginning of his.
I'm gonna let you speak, though. I'm gonna let you speak, but listen. If you and I go stand shoulder to shoulder at the beach, and we're just staring up at the sky, stargazing. What is it that you could offer me that? Let me ask. What is it that you can offer me other than a regurgitation of the thing we were both raised on? We both understand probably quite well. Can you offer me anything other than that? Oh, come on, just engage.
Oh, without experiment, there's no way in verifying that.
Yeah, well, this guy gets it. I am raw understands, but I want to know if.
And I'm not a flat earther. I'm just saying there's no way to actually verify unless you go out and conduct an experiment.
Making claims though, so he wasn't really making a claim. He's saying what I'm saying. That you and I are both standing shoulder to shoulder at the beach, looking up. Neither of us know. The only thing you can offer me is telling me the same story that we were both raised on. Oh, that's a planet.
Right, but the only difference is that what we're.
Well, it's just like, well, the only thing you can do is now just retell me the story we're both raised on. You and I both do not know what those things are. So Gemsy was right all along. I agree with him. We don't know. No one knows. So if you're asking me, like, well, what do you? Because I don't think you're trying to actually. Because you asked a question, I'm trying to give you an honest answer.
We have limitations.
Hold on one second. For your world, let's make sure one thing is clear. Your world involves mystery as well. You don't have answers to everything. Okay. So if I give you some unknowns, you can't turn around and say, "Oh, that's a problem." Your worldview has unknowns as well. Well, even like the oceans we just read out in my example when I was playing Globy. Hold on. You agreed with me that like the oceans aren't even as explored as outer space. So that would be part of it. Yes, I'm saying that there are you.
The Earth is flat. If you get a ruler and if
between our two different models. I'm asking you a very specific phenomenon
I
that
already
we
gave you the
can
answer.
observe, and
You
you're
don't know
not
why?
giving me an answer.
I don't know. I've already answered it. Jamsy answered it. You don't know either. You can't actually turn around and give me the answer and say, I know what it is. Here's how I know. Here's exactly what it is to
The,
a T. The
the
only thing you can
difference is
argue
that he claimed he does. He said he does know what the luminaries are, but he doesn't. He's just making a claim without evidence.
Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory there, Mr. Glober?
I will answer your question. I don't want to ignore the last guy, so let me just answer what he said. You didn't say I didn't know. You finally said it just now, so I appreciate it. You don't know. Thank you.
Wait,
So
hold on. Jemsy said it very clearly. I also said it probably multiple times. Comfortably, I said it. I don't know. I said it multiple times. Openly. You were just speaking too much to even hear it, right? So I don't have a problem with not knowing what like a star
Yeah,
is, just like you don't know what it is.
that's an adverse reaction to having diarrhea of the mouth, speaking without listening. Yeah, that's what happened.
I mean, Jemsy said it. He said, "You don't know, I don't know." And you're like, "No, I do know." And I was like, "Well, no, Jemsy's right. You don't know, I don't know. The best thing you can offer me is regurgitating a bedtime story. That's a planet. That's a star. If you really think about it, those are just labels." And you said, "Well, we have telescopes." Well, I have a joke that goes, "Telescopes don't whisper in your ear." Because I see the same thing as you. Even when you look through a telescope, that's not giving you the answer of what it is you're looking at.
listen,
So
I don't want, before I get into meta commentary with you, this whole
You don't-
muting me and you talking for 5 minutes isn't going to work well. You're playing bad faith at this point. You're
You're
playing
addressing-
bad faith. Okay,
Bad
you need
faith
to
will
stop.
not address what I'm
Stop
saying.
playing bad faith. You're not going to interrupt me after I just spoke for 2 seconds, and then you're going to end up muting me now. Okay, stop. If you keep muting me, I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to play this fucking game with you.
You can leave. That's fine.
All right,
But
you understand what you're doing, then, right? You're just abusing your power for no reason at all.
bad faith would be not addressing what I'm saying.
You're appealing to your power for muting me to make it seem like you're more correct than I am. It's bad
Because-
faith. It's fucking ridiculous. So
Yeah,
stop.
do you have any evidence to back the claim that you had?
Yeah, he just muted me 2 seconds ago. Yeah, I did.
You're appealing to that, so you could just address what I'm saying. That would be
I'm
good
not
for you.
appealing to it.
There you go.
I'm
So just-
telling you how it is.
Go ahead and address what I'm saying. Bro.
Okay, in regards to meta commentary, which I don't want to play, but I will because you brought it up. This whole idea of who said what, he said, she said, I'm 90% sure you went on some fucking crazy tangent about us sitting next to each other on a fucking beach, looking up at the sky to try and explain. I want straightforward answers. If you would have just said, I don't know, it would have been fine, but you
Say that.
decided to give me some fucking stupid ass tangent / example that
I answered.
I don't know why you would do it, but there it is.
Jen before I did, and that's not stupid because that's reality. You and I in reality, observing reality. You don't have the answers you think you do, dummy. That's the point. It's not stupid. It's reality. You sit here.
Yeah,
and pretend
you're
All you
projecting
have
yourself.
is
Again, you're hitting a miss.
No, I'm
But
not.
he does have some
Not only are you wrong
explanations.
about the meta
He does have some
commentary, but you're
answers.
wrong about what you're trying to talk about. You're trying to appeal to a general consensus. You're saying, well, in some cases I can't explain things, and some cases you can't explain things. So there's nothing wrong with I don't know. That's fine. I'm not trying to bully you over that. I just wanted a specific answer to a specific phenomenon, and what
Gave
as
you
simple as I don't know. I
the
wasn't trying to
answer.
bully you.
Complaining. We gave you the answer, no hesitation. You asked, I already knew the answer right away. It was, I do not know. Jemsy said it before I did. I also said it openly. I don't know, dude. But you were too busy babbling to hear the answer multiple times, and now you have the microphone. You're complaining about, well, you didn't answer it. Yeah, we did, and I don't care about not knowing because you don't know either. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like you do know, because what you're gonna tell me, what you claim is knowledge, is the same thing that I was raised to believe, a story. Okay, so I know you don't have anything other than that. So I'm not gonna
Okay,
feel.
before we get into this whole debate about why it's bad to say I don't know, before I do so, if you're on the same side as your friend over here, please explain to me what the fuck he was talking about when he was mentioning clock and time and all that handles. Just try. Don't have him explain it. I want you to explain it, because apparently in your worldview it's very straightforward. So please explain to me.
That wasn't my point. So.
Oh, what a cop out! Are you coping right now? You trying to cope?
That's the observation that we do from the ground.
Right now. You're
We
coping.
observe that.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it because your buddy over here was really defending you and was pretending as if you gave me a straightforward answer. Okay? He's using this evidence here. I'm asking you right now. Sit there.
You know,
if it was so straightforward, explain to me what the fuck he was talking about.
You know.
That's some different
the
ideas.
Are you trying to cop out? Are you trying to pivot at this moment? I can't hear you. It sounds like you're scared to answer. Just make a fucking point, idiot. I don't care.
You're being silly.
I'm not being silly. I'm being real.
You are being silly.
Again,
You're being
ask
silly.
You're too busy talking.
Yeah, I got you on that one. Then you coping right now, aren't you?
Wow, I'm not able to
You're
give you
saying
the.
that's not my point. You're not talking either. I can tell you're coping inside.
I'm speaking right now. You don't hear me?
Answer me.
Okay, well, how can I give you the answer if you're busy talking?
I'm waiting.
Dude, Gemzy has a different worldview than I do. So that was his point. That's not my point.
I thought he was saying I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't. I just like you don't.
So
he's missing the point. He's missing the point. Listen,
ask
the
him.
observation that we do. Low.
Yeah, it's straightforward. You don't know. He made some other point about.
So
I don't
if it's
even.
so straightforward and you know and I don't, explain to me what it is.
That was his analogy. Why don't we just ask?
Come on, you know you're calming out at this moment, right?
What do you mean?
Hello?
Like you know, I caught you.
Caught me saying words that I didn't even. They weren't even
make sense. Yes, I caught you saying words that don't make any sense.
I didn't say the words. You're asking about Gemzy's words.
You were speaking upon his words as evidence to me being wrong and not listening.
All I said is he doesn't know, just like you don't, just like no one in the panel does. If he made some example about a clock, I missed that because I'm doing some other things, dude. But I did hear him say that he doesn't know. I know you don't know either. Go ahead, Gemzy, dude.
Hello. So the observation that you mentioned from the ground that we do, right? You say we are shoulder to shoulder with that guy, and we're doing the same observation. The luminaries move. That's the observation that we do from the ground. That's the observable phenomena that we do. They move like gears, like a clock, like I was saying. But the answer to what it is the same answer. You don't know, and we don't know. We cannot verify what they are. Do you listen? Do you heard that this time?
I heard it.
We can observe, like I said, the Swiss watch, that you can look at the Swiss watch, right? You can look at the Swiss watch, you see the movement, and you can tell the time based on that movement, right?
Sure.
But what's behind that mechanism, what's behind the mechanism of the watch that you're observing, we cannot verify that, so we don't know. Do you hear it now?
No, I heard it now. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the clarification. So just to move forward in the conversation and progress it, do you think, before we talk about, do you want to lock in that answer? Just say, yes, I don't know.
How many times is it gonna make you feel better if you say it 4 more times or 5, or like how many times do I have to say it before you like finally just goes through your ears and you hear
One
it?
more time.
I've already said it comfortably multiple times that you don't know, I don't know, no one knows. But you
I
like
want you to say, I think I know.
you're gonna keep asking like, so wait, what's the answer? Like how many times do I have to tell you, bro? This is getting old pretty quick. Like, just listen. It seems like you don't like the answer, or you just want to push some agenda. You have rhetoric.
Even though he's not gonna bring any evidence for his claims, he's just gonna say, you guys are wrong, and that's it.
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna.
Here's the issue. Even if we didn't know,
I'm not gonna feel bad about that. So you're not gonna sit here and try to make me feel bad about not knowing, because I know you don't know either, and that's not a big deal at the end of the day. Anything, which isn't my point really. That it's not a big deal.
He's probably making a Twitter clip, guys.
That's fine.
I'm pretty sure I heard this guy's
no, this
on a
is a
Twitter
big deal.
clip.
You cannot just say, I don't know. And
you don't know either. So if you want to rebut this, just go and get the answers of how you know what these things are, because I know you don't know. The best thing you could offer me is regurgitating bedtime stories, as if no one in here has heard those before. In fact, I probably know them better than you. So you don't have anything for me, dude, or anyone really, for that matter. We all have looked into this.
CB, but you saying I don't know is different than you saying I don't know and you don't either.
No, I know we don't. I know you don't.
But
There
those are two different claims.
There are things that man cannot know, will not know. He even said himself there are known
The
knowns.
guy's right. Those are two different claims.
Not really. You agree that there's things that humankind will not know,
What I'm
cannot
trying to
know.
explain to you right now is your first claim of saying I don't know is bad.
It's not a
Is
claim.
it-
You're calling I don't know a claim. That's crazy. Let me just ask you this. Are there things that mankind cannot know?
Yes, there are for sure.
Okay.
But here's an example. Like you
So if
say,
I were to say that, so if we were to address one of those things, and I said, well, I don't know, and you don't know, am I right or wrong about that? Then, if humankind can't know this particular thing, so you disagree with Matthew? There's things that we.
It's really weird how when I say claim, almost as if you're trying to declare something, you're gonna like make fun of me. But I'm pretty sure your whole concept or your whole tactic against me is the idea that you know that I don't know, and you're declaring this as if it's okay to say I don't know.
Well, do you agree with Matthew that there are things that mankind can't know?
Yeah, like it's called epistemology. There's just down just to know, don't you?
All right, so why don't you give me an example of something that nobody?
So like we presuppose our senses. That's number one. Like we cannot actually justify our senses. And I think Darth Dawson says this a lot. The chain of reasoning is flawed because the foundation is flawed.
All right, we get it. You're one of them. Give me an example of something like humankind absolutely cannot know. I get what you're saying.
How about the creation of creation?
Wait, stop. I just told you what it was. Did you not understand it? You
All
want
right,
to explain it to me?
all right. Well, you weren't really specific, but I know what you were saying.
I was so specific. I said we presuppose our senses.
Okay, I'll drag the specificity out of you. So, are you on Discord right now? Yes or no?
I'm sorry. Are you gonna answer my question with another question? Like, do you have a point to make? Are you gonna argue?
I'm just gonna make.
Like,
I'm
where
gonna
were
make.
you lost? Explain to me. I'll explain it to you. It's fine.
I'm definitely not lost because I already know where this is gonna go. Right? I'm gonna take you down this a nice little stroll, and we'll show the whole panel. We'll make sure it's
This
clear.
guy's trolling you so hard, dude. Fuck, man. Just keep him on mute for fuck's sake.
So I'm just confused.
Or is this
like,
all we got?
everything I've said to you, you've either ignored or tried to
No,
play off with
we're
another
not
question.
ignoring. We're definitely not ignoring because we're gonna clarify your last word. We're not gonna just ignore it. We're actually gonna go in with a fine tooth comb. So, are you on Discord right now? Yes or no?
I'm not playing the script, bro. You asked me for an example.
You can just stay muted. That's fine. I'll just go back to watching UFC. That's fine. That's fine by me, dude. So, this is what's funny, guy. He had revealed his hand. There is easy. He's one of those guys he's a 99 percenter.
No, I'm not joking, dude. Straight up, that guy has been making clips on Twitter, man.
Money bags.
He's a brain in a jar. He's a brain in a jar type of guy. When I ask him if is he on Discord, he'd be like, "Well, yeah, maybe. There's a good chance, 99%." Okay, dude. You're 99% sure you're on Discord. That's cool. Good for you.
No way. I see you. You know where you play the
Was that Theodore? What was that, Theodore?
I don't know. Talking shit.
Get closer to your mic.
Fuck you, me. Wait, do I have the wrong mic?
He said, well, your senses are lying to you.
You guys got Matthew muted too?
I don't know.
You're still almost like money bags, bro.
I don't know if it's that, but... And let the chat skanking begin. Let me get the salt shaker.
So good.
Let me get the salt shaker out. Hold on.
I gotta tell you, Sleepy, that was a solid 20 minutes as a Glover. Good job.
I did a better job than your Slav. I made you look bad. I made a better case for the globe than any of you in here for like 20 minutes straight. And I'm it's funny to me because I guarantee there's people in here, Globers, who probably have met me before that were cheering me on. Yes, go, go, go.
Did you hear him though? He goes, "I know my own kind."
Oh, your Slav. Oh, wait. I didn't I thought he was a flat earther when he said that. I was like, oh, you got me. So wait, you thought I was a globe earther that whole time?
Are you bored now?
Oh my god. Wow. Wait a minute. I gotta hear this. Are you telling me you thought I was a glober that whole time?
Do you feel good?
Hold on, wait. We gotta hear the answer to this, dude.
I'm pretty sure I'm the one who pointed out you were a flat earther mob. Why would I do that if I thought you were a flat earther?
All right. Just checking.
Like,
What do
you're
you mean?
actually stupid sometimes.
Whoa. I get it. I'm just asking you to clarify because you did say you're one of, like, I know my kind. So what did you mean by that?
Implying that I know you're not a fucking globe earther, you moron.
Wait. I know my kind. Okay, all right. Fair enough.
Yeah, you want to explain it to you like you were just dumb?
No, I get it. I was just looking for clarification, bro. Relax, bro. Why are you so triggered? Like, why are you mad, bro? Are you mad?
You're using your fucking abusive mod powers.
Oh, let me also use my violins here. Hold on. Golly, you guys are soft as shit, dude. I made a way better case for the globe than you ever could, bro. So why don't you try again? Hop off CB's nuts. Stop worrying about me and my performance and my personality and all these other things. And go and worry about how to argue for the globe, my dude.
Yeah, let me get a mute button too and I can try.
Yaroslav, you the guy that makes the Twitter
You
videos?
need a mute button to talk about the globe Earth instead of talking, because you weren't muted when you were talking about me, dude. So why don't you
Anything else? Anything else? You got that shit on the hug?
Yeah. Take my nuts out of your mouth and go and find some globe food. Come back when you find it. And you can stay muted for now, for all I care. Because you don't have anything for us, dude. You're just triggered. So let us know when my nuts are out of your mouth. Let us know how the salt tastes as well. I'm gonna go back to watching UFC. Loser. Or I can just go back.
You're such a meanie, man.
Huh?
I said you're such a meanie. You need to be nice to these people, man. They got feelings, you know.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot they do have feelings. You're right. Hilarious. Alright. Not gonna lie, it's been a women's fight, so I'm here watching. Shout out to misogyny. Then I had to come here and deal with this woman, your slog. So there's that. Why is it, like, literally, why is it that I just spent 20 minutes with a flat earther which is hilarious. And I'm sitting here making a better case for the globe than any of you. And I'm just talking trash because don't nobody want to speak up. Why is that? This guy's your champion, Warslaw. This woman is female.
I don't know. It's almost like they don't have any empirical direct measurements of anything for the globe. I don't know.
They're just triggered by flat earthers. They can't stop talking about flat earthers. Because flat earthers will talk about the earth, dude. They'll talk about the earth. They'll go outside, test it, measure it, whatever. Globe earthers don't care about that. They only want to react to a flat earther. It's crazy, bro. Y'all don't really move on your own. You react to a flat earther. None of you probably even cared about the earth until a flat earther came along and told you that the earth was flat. And then you got triggered, and now you're all emotionally invested and stuff.
I don't know, the first principle there with the Big Bang, that's a hard pill to swallow, man. Like, that's a lot of shit to fucking just accept. We just popped. Nothing came out of a big concentration of nothing, right? Like whatever.
So do you deny science then? 'Cause-
What science, dude? Fucking, this is a bunch of people standing around contemplating the fucking our existence, man.
Yeah,
How the
but
fuck do they know where the fuck we came from?
well,
I mean, nothing exploded and turned into everything. You don't accept that.
I know, right?
Come
Like,
on.
what the fuck?
They're experts.
What a mind fuck that is, right there, man.
When you think about it and you take everything into account, it sounds like a scam. You know, the scammers tell you a story. You do things. They kind of convince people that they did something, and now they have to, go get the gift cards and pay them just based on a story. Sounds like a scam.
No. This is 2 days in a row now that like I've spoken to someone and they were like they had no concern, not a care in the world to discuss the actual Earth or their case, right? If they believe they're right, they don't actually have the ability to make a case to present it to someone to show them here's what supports my thinking process or whatever, right? They don't have that ability. That's 2 days in a row now that I've come in here and like folks have chosen to focus on me or my personality or my behavior or my performance as opposed to their case, their argument, their evidence. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because they don't have any evidence. They don't have a case. They're just triggered by flat earthers. Y'all have a hate boner for flat earthers. Why are y'all here more than me?
Because I'm more bored than you.
You think I'm gonna go to a flat earth server, get muted, and stick around, and then make my fingers hurt, get myself carpal tunnel, and go and chat skank in the chat complaining away?
Wait, what's
No.
going on?
Yeah, I'm probably not that emotionally invested. So there's that. The irony. So anyway, I'm sitting here bullying you guys, saying you don't have a case, you don't have a case, you don't have a case, you don't have a case. Make a case then, dude. Instead, I'm calling you out because all you do is focus on flat earthers. So what are you gonna do instead? Oh, let's continue to focus on the flat earther, dude. All right, all right, all right. So how about this?
Flat earthers are stupid, dude.
Make a case.
Oh
Go ahead.
shit! Oh my god!
Hold on. Oh, so immediately just start vomiting into the microphone. That's great. How about this? Go ahead and make a case, Yourslav. I'm gonna mute up. If you mention a flat earther or flat earth one time in your case, you'll just get muted. So go ahead and make a case. Leave me out of it. If I ask you what's 2 plus 2, I'm looking for a number. If you say, well, blue and A, B, C, that's not the answer we're looking for. So if you say it's hard to give a case when you're muted, you didn't have a case before. I know you don't have a case, otherwise you would have made one instead of started gobbling on my nutsack. So go ahead and make a case. I'm gonna unmute you. Go. I'm
Oh,
muting you.
unmuted. I actually got to you. You actually look dumb right now. Oh boy. I have no obligation to give you an answer in which you like. Nothing will satisfy you.
Oh my
So
god.
don't even try. I will give you a claim.
Right
can,
off the bat.
Immediately, yeah.
Right off the bat, you're still talking about you. Just like
yeah, you don't
just
have a
you,
case, bro.
just you came out of his mouth. You.
I called it. I called it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't have a case. You can't help but talk about flat earthers, right? It's weird because I was come here every time I come here. My biggest lesson for you for this server is put yourself in the shoes of someone in a courtroom, whatever your role is. Okay, whether you're the lawyer for your client, the Globe, or the jury, or the judge, you can't you can't be like these guys. What he's doing, if he's the representative for his client, if he's the lawyer, instead of making a case for his client of why they're guilty or why whatever, he's going to turn to the other lawyer and say, I don't like him. That man is bad. I don't like him. He's a bad. His performance sucks. Blah, 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 blah. As if that had any bearing on your case. So it went from, let's just take a look at the chat here. It went from, I would make a case, but I can't. I'm muted, to, well, I don't even have to, as soon as he's unmuted. And immediately, oh, well, you. Yeah, you'll just stay muted, dude. We knew you don't have a case. That's why why would we talk to you? You're just going to complain about flat earthers? Like, we haven't heard that part before. Hilarious. So, I'm just going to go ahead and close the chat out. And, yeah, you won't be addressed anymore. So, take care. You don't have anything for us. So, you interrupted the whole flat earth, globe earth, my globe performance. For that? It was such a good performance. And we stopped it for you? Trash. Anyway. Heretic, what else we got?
These are the guys we got.
This is the best? They're sending their best, man. That's crazy.
Is Matthew Learn still in the house? Is Matthew still there? He probably
Yeah,
is, but he never learned.
I didn't stick him on the red mic, so whoever did that, you don't have to ask them.
All right.
Yeah, I'm still here.
So you were going to make a point in this particular debate about not knowing things. What was it going to be?
I only came through about halfway. I was going to give an example, like if we see the phases of the moon, one person could say, well, we all see the phases, but we don't have an explanation. And somebody else could say, oh, I have an explanation. And so those are two different claims. So, but I feel like that we've moved on from that anyway.
Yeah. Well, knowledge claims and explanation claims are not the same. Empiricism, right? And
yeah, that's true.
And guess, like it's a little different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But so I would say that I have an explanation that makes sense to me about what causes the phases of the moon. And if somebody else says, oh, I don't know, somebody says, hey, but I don't know what causes phases of the moon, I'd say, okay, that's fine. But that's different than them telling me that mine doesn't work.
Well, you have an explanation that you like, right?
Right.
Right. But you can't verify your explanation from our position on Earth.
Right.
So the knowledge claim would not apply.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, none of us are going to the moon. So all we can do is sort of like tell stories and have different explanations and see which explanations work best.
Sure. And I believe that was what was going on in that particular conversation.
Okay, got it.
So, could you give me an example, Matthew, of something that you think that like no one could know?
So mathematically, there's an example of the continuum hypothesis, which is like it's unknowable, like logically and mathematically. So there are some things that are in logic like that. Unknowable, like what's at the center of the sun. We could make guesses, but nobody's ever going to find out.
I would say, like, no one could even know what the sun is to begin with. That even to say, like, we don't know what's at the center of the sun is presupposing a whole lot of things. At least that's what I hear. And what I also hear is like that almost is like saying, like, well, we can't possibly know what's at the center of Narnia. Like, well, you know what I'm saying? That's like so deep into the lore. Like, you don't have any of that to begin. You know,
I said center because even globers admit we don't know what the center is of the sun. Okay. Maybe something like this. Maybe if you talk about history, like what caused the fall of the Mayan civilization. I mean, we can have guesses, but really we'll never know. Stuff like that.
For me, there was this quote that I heard like way before I even heard flat Earth. I'm gonna see if I can find it, but it was something along the lines of the greatest mysteries known to man.
We don't know what happened to the Mayans, but we know what happened 13.5
Damn,
billion years
Jeffrey!
ago.
Nigga, damn!
Do we know what happened 13.5 billion years ago, Matthew? Do we know that?
Nobody knows. Some people have guesses. They're probably all wrong.
The globe is ran through. We're days away from the fuck?
English?
Oh, hello, hey, Matthew. Can we talk about how there is no such thing as a circle being drawn on a sphere?
Say that
Think
again. No
maybe
such
we
thing
could
as a
have that
circle drawn
discussion?
on a sphere.
You like geometry, right?
Right. So, like the equator on a sphere would be a circle on a sphere.
If you were to cut the sphere in half, it would be a diameter, right? It wouldn't be a circle, it would be a diameter.
Say more. I guess I'm not
Like
getting what you're saying.
circumference, potato, like a potato, you cut in half and you stamp your little signs up, like the potato stamps.
Okay.
Yeah, but do you not know what a circle is? A circle is a planar figure
Right.
with a single curved line encompassing a single diameter. Right?
Yeah.
You know what that is, right?
Right.
So
Right.
how could that possibly exist on something that isn't a plane?
Well, so a sphere is a three-dimensional thing, and if you draw a circle on a sphere, then it sort of defines the plane, everything that all the points are in.
So you would be drawing a defining plane, like if you were having like maybe the celestial position of a star right above you. And it's like, okay, I'm establishing the stars above me. I have a level plane for about a circle around me, where other people can go look at those.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure what that means, but I posted a picture, 37 past the hour in the side chat. So if you take a plane and intersect it with a sphere, then um, the points of intersection will be a circle, like that red
Okay,
circle or green circle.
so yeah, exactly. So I am at that red circle, like right. I have a celestial, um, navigatable dome around me. I'm looking out directly. I'm going in that direction, and then you're saying that I have to curve at some point.
At all points, but yes.
At every single point, I'm having to curve. You're saying, like I'm walking from literally to the end of the building. I'm curving.
Slightly. I
Tell me
mean,
something.
you wouldn't notice it, but cumulatively you would be.
I mean, noticeably, you would just be walking in a direction basically with like how the building is built. Like the building is going to be built level, direct, like maybe west, east, south, whatever sort of uh, direction that they want, right? So the builders, architects. So that's not so much the question is how would these time, um, the, how would the time coalesce
with you conceiving of having such big building.
Hey, Creation Bear, check your DMs. Creation Bear is Jamesy. Check your DM.
Roger that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I don't understand your question well enough to be able to answer it. You were talking about celestial navigation, maybe?
No, just building. But yeah, I mean that does entail celestial navigation to it, in a sense. You know, with knowing where your position is at and you know, building level.
Well, yeah. If you're just building, you can ignore all that because I don't think you're going to notice any effects from a curve. You know, even if you're making a really big building.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's like a lot of everybody's points, but it's sort of like we all talk past each other, but that's everybody's points. Like, there's no way you're gonna measure such an absurd belief.
That there's no vertebrates, no terrestrial vertebrates 300 million years ago. There's no land animals at all 400 million years ago. There's no vertebrates at all 500 million years ago, and so on. Protists at best are maybe 1 billion years ago, and prior to that,
We're
we
at
have
30
the
seconds.
first microscopic anything's alive would be 3.8 billion years ago, and so there's nothing multicellular for that whole billion years. Wouldn't that be an indication that it happened, since prior to that there's nothing at all?
We are obviously here. That we are here tells us that something happened. What we are trying to discern is how that might have happened. I don't contest that we're here. I don't contest that there were cells. I don't know what you're getting at. That we are here already tells us that this can be done. From immaterial, you get material. I think we all believe that. We all concede to that.
I don't concede to that.
You don't?
You made that way too flowery.
I would say that it can't happen naturally.
Wait, which part?
Non-life becoming life.
I don't think he was talking scientifically there, though. But something happened.
So you're just not allowed to talk about flat Earth, like in the flat Earth thing, and why is that?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of flat earthers discouraged because a lot of people have a lot of beliefs. And it's like everybody wants to go on about their beliefs, and then they go, but they're in a flat earth server.
Who's discouraging it?
What are you on about?
I just think it's relevant to always talk about how there's no such thing as a black swan, and the irony of the black swan is that there are no white swans, and so it's like after 4 years, like I kind of the joke is up. But these believers that still didn't even figure out what the black swan was.
Requesting you pay this area a visit. I wasn't
So
certain whether I should.
That's just flat Earth to me. Like just talking about some flat Earth stuff. We talk about Sean Hawkins going on thing. That's funny.
Long day. Got my eye on you.
Yeah, so it is the thing that you're just not allowed to talk the moment of silence until the Goobers like bring some sort of evidence to the group.
I could bring up some evidence.
Hey Matthew, is it just silent? Is that just me?
It's not just you.
Wait, Matthew, before you say it, I want to guess what you're going to say. Sunsets, right?
I wasn't going to say that, but I think that was too.
Ah, damn it. Go ahead.
He's
I
got
was
the
just gonna
moon
say-
and the sunsets.
Yeah, the moon, the position of the moon seems to work better on a heliocentric model than a flat model.
Was that your big reveal? Like, okay, how so?
So there are times when the sun is directly over one city and at a 30-degree elevation angle at a different city, like the diagram I just posted. I chose 30 on purpose because then it makes a 30, 60, 90 triangle. And if the moon is a physical object that has a position, like it is one spot, and everybody's looking at the same moon, then we would expect it to be smaller from one city to the other city because it's twice as far away.
So this is a conditional statement based on a presupposition that the moon is a physical object.
Right, right. So if assuming
Okay.
the moon is a physical object, it's hard to explain.
And that we only ever.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
On the other hand, if you explain the difference in elevation
The main
angles,
thing for me is I'm trying to rectify the second mean that you sent is the first one, and it's just working out very badly.
you're talking about the two pictures I just posted just now. So the second one is, if the Earth is a globe, then the 90 degrees and 30 degrees is explainable, even if the moon is about the same size, same angular size. So all you can say is, assuming that the moon is real, and that we're all looking at the same moon, and that it follows the law of perspective, then a curved surface to Earth explains what we see better than a flat surface.
But you took an angle from a flat surface, did you not?
So is that?
Yeah, the top one has an angle to a flat
Is
surface.
that why you don't see the other side of the moon?
That's a separate issue.
Shouldn't you see it the other side of the moon? Like if you're from different vantage points?
If it's far away enough, then we would both see the same thing.
Because it would just be like a light bulb like thing.
Yeah, so I wouldn't call this
sorry.
proof. I would call this evidence that the globe explanation seems to make a better explanation than the surface of the Earth being flat.
Matthew, how are you getting angles off of a curved surface there?
On the second one, what you can do is you can drop a plumb bob and then measure the difference between vertical and the line of sight. So it doesn't matter if you can't even see the horizon, or if it's foggy, or if you're on the side of a hill. You just do it that way, and you can ignore all the other stuff. Just just getting angles in the sky is good enough.
A plumb bob and the line of sight.
Right. I mean, because if you start talking about the horizon, then everybody's going to start yelling about that. So that's why I say, just hang a plumb bob and then figure out the line of sight to the moon, and then you can see the difference.
But no matter what, you're taking an angular measurement in relation to the Earth, correct?
No, in relation to the sky. It's a plumb bob, which is straight up and down, and there's something in the sky. So you can ignore the ground altogether. Like I said,
Straight up and down, so perpendicular to horizontal then.
Perpendicular. Well, again, you're trying to bring in the horizon. I'm talking about just the raw.
No, I'm saying perpendicular to horizontal because that's what plumb bobs do. They find perpendicular to horizontal.
They do, but we don't have. All we have to do is say what is the difference between vertical and the angle of this thing in the sky. It's called the.
So we're not talking about the relation of the Earth. We're just talking about the angle of what we see things at.
Yeah, angle of things in the sky. Right. I mean.
Okay.
I say it purposely that way so we don't have to argue about the things on the Earth and finding the right angle and all that.
And so, how does this work better on a globe than a plane?
On a globe.
Since we're not taking curvature into account.
On a globe, it makes sense why the moon would appear about the same size because it's about the same distance. Whereas if the Earth is flat, it doesn't make sense because if you have a 30, 60, 90 triangle, then one city would be twice as far as the other city. Like the two images.
But we don't even. Yeah, we don't even know if the moon is a physical object, right? And we certainly don't know if there's another side to this non-physical object we don't know about.
Well, it certainly looks like a physical object, and when you look through a telescope, that's what it appears to be. So I see no reason to not assume that it is.
But it's just an apparent thing in the sky. We don't know anything about it, right? Could be a hologram.
Sure, if it's a hologram, then all bets are off. You could see two of them in the sky sometimes, or you could see right through it, or you could see it blink out of existence. I mean, it seems to act like a physical object. That's why I'm assuming it's a physical object because it doesn't do those things.
Well, actually, it does. The three things that you mentioned, people make claims and have evidence that those things do happen. So I think we're probably closer to hologram than what you're claiming.
People see two moons at the same time, and they see stars.
Yeah, people have seen two moons. They've seen moon waves. They've seen stars through where the moon is supposed to be as a physical object during its phase. When it's a new moon, no one can detect it with any means of detection whatsoever. Infrared doesn't matter. So it does all kinds of things. Oh, so you can detect the moon at the new moon phase, really?
Yeah, I mean, you need special equipment. You can't see it.
Citation and find it. Do it. Get me that evidence. Do people see the moon in a new moon phase?
That's what I was going to ask him. So name another physical object that disappears for 3 days like the moon does.
Okay, I posted a picture.
You ever notice all your globe troops always in the sky, Matthew? Does that bother you at all?
No. You ever notice that whenever you're wondering if your car is moving or not, you look out the window?
Ooh, good comeback. You guys go ahead.
I mean, it's maybe a better thing would be
Like here you are sitting in a parking lot, whereas here we're driving down the road. You just open the car doors and you're in the parking lot while we're driving 70 miles an hour down the highway. You're gonna sit there and tell me that? You're gonna equivocate that?
no. I'm pointing out that typically
How can you do that in good faith, Matthew? How can you do that in good faith with yourself? Like, remember, you're not gaslighting us, you're gaslighting yourself.
typically, if you're trying to see if your car is moving or not, the first point of reference is going to be looking out the window. Maybe I should say so. Like if you're on a plane, like let's say you're on an airplane in the middle of the night, it's going to be hard to tell how fast.
We can't miss this point. Hold on a second into the break. Matthew, you posted a picture. Good job. You didn't think anybody would read this. At the bottom of that article, new moons generally can't be seen. They cross the sky with the sun during the day, and the moon's shadow side is pointed toward Earth. A new moon is visible only during a solar eclipse, and that's even an affirming the consequent. So the article that you posted says that the moon cannot be seen during a new moon phase. But nice try. And second of all, I don't need to look out the window to know my car is moving. You're a master at the false equivalence and the gaslighting.
Yeah, there's
Thanks for
other
playing.
evidence you could use, but typically looking out the car is the first thing.
So what? And that means what? What's your
I was
point?
just pointing out that it's okay to look at external references to see things about where you are and how fast you are. That's all.
It's not okay if that's the only thing that you use. You actually have to prove that you're moving, right?
So yeah, I mean, you'd have to come up with other ideas for that. So yeah, just looking.
Oh yeah.
But what is more exciting is there's the Black Swan argument on the table. And so when the viewer says, oh, refraction, I ask them, what is it? Distortion, mooning, or mirage? Because that's the step 2 of the argument. Like, it was kind of like being obscured, but like, oh, it's just to derive some thought from them all the while ironically there is no such thing as a white swan to begin with. And the geometry is completely dissolved, and so now we're talking about gravity causes curved line of sight to the horizon.
Listen, Into the Break always makes no sense. Why you guys listen to this guy? Mute him, please. Number one. Number two, fucking Matthew, you were just called out on your fucking show me the new moon, right? You showed some fucking stupid image. The guy told you, listen, you read it for yourself. You fucked up. No, you still haven't provided evidence of the new moon being visible or detected. So please do that. Thank you. Don't obfuscate.
Picture.
Yeah, read what he said. Did he not fucking tell you that they're not detectable? In the same article you posted?
So typically it's invisible to the naked eye.
No, it's not detected by anything, period, not even infrared.
Try again for the full sentence. Typically it's invisible.
Buddy, I heard you already. Post a fucking thing, not some that stupid fucking picture doesn't do shit.
Yeah, so typically the
you don't need to repeat yourself again, my guy. Post fucking evidence, guy, because that what you posted was shit. Thank you.
Yeah, so I will
post it. I don't need you hearing fucking little fucking blah blah blah. It's all bullshit.
4 times. I haven't been able to say the second half of my sentence, and so now I'm giving up and will not answer your question.
It's not. There is no question to answer. I didn't have a fucking question. I said you said you had evidence. You haven't posted this fucking evidence. The guy that was talking with you told you that what you posted was shit. Now, do you have any more evidence?
It's 54 past the hour. Everybody can look and read the article for themselves and come to their own.
So there is no fucking evidence because I've been doing this for a very fucking long time and it never was there a new moon detection. Thank you very much.
You've never read this article.
I don't need to read no fucking article. I know this for myself, buddy. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And guess what? When you look at that picture that you posted, why is there a sliver coming out? That's not the new moon. New moon means when there's not even the first fucking 99% sliver.
That's not.
Why is there a sliver? Why is there a sliver in that stupid picture? That picture's so shit too. I don't need to believe into that nonsense. That's fucking like saying, oh, you show me planets, fucking NASA planets are fucking real. That's the same fucking shit as this image. Thank you very much. Garbage. Again, no evidence.
Wait, it says new moon crescent.
There you go. There's no new moon there. What's up?
I think there is a new moon. I just posted a picture.
That's not the new moon. That's a fucking crescent there, asshole.
I mean, why does it say new moon crescent and you see like the crescent there?
So that would be just after the new moon, right?
So not a moon.
Correct.
No, this is when the moon and the sun have the same ecliptic longitude, and so it's at that moment.
Doesn't sound
So
like
not
a
new moon then.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a new moon then. Oh.
I mean, you're free to redefine what a new moon means. I'm telling you, new moon means that the sun and the moon are the same ecliptic longitude, and that's what's happening.
Isn't this something other than a new moon?
Eclipse. That's a question fallacy.
It's a new moon crescent, though. So is that the same thing as a new moon?
No, it's different because
There you go, dude.
a new moon means that thing. A crescent means you can see a crescent. If it's a solar eclipse, then there is no crescent. But otherwise, there is a slight crescent.
There you go. That's what we're talking about, dude. So that's not the same thing.
So not a new moon then. Oh my god.
It's possible to be a new moon and a crescent.
Incorrect.
Okay. Would you like to redefine the definitions that you're using so that you can say why it's incorrect?
I'm not defining these terms. I've never heard anybody say new moon crescent in my life, except for the first crescent after the full moon, right, Matthew?
Yes, before and after new moon.
Yeah. So the new moon, you can't see it. So they didn't get a picture of the new moon. They got the picture of the first crescent after the new moon. Thanks for playing.
Sounds like flat earthers can't be right syndrome, Matthew. Do you need your medication?
No, I'm just carefully defining what new moon means.
I think we all know what new moon means. It means you can't see the moon.
Nope.
Because it's... What?
It means that the moon and the sun have the same ecliptic longitude. That's what it means.
Bruh.
It's a moment in time. It's like 1 minute in time. It's not like
it's like 3 days, Matthew. It's like 3 days.
No, that's not true either.
It's that 1 minute after it's not a new moon anymore.
Yeah, new moons were like 3 days, dude. What are you talking about?
I'm in Pacific time. The latest new moon was December 12th, 4 days ago at 3:32 p.m. The specific moment in time.
Till when?
It's a moment in time. It's not till when. It's like when something happens.
Oh, wait, do you understand what new moon means, right? You cannot see the moon.
During a few days, like a day and a half before and a day and a half after that one moment in time.
Few days, so not a moment in time.
It is a moment in time.
You literally, in 30 seconds or less, folks. Did you guys catch that? Did y'all catch that?
Let me say it again. There's one moment in time. It was 3:32 4 days ago. The last new moon. That was the moment in time when there was a new moon. For a day and a half before that and a day and a half after that, you can't see it. Depending how good your eyes are.
That's the new moon, ding dong.
No, that's a period of time around the new moon during which you can't see the new moon.
Oh my god! What the
I'm open to a redefinition if you want to redefine
But
what.
what do
new
you
moon
call that period? The gap between.
Hold on, Creation Bear. We need to kind of get some clarification here because Matthew's confused. In the article that he posted, some people, this is the article itself, some people use the term new moon for a thin crescent moon visible in the west after sunset. You always see these little crescents, which set shortly after the sun, a day or two after each month's new moon. Astronomers don't call these little crescents moons new moons. However, in the language of astronomy, this slim crescent is called a young moon. This is a young moon that you showed us.
So the article goes on to say that this picture was taken at the moment of the new moon, the astronomical new moon. I see what you're saying. That some people call a young moon a new moon, so maybe we need to define our terms more precisely. But there is a moment in time where the moon is as small as it's going to be, like the crescent is as small as it's going to be.
So not a new moon, thanks. So what do you call that period when you can't see it?
Up until that moment of time, it's a waning moon, and right after that, it's a waxing moon.
No, I'm
the
talking
end
about
of
like
the end of
Matthew,
the last quarter.
Matthew, the period where you can't see it. What do you call that?
I don't have a name for that. What do you mean? It's a moment.
Wait. How are you accusing us of redefining shit when the definition of you not being able to see the moon, that period is called the new moon, dude? What the hell? You're accusing us of redefining.
He just doesn't want to give it a name.
I don't think that whole period has that. I don't think that whole period is called new moon. I think it's just one moment in time.
What?
You don't do a lot of thinking, my guy.
Yeah. Fits your biases. We've already done this. You think for your biases. You're not objective, dude. That's the thing.
No, I'm just parroting
their biases with your biases. Astronomy definition. Let's look it up.
Yeah, read what you find.
It's the invisible moon.
Well, at the beginning, at the very first, they like to beg the question about all kinds of stuff.
Well, read us what you're saying. I mean, I'm willing to change my definition.
Well, it's talking about phases and stuff.
Wow.
The new moon is invisible from the Earth because it is when the moon is in between the Earth and the sun, begging the question. When this happens, the side of the moon we see is the side that is not illuminated by the sun. Therefore, we cannot see it. But you probably won't change your point of view just because of that, right, Matthew?
I do see what you're saying, that there's a colloquial definition of new moon and an astronomical definition. So astronomers say that there's one moment in time where the moon passes that point. But I see what you're saying. If you're just looking in the sky, there's a day and a half or 3 days or whatever where you can't see it. If you want to call that whole period new moon, I guess that you'd be in good company.
Here's the part where it's talking about that bullshit with the ecliptic longitude. The new moon is the first lunar phase occurring when both the sun and the moon have the same ecliptic longitude. During the new moon phase, the lunar disk, now it's a disk and not a ball, is invisible to the naked eye. Invisible, Matthew. Except when it is silhouetted during a solar eclipse, begging the question.
Yeah, that's why that guy uses...
Man, even the experts don't agree with you while they're begging the question. Yeah. The special camera.
Everybody agrees that it's invisible to the naked eye.
That was a solar eclipse, Matthew. That was a solar eclipse that we were looking at.
No, it's invisible to the naked eye, but this guy uses
Oh,
a special
oh.
camera.
Oh, a special camera. He's the only one that's been able to do it for eons. Give me a break, dude. That was a young moon, and you know it. Now, you can be intellectually honest, or you can be the same piece of shit you always are.
Oh, I'm not a piece of shit. That's not me.
Oh, yeah, you're a piece of shit.
No, I dispute that claim. I reject that characterization.
I don't care. We all know it. We've talked to you long enough to know.
Really? Is there anybody else who would agree with you?
Oh, fuck yeah, I agree. 100%, buddy. Most of us do. I guarantee you. Piece of shit, 100%, bro. You're the worst of the worst pieces of shit.
There are two of you?
Oh, there's more. I guarantee you. Most of them are just nice people. Most people here are too nice to say this. They don't want to ad hom you, but I have no problems of ad homing your ass, guy. You're the biggest piece of shit I know. Biggest. Hugest. It's okay, bro. There's more. Don't worry. You asked a question, I had to say it, you know? I wasn't gonna let you go off on that too easy, guy. Anybody else think I'm a piece of shit in this panel? Hell yeah! Ha ha ha! You stupid. Don't ask that question ever again, bro. You're gonna get the answer you don't want. No.
Hey, Fred, I think he's a sacred flat earther coming in here making weak arguments, helping us out.
Maybe. Maybe.
What do you think about that, Matthew? I've actually heard a couple people say that recently. Have you heard that before? I don't know.
I'm not gonna comment on my motives.
Oh shit! All right, sorry.
I mean, it's just important to talk about these issues and look at all the evidence. That's why I tell people to do their own research.
I learned from watching this show that I really liked recently. It's called The Lincoln Lawyer. Really great show too, by the way. You guys should check it out. But
what service is it on?
Not gonna lie, I'll be watching the shit for free, so I don't know what it's on. To be fair, you can probably find it on. I think it's on Netflix. I believe it's a Netflix series. But anyway, I've heard the term "plead the fifth," like from like Chappelle Show, and like I think most people have heard the term. But what they highlighted in the show is oftentimes when you plead the fifth, it almost shows a little bit of guilt, and the jury and the judge are not supposed to assume guilt, even though they pled the fifth. So maybe that's just a really rough understanding. But when you were like, "Well, I'm not gonna answer. I'm gonna plead the fifth," that's I was like, "Oh shit," because it just seems like an admittance of guilt, but at the same time, you're not supposed to assume that when someone does that. So,
right, I was just saying that that's not super relevant to our conversation. So,
Fair
and by the
enough.
way, I looked it up. Lincoln Lawyer is on Netflix, so thanks for the recommendation.
It's fantastic. 2 seasons. I really enjoyed it.
Did you like Better Call Saul?
I did actually. I did.
Yeah, me too. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, fantastic. I like, dude, characters like Chuck are, that's a really good acting. Like, he wasn't the lead actor or anything, and he might, when you get a character that you like hate or he can make you dislike them. That's good acting, you know, in my opinion. So Chuck, shout out to Chuck. He did a great job.
Right. No, you're exactly right.
He did a fantastic job. It's hard to act and then have the audience like kind of dislike you, but also still put on a very good performance. So I really appreciate that about Chuck. And the Hank is a very similar in Breaking Bad. He has this very similar type of where he can make you dislike him, but at the same time the acting is fantastic. So yeah, shout out to Hank and Chuck from that whole series, both of those 2 series. Anyway, back to the flat Earth.
Okay, it's on my Netflix watch later list.
Yeah, I think you'll really enjoy it. And my mom had it on the TV playing in the background, and I was getting annoyed. Like, what is it? Like, I don't normally like listening to TV or watching TV, but I ended up sitting down and watching. Like, it just kind of hooked me in. And then next thing you know, I'm watching episode after episode, losing sleep. I'm like, man, this show is really good. So you guys should check it out. It's fantastic.
I love it when shows are like that.
Me too.
I just now noticed that The Crown, its new season is out. I gotta watch that too.
Oh, and you're in California too, right? Lincoln
Yep.
Lawyer is based in LA, so
Oh, interesting.
it's really cool because I'd never been to LA, but I get to experience it through shows like that. The I don't know what the term is, filmography or film videography.
Cinematography.
Cinematography is so good, so well done. The wide angle shots of LA and stuff, beautiful. So you might actually really enjoy it. That's your neck of the woods there.
Cool. Yeah. No, thanks for the recommendation. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Anyway, so sorry guys. Back to the earth.
Back to fighting.
Not gonna lie, no pun intended. I'm actually watching fighting on the side, UFC, so I might actually go watch the next fight once that starts. But shout out to Jedi. I see Jedi in here. Heretic.
Yeah, the Earth is round. Just letting y'all know. I don't know if y'all know. But I'm gonna play Jack.
Let's go. He said it's round. Let's fight him. What's up, CB? How you doing?
Round like a dinner plate.
Round, so like not spherical. Hey Jedi.
What's up, man?
Hey, not much, man. Not much. So Kanye, are you gonna do the drive by or are you gonna stick around?
Oh no, man. Depends on how much Chinese food I'm gonna down. You know, to eat
Chinese
it.
food. There's a flat earther about to fight right now in the UFC. Bryce Mitchell. He's about to go live. He's getting in the octagon here in just a second, so I'll probably.
Hey, if the Earth is round, why are UFC rings so flat?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good question.
They should be fighting on a curved and rotating surface if they want.
They should be.
You're right, bro. What the fuck?
I mean,
so Flash Gordon had it right all along. That's crazy.
It should be fun. If space is real, why aren't they fighting in space?
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck this shit, I'm out now.
Okay. Random.
Who is he fighting against?
He's fighting against. Let me see. A non-flat earther. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a good one.
Let me check. I should know this. Josh Emmett, kind of a gremlin, bald-looking dude, but he's all right. What's cool about Bryce? He's the only fighter that has custom fight shorts, and he's the flat earther. He's like the one flat earther that's really vocal. Isn't that hilarious? I love that.
Let's see if he believes in himself.
They let him have custom shorts, no one else.
I'll be scared to fight a flat earther UFC because you probably believe in yourself at another level, bro. You're like, you believe the Earth. You believe you could win in any situation.
That's funny.
Don't believe yourself. Believe in himself 100%. Yeah, bro.
Okay.
Let's see UFC.
My boy off that heady tonight, huh?
Hey, that shit.
Hey, rip that bong, bro.
Oh, Josh Emmett, Bryce Mitchell.
That Euro gas? Yeah, he got that gas. Hey, hold on. Let me ask you a question, though. Are you? Is that room you're in? Are you moving right now? Like, is the room moving? So, like, is that room moving? All right. Does the Earth move? Okay. All right.
Sounds painful.
He says leave me alone apart from puts himself on fucking video.
Is he doing whippets?
I don't know what's going on, man. This is a bit crazy.
Room is definitely moving.
It's your Globers for you people.
Here's this attention speaker.
This is your brain on Globe.
So the room is moving. Heretic, what do we do?
We just get rid of him.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
So, let's go Flat Earth. UFC. Hope we kick some ass.
That gentleman had a great glove argument, man. Why'd y'all shut him down?
Yeah, we do that all the time, man. You can't argue with that type of logic, so we just shut it down.
My boy over here tweaking.
I'll let you tweak on the cam for a couple more minutes, but if we run into the room limit, then I'm gonna have to boot you out of here if you don't cam off.
Do you, Queen? You slay, Queen. Anyway. Let's go Flat Earth. Let's go. Let's go Flat Earth. Let's go.
That was fun.
That was weird. Alright, I'm gonna mute up and watch this fight, guys. But if anyone needs a link, yo, shoot me a DM. But yeah, Flat Earth, about to get this fight. Let's go. That'll be weird.
I was gonna say post a link, man. I mean, it's Flat Earth related. We could stream it.
Oh, are we?
CB, is that fight happening on a stationary plane? I guess.
Can I? Wow. Hold on. Should I do that?
I mean, if you don't want to watch, you don't want.
Let's see. This one.
I would like to see the Flat Earther win. I don't particularly watch fights, but
You don't strike me as the aggressive type, Chris.
I mean, I would watch an awesome game of fencing or something. I don't know. What's going on, guys?
What's up, my friend? How you doing? Saturday. It's actually Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
Chris has with the girlfriend. He's got a good story about her pouring water on his laptop.
Oh,
It's true.
shit.
We'll be wilding.
What's up, Patel? No. I think so.
And that's what we've reduced them to, just 8-bit noises.
Can you guys see the screen?
What's that?
I see clips. It looked like it was working.
If you're gonna share the screen, you're not gonna be able to full screen it unless you pop it out.
That's probably what it is. Oh,
Yeah,
pop it out? Okay.
if there's a way to pop it out, if there's the option, that's the only way. If you can do it.
I can do that.
Yep.
It's showing.
This is the biggest I can get it, though.
No, like you're supposed to be able to pop it out into another window if the player allows it to, but if it doesn't, then you won't be able to.
Oh, shit! No!
What'd you do?
He got knocked out. Fuck! Can you guys see it or no?
No.
Fuck!
He's shaking bad. Oh my goodness.
Redo it. Put it back into small screen. Put it back into small screen, bro. There you go.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
He walked in when Josh Emmett dropped a nuclear.
Fuck.
I just want to see the replay now. Just fuck it.
Yes. That's why he was backing up. You have to be. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That's the power that Josh Emmett brings to the table. It's what we were talking about.
Yeah, there you go. That's better.
Tonight's fight replays
Leave
are
it,
brought
leave it.
to you by Monaco Can Cocktails. 2 shots in every can. Feel the fun.
Let's see this again. Look, Bryce is moving in.
Oh
Man, how do you fucking do that, bro?
Right into the shadow
on the
realm.
button.
The shadow realm. I mean, the twitching and the. I mean, he tried to get up and he can't even get up, man. He still can't get up right now.
Mitchell was
Damn,
thrilled with the
bro.
result.
All right, Globers, y'all better feel good about this one. Not gonna lie.
Let's listen in real
You got the W tonight, man. Shit.
You never do that. See, that's the thing. That's the tall guy made that big mistake. You never do that to a short guy. He's so fucking stupid. Anyways.
Apparently, he was like twitching on the ground and shit.
Well, yeah, no, but you didn't see the short guy. He put all his power into it too.
He can't even get up, though.
Oh man.
I forgot his name.
The guy was towering him too. Like he can't do that to a short guy, bro. That's fucking. He had his hands down and shit. It's fucking stupid, man.
Yeah, he must deserve getting knocked out after that.
No. He didn't account for refraction.
Yeah.
Exactly. He didn't count for no fucking refraction right there.
Those refracted punches.
Like, he walks into a haymaker. It's like the dumbest thing you can do, bro. Especially to a short guy, bro. Like, fuck, man. Use your legs or something. Kick him off you, man. Fuck. No, he just lets the short guy go up to him and fucking wail on it. It's so stupid. Anyways.
Peep the shorts, though, if you guys get a chance. Peep the shorts for Bryce. He's got these custom, like, oh, shit, he can't even walk.
Yeah, bro. He has a concussion now.
Oh man, that seemed like a pretty short fight.
Sit him down. Because that's how guys tear their knees, right? Like you don't realize it, your leg gives out.
Was that the main event?
No. I'm just gonna see if they'll play the highlight one more time and then I'll cut it. Damn, man. If you're a globe earther, you're probably feeling pretty good right now, huh? That's crazy. I was like, Flat Earther, let's go. And he gets fucking KO'd. God damn, that's wild. I mean, you guys want me to cut it, or they'll probably show it one more time. Up to you.
Yeah, hold on just a second. I didn't get to see.
Right.
If they do.
57 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout,
Yeah, Joe Rogan will do an interview and they'll show it one more time.
Congratulations, sir. I'm here with the winner, Josh Emmett. Josh, that might be one of the biggest one-punch knockouts I have ever seen in my entire life. We were talking in the broadcast about your extraordinary power, and that was on display tonight.
Well, I appreciate it. I want to thank Bryce for taking the fight. You know, he took it on 2-week notice, and he's a dangerous guy. I wish him nothing but the best. But I am the most powerful featherweight in the world. It only takes one shot.
Well, let's take a look at the big screen, Josh, and enjoy this because, man, it doesn't get any cleaner and it doesn't get any more devastating. DC was saying that was like a head kick knockout, but the way he went down with one shot and just stayed down for so long unconscious, it was like someone getting kicked.
Yeah, no, it's Joey Rodriguez and I, we work so much boxing. I have so much power with all my strength coaches, all my coaches. And man, it's been a tough year for me. 2023 has been tough. And there was nothing stopping me from coming back fighting in December.
Freaking dropped them, bro. That's crazy. All right.
Thanks, CB. I appreciate it.
No problem. Let me cut it here.
Yeah, I was interested if Joe Rogan was going to throw Flat Earth under the bus.
Yeah, so Flat Earth takes the L tonight. I don't think so. Damn, man. All right, who's trying to rub it in? No Globies want to talk trash, yo? Damn. Jared Leto, there's you. See, hey, there's Chris V. Y'all see that shit? Jared Leto is all I like every event too. He loves this stuff. He's really good friends with Dana White. That was really you though. We know you're Jared Leto for real though, Chris V. You can't hide. All right.
Isn't that guy the lead singer of 30 Seconds to Mars?
Is it? I don't know too much about him for real. I just know he
think so.
loves. I just know he loves hanging out with Dana White, and he loves going to all the UFC events and stuff. They
I
always show
think
him
that's the name of his band, 30 Seconds to Mars. I could be wrong.
to Mars.
Hey, yo, stream the main event though, eh? What's the main event today?
It is Colby Covington versus Leon Edwards. So, and let's see, there are, bruh, this next fight's about to be crazy. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 fights left, and so all these fights are about to be crazy. Tony Ferguson, Pat Pimblett's next.
So the flat earth guy went down in the first round. I'm sorry, I missed.
Yep. We took the L on this one. Ain't no Globies even want to rub it in, so it's all good.
Just do a
Good.
rematch and be like, okay, I'm gonna test your globe knowledge now.
No, see what happens.
It's still happening on the stationary planes. It doesn't matter.
Well, it's all good. When we actually get into the arena and fight with Globies, that's what happens to them. They get KO'd in the first 30 seconds. So, it's fine. But come on, Bryce, man. Damn, man. Making us look bad, G. Nah, it's all good.
Well, he did take a fight on a short notice, and 2 weeks is not enough to train, especially when you're going into a fight like that.
True. We can make some excuses for him.
No, but you can see he's not ready. He's not ready. He thought he was gonna light tap him, but he got fucking knocked in the head. You just gotta watch the replay again. You'll know what he did wrong.
What y'all think about Colby Covington, though? Oh wait, I switch. You got that?
Yeah. Make America great again. Fuck yeah.
Shit's hilarious.
When is Ferguson Pimblet? When's that one? Is that the main event?
That's right now. No, it's not the main event.
Okay, this the Ferguson one is the good one. This is the fight I want to see.
It's about to be crazy, bro.
This one I want to see because Ferguson was talking a lot of shit and the other guy was talking a lot of shit back.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that too.
This could be a main event. That's why
It's the main event. There's still like 4 fights left. This is the 4th.
I like watching Ferguson. Ferguson is crazy.
I hope he throws some sand at him. Anyway, wouldn't that be crazy though if they fought on a curved, rotating surface? Like if they actually fought while the cage was spinning low key and curved. That'd be funny.
One thing I like about Ferguson, he can take a beating. This guy. Ferguson can take fucking hits and keep going.
Yeah, let's hope not though, because homeboy he needs as little taking hits as possible, man. He's getting a little old, so.
I think he got knocked out last time, right? The last fight.
I think it was like, well, Michael Chandler kicked his freaking head off, basically. So there was that. You probably remember that part.
I don't follow this shit much anymore. I just see highlights on fucking certain things, you know. I used to follow it, but no, not anymore.
He got front kicked so bad by Michael Chandler. So yeah, he got knocked out. But he's been on like a super losing streak for Ferguson. So
this English guy, this guy's Scottish or English? This guy Irish? The Pimblet guy.
He's fucking.
Right, he's English, but he's from Liverpool. That's why he sounds weird. But yeah, he's English, man.
Right. This guy's not bad too. I like him because he's funny.
I don't get knocked out.
Yeah, he says weird shit like that. It's awesome.
Fucking.
That wasn't bad, but for a Liverpudlian, that wasn't bad at all. Fucking,
Fucking. Yeah.
fucking, it's fucking great. That is. It's fucking great.
Is he Scouse? That's Scouse, right?
Yes, it. Yeah, spot on again, man. Yeah, Liverpool. That's the Scouse accent. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I'm a fucking Scouse. We don't get knocked out.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. This fight's gonna be great because both of these fighters are like, it's gonna be a good fight. They're both like that.
Oh, Patty the Batty. Oh, Patty the Batty. Dude, he's got one of the craziest walkouts. I'll put the volume up when
Hey,
he
is there
walks
one of the is there one of the what do you call it? Medoff guys coming in the fight? No, like
Not
any of
tonight.
those? Not tonight, eh?
He's got, dude, Patty's got the craziest walkout. Dun 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 dun.
All right, so here's the 28-year-old.
28.
Ferguson's older, yeah, by a lot.
Yeah.
UFC appearance. DC, he told us this week his body is completely different than it was 12 months ago. Obviously, he's undergone surgery.
Dude, this
He's back in
walkout
here, and he's looking
is about to get
that
hyped.
proverbial best foot forward here tonight. I mean, he showed us the scars from his ankle. It was crazy watching his ankle like on both sides.
Let's
He's got
go.
massive scars from the surgery.
Oh, he got his hair braided? What?
But this young man has gone through a lot of changes. He said that the one thing that he learned is that the fans are fickle. And they can love you in one moment, they can hate you the next. He said that has even made him tougher. That has made him reevaluate a lot of things in terms of the way he approaches his fight.
I can turn the volume down if you want me to, guys.
After the fight. He said, you know what?
I'm okay with it. I don't know how the other guys are.
Inside the octagon. He said, I'll figure it out after. He said, but I will be better tonight. And he said he needs to steamroll tonight. He said it doesn't need to be close at any moment. He's got to steamroll. All right, these keys to victory.
All right, where's Globies at? Or I can just debunk.
Creation Bear.
Yeah.
Do you mind saying that just with a bit more tact, please?
Globers, where are you? I mean, seriously, you really think this is
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water? Seriously? I mean, like, you seriously think it's flat?
The thing is, Creation Bear, is that I've been listening to Bev, and he's way better than you. So just you have to
Oh
be
my god. I don't even dislike Bev. I don't even know him like that. I just.
Yeah, I know. It was just weird that guy was like horn dogging on Bev and like using him as a stick to beat you with. It was like, dude, are you okay? Like,
Yeah. He's like, but Bev's wiener tastes good in my mouth. It's like, bro, whoa.
No one asked, man.
Anyway, but let's see.
I guess it'd be like a Glober saying to another Glober, "Oh, I prefer Professor Dave to you." It'd just be weird to listen to.
Yeah. Oh man. So old kid Jeff and Polgasari Milk, welcome to the panel. Have you guys talked to flat earthers before?
Yes, I had a few conversations with flat earthers. They're not the brightest.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What did they say?
Well, the thing that I hear, quite frankly, in most cases, that they argue that they argue like the surface of the earth is flat, but we can see everything else from like a high, like I don't know how to describe it. They say that we don't live in a sphere.
What?
What did you mean by the high part? I mean, I got the other
You
parts,
got high
but
and did what?
the high, something about getting high. What?
No, they said like the perspective of the Earth is that like we live in a, you know how those models are like, whereas like everything is flat, but you can still see everything at the same time too, like no type of horizon. Yeah, that's the type of shit I hear from them.
No, you don't hear that from flat earthers, G.
Absolutely.
That's a new one to me. I haven't been flat Earth for a
What, flat
while.
earthers here? Flat earthers here in this channel? Or flat earthers on TikTok? Or flat earthers on YouTube? Or
TikTok.
what flat earthers where?
The ones on TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
I'll make explain it then. I'm glad I asked.
Yeah, that's not. Those aren't real flat earthers, dude. Don't worry.
Well, sometimes, you know, there's these flat earthers that are trying to make hit pieces or, you know, just to get a lot of clicks or a lot of plays, right? And sometimes they'll say some really highly speculative things that not a real truth seeking person um, would say, like we say here in
Yeah, there seems to be a
24/7.
lot of this.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like, for instance, Upward Rising Earth, that comes from the Flat Earth Society. We do not represent them in any way.
It's as simple as this. I mean, obviously, this would be extremely illegal and a bad, terrible idea. But let's say we really hated cops and we wanted to give them a bad rap. It wouldn't take too much for us to dress up and pretend to be police officers and do some things that would make them look bad. Obviously, again, pretty rough example and very illegal. But I use that example to say that people do this with flat Earth. They'll pretend to be a flat earther, run into the middle of the streets, yell out, "I am a flat earther!" and like do something crazy, like shoot themselves in the leg. And so there's a lot of people out here trying to give flat earth a bad rap, and they'll pretend to be a flat earther to accomplish that. So you do have to have some discernment when you're on the internet, for sure.
But at the same time, there are a lot of flat earthers that are very confused. Just don't.
True,
There's that.
but that's exclusive to flat Earth, the group of flat earthers. You're gonna find any group of people, and you're gonna find some confused ass mofo's. All right, I'm gonna meet up and watch this fight. Good luck, guys.
So, did you hear any other arguments from flat earthers or?
Rated PG-13. Tony Ferguson, the plus 270 underdog at close. Patty Pimblett, the minus 340 betting favorite. He's in red. Ferguson is in white.
Patty said he spent a lot of time making sure he keeps his chin down when he's striking. He said he listened to the commentary and he said, I've got to make sure I'm not leaving myself in danger.
Okay, Jeff, are you there?
Good low kick by Patty. Oh, Tony caught him with the right hand. Tony has gigantic hands.
Huge. Yes, dude. It was like he was, when he was on his way to bludgeon guys.
Yeah.
Like with jabs.
Yeah. Just everything he hits you with hurts. Go back to the Pettis fight and watch it.
Well, that was in the South Korea. Because we knew it was a lie when you said it.
Early shot from Patty. Ferguson wise to it.
All right.
It's not all right.
Going out of this southpaw stance here
What's
early.
not
Inside
right?
leg kick connects.
You lying?
Lying about what?
Pretty good counter right from Ferguson.
Lying about your equipment.
What equipment?
Who told you it was okay to rock?
Good body kick.
No one.
What's going on?
And another calf kick.
He's having trouble getting to Tony with his hands.
Think it's okay
And he's
to
finding
rock?
success with his kicks.
About what?
I do have to ask you into the break. Did you realize you were arguing with CB
Specific measurements.
and that he wasn't a Glover?
What's going on?
It was weird.
Specific measurements.
UFC Strike Now is the only place to prove your UFC fight knowledge. Make free weekly picks.
I really don't know what's going on here.
UFCstrike.com.
Good jab by Tony. And Tony's got really long arms for a guy that fights at 155.
The real question with Tony in this camp, though, is doing all this work with Goggins, he's doing all this conditioning.
Is this
Certainly would give him confidence
consumerism
in
all
his
that
mental
you have
toughness,
to
but
play?
what about fight-specific
That's it?
training? What has he been doing?
You can't like
What has he been doing in terms of
think of
sparring? What has he been
anything
doing
else.
in terms of drilling?
How's it going, my flat earthers? How's it going? The earth isn't flat, you feel me? The
I
earth
didn't know
is
that.
not
I
flat.
didn't know that. What?
The earth is actually not flat. You know,
We have
is everybody muted?
a
Are they
measured
asleep? Is everybody muted and asleep? Like, are they
I
asleep?
literally just talked to you, dude. What are you talking about?
Because it's a 24/7 Earth flat Earth chat. So like,
Yeah.
if
Can you
they
read?
muted, like they're asleep because they're not talking to me. If you're muted and you're
Nah, we're
awake,
waiting.
please
We're
talk.
waiting for you to make your dumb statement, man. Come on.
Well, how is it dumb, bro? I'm telling you that the Earth is flat. I'm telling you, if you're a Christian,
And
that
how do you know that? How do you know that?
because if I'm
Because you
pouring
were told it was a
water,
ball too. I was told it was a ball too, man.
who's talking? Flat Lloyd, bro. Bro, like, are you a scientist?
Yeah, of sorts.
You're a
But
scientist.
this isn't even a scientific
Degree you have?
question. Did you
What
know that?
degree you have, yo? What degree you have?
That doesn't really matter. You don't need a
Of
degree.
course it matters, bro. Of course it matters. How you gonna determine if the Earth is flat or not if you don't have a science degree, bro? If you don't have a
Well,
degree in
it's
some
not a
sort of
science question,
science,
man.
of
It's a
course it is, bro.
geometry question. It's a
It's a
geometry
religion.
question.
It's a religion question, bro. And what can I say? Like, if you're a
Nah, it's not
Christian
a
and if
religious
you're,
question, man.
yes,
Did you
it
know
is,
that?
bro. Like, if
It's
you're not
not
with
though.
Christ,
What?
if you're
What?
not with Christ, then you believe that the Earth is round, and
You
that's
do
just
not
not
need
the case,
religion to
bro.
know that the earth is flat, man.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm just yapping. I'm double faded. I'm cross faded right now.
I
You
can
feel
tell,
me?
man.
You can tell.
Yeah.
That's
I
not
mean,
good. That's not good for real.
you should like go
You're
into the
talking
mirror and
too
like
much.
check your eyes or something, you know?
For real, for real. What can I say, bro? Like, I was just hanging with my homies and they
Well,
just
that's
sent
not
me
important.
home. They just sent me home in an
What is
Uber.
important is that you
They
start
they
asking some critical questions about the place that
right.
you live because it can start making more fundamental questions for you in life a lot better by
You're
simply
right,
having a better
bro.
foundation.
You're right. I can make up
You
a
can make
whole
better
shitload of.
choices. You
I
know what I
can make
mean?
a bunch of money from this. I can
You
make a bunch
could.
of money from this. Yes, bro.
Shut
You're
up,
right
bitch!
about this. See, this guy's jealous of
Dude, you
me.
can do whatever you want.
He's playing these sound effects because he's jealous of me. But like,
Nobody's
I
jealous
don't.
of you, man.
I'm not bothered by him, bro. But anyways, like, I can make a bunch of money from this. You know what I'm saying? But
What's
like,
more
yes,
important?
bro.
What's more important is would you want to know if somebody's lying to you?
Bro, I'm so sorry, bro. I gotta leave.
That's
I
cool,
gotta
man.
leave.
Oh,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry
Don't be,
for this.
man. Don't be.
I'm so sorry for.
Beta!
Why is this is every time they come in, it's some weirdo.
I'd bet the N word was coming very low.
I felt it.
Pause.
Hey, Ferguson's getting too old right now.
Holy, he almost got taken out there.
Hey, one of the Russians is fighting today.
Nah, that's in January.
Oh, never mind then.
Stupid. So did old kid Jeff manage to get to his globe proof?
My name is Jeff.
He was just like, I heard a flat earther, and then dipped.
Sports UFC 5 now and play as beloved MMA icons with Alter Ego's Pride. Plus receive an exclusive holiday offer until December 30th.
Holy goodness.
Well, you've seen tonight the undeniable athleticism of Paddy Pimblett. Could have been to the UFC a lot earlier.
the improvement of Paddy Pimblett. He just looks way better. I mean, in this time off, he's been working. Oh, but Tony's nasty off his back with elbows and with triangles.
That's how he won the Interim Championship over Kevin Lee.
Tony in full guard is very different, very different. He's dangerous in full guard, dangerous with submissions. He's very good defensively from this position.
If I'm Pimblett, with the success I'm having on my feet, I might let him go. Because right now, Tony is still so dangerous off of his back. The danger doesn't seem...
People I've never seen.
Yeah, bounces head off the canvas. Now working him towards the fence.
There's a lot of blood. I think it's coming from Paddy.
It is.
He's going with rubber guard here. He went to mission control. He's trying to set up the triangle.
Don't think I've ever talked to Eliza.
Mission control is him holding his
Venom supremacy. Promising. Maybe not.
His hand in his foot. Man. Tony Ferguson trying to win out here.
What are you crying about?
No, just seeing if there was anybody new. Want to talk about the globe?
He's got to try to get back up to his feet, in my opinion. Get his hands on the hips and push Paddy Pimblett off and explode. Paddy just dug a good right hand to the body.
Yeah, Pimblett content to just pound away here.
Tony's doing a good job of controlling posture here, and he's digging his knee into Paddy Pimblett's neck. See that? He's using that grip to dig that knee into the neck. That's a terrible position for Paddy, but Paddy broke free.
Oh. Tony's trying to time elbows, and Paddy's kind of going in. Pimblett's bleeding very bad now.
Very bad.
Yeah, looks like it's just still coming from the nose, though.
Yes. But now Paddy's free. Now Paddy's going to try to pass guard.
Mark Smith doing a nice job allowing the fighters to work.
Beautiful pass there by Pimblett. But even there, watch Tony. Look at Tony trying to recover his guard here.
Wow.
Tony does just enough to try to give himself back the position that he's most comfortable in, right? Which is full guard. He does just enough as Paddy's trying to advance.
Well, he's very good defensively from here, and he can land elbows from his back, but it's not going to be enough to stop the fight with Paddy on top of him, raining big shots.
1 minute here to go in round two. It's been all Paddy Pimblett largely.
Yeah, great second round. A lot of control. Great ground and pound. He really is fighting a good fight against a motivated Tony Ferguson, who looks better than he has in his last few fights.
Tony's got the feet on the hips now. He's got to explode and push him off.
Well, he can't extend here.
He keeps doing that thing where he puts the knee into the neck and uses that gable grip around the back of Paddy's neck. See how he's doing that? He's trying to drive that knee into his face. It sucks, but it's not going to make you tap.
No. There are so many things in the octagon that are uncomfortable.
Yes.
But just because it's uncomfortable doesn't mean that it's going to help you win the fight.
And Tony was reaching for a Kimura there, but Paddy recognized it.
Essentially a full round of control for Paddy Pimblett. Round three coming up. This corner canvas brought to you by Prime Hydration, the fastest growing beverage in history with only 25 calories, 0 added sugar. BCAAs and electrolytes now available at Walmart.
You tell me. You have to stay on with your jab. You have to see these strikes. Excellent. Your hands low. Keep action with that right hand. I need you to hold the center cage. Long strikes. Don't be afraid to get in and throw these fucking elbows. If you threw elbows the whole fucking
It's the last round. This is the last round. Long aggression. Long aggression right now. You understand? This is it. Hands high, chin down, locked into that mouthpiece.
exiting with our hands up. Throwing wide loopy hooks on once you go back to kicking his fucking legs. Blind him with that jab and chop his fucking legs. But everything we're throwing is long and strong right now.
Y'all know who David Goggins is?
Yeah. The guy that's trained beside him, yelling at him.
Yeah. Dude, pretty cool. He's in his corner. That's so badass.
Hey, turn the volume up, okay?
Is it lagging for you guys or no?
Well, it's fine. Just turn the volume up.
A year to remember. All right, third and final round. Patty Pimblett is in red. Tony Ferguson is in white. Personal best in terms of significant strikes landed for Patty Pimblett. You might have heard his corner say speed over power.
Good uppercut there by Tony.
Good uppercut there landed from Ferguson.
Tony cannot afford to go to the ground again with this kid. Patty's been dominated from the top position.
Not off of his back. Because when Tony's on his back, he is
Hello?
with holding on to full guard.
What girl? What do you need? What do you want?
What's going on?
Girl. What if I'm a boy?
What if I'm a boy?
Tragic.
What if I'm a boy
Yeah.
with a girl, please?
Boys are just dumb. So I'm glad I'm a girl.
Girls go to
What
Jupiter.
Did you
What have
know
you heard
that
about
men
the
have
topic?
higher IQ than women on average?
Not really.
No, that's fact.
Yeah, they do actually.
No, because girls, no, they mature quicker, so.
No, they're not. They don't.
Either.
Maybe.
That's
Yes,
actually not.
they do. That's a fact.
They never mature. Let's be honest.
Girls mature quicker.
They don't mature at all. So
Yes,
like
they
guys,
do.
the smartest are the guys and the dumbest are guys. So it just is what it is. The smartest people are guys.
I think girls are pretty smart, so.
I mean, they're pretty. They're not smart. They're pretty.
No, they're both.
Nah.
Oh, is that why men run everything then?
Not really.
Patriarchy, okay?
Women run some stuff. I mean, our vice president's a woman.
Our vice president.
Yeah.
That dude?
Okay. Whatever.
I guess women make men, you know, they gave birth to both. But anyway, Miranda, what have you heard about the topic of flat Earth?
I think it's real. Like the Earth's flat.
Why do you think that?
Because it is true. I mean, it just makes sense.
Well, regardless of that, that would be actually a logical fallacy.
Yeah, I was
right? You can't
trolling.
just say, wow, that makes sense.
I was JK.
Yeah, she's also trolling.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm definitely trolling.
it could be. I mean, were you taught the globe?
Am I what?
Were you taught anything about the globe?
Yeah, the same old, it's a sphere, blah blah stuff.
Do you know how big the sphere is supposed to be?
I mean, if you search it up, there's probably an answer.
Bruh.
How do you think they got that answer?
Bro moment. I mean, I don't know.
He wasn't asking because he didn't know. He knows. We're just checking to see if you know.
Okay, I don't know and I don't care.
Okay.
Why are you here?
Yo,
Because
yo, Creation Bear, do you know the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
What's your justification for it?
Probably measurements.
Because
So
how flat
base
it
Do you
is.
think measurements are a criteria for justification?
Yeah.
Do you think that's the only criteria for justification?
No.
Okay, then how do you demarcate between that criteria and another criteria?
Well, in the case of geometry, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we're talking about shapes...
Yeah, Creation Bear, can you answer the question?
Shapes. Yeah, but it's an open forum, dude. You can't just shut everyone else up.
I know, but stop defending in White Knighting. So Creation, yeah, but you're White Knighting for him. Just let him like demonstrate how stupid he is. So Creation Bear, can you explain how you demarcate between certain criteria in epistemology?
Oh, this room, my guy. You don't get to just
I can't hear you. There's beeping. Someone's got a fucking walkie-talkie on or some shit.
Yeah, whoever's
But
beeping.
Creation Bear, can you demonstrate how you demarcate between different forms of? I'm
going to continue talking because you talked over me, right? Now, when we're talking about geometry, there's only one way to figure out geometry, and that's to do measurements. You can't believe something into being a square. It either is or isn't.
Right, so I was engaging with Creation Bear, and then you jumped into.
It's open forum, my guy. If you want to private chat with him, call him privately.
Yeah, but I cornered him, and now you're forcing me into a conversation with you because he's scared, and you're white knighting for him. That's how
No,
we're
you
gonna
have to
do.
continue a
So
conversation
he's
from
cornered.
yesterday.
My
That's what
guy.
you're doing.
Certainly, Rev.
Forum. If you don't like
Rev,
that,
certainly all of your points could win against anyone, right?
dude, we're in an open forum. If you don't like that, you can leave.
Hey, you think you have me cornered, Rev? How's that?
Well, because you can't explain how you can demarcate between different criteria in epistemology. Go ahead and explain it.
I can
That's what I thought. Fucking retard.
You wouldn't demarcate.
No. So there's that.
Fucking idiot.
Demarcate my cock in your sister's mouth, pussy.
Yeah.
Maybe Miranda was right after all. This guy's a retard.
That's funny, bro. You liked my joke so much you used it again. That's great. That's great. I love it. I love it. I know you are, but what am I? That's classic. Can't even come up with your own insults. Anyway.
Well, at least they did it tactfully, I suppose.
Did you just? It's like, dude. It's like these guys just come from some sort of like lecture, college class or something. Do you demarcate your premises? Like, bro, you're weird. You're weird. You think you have some sort of gotcha?
Demarcate's the wrong term. Anyway.
Can you demarcate your demarcate my nuts out of your mouth, dude? And then when I said that, you used the same exact insult back. Good one, dude. Good one. I'm gonna feel real bad because you just took the exact words I said and repeated it back to me. Good one.
You're just fucking retarded, and you don't.
Classic. Classic.
Well done.
You don't have anything from him, dude.
Just wanted to apologise to Flat Lloyd, right? He just managed to get the conversation on topic and then it just got fucked up again. So I feel partially responsible.
Nah, it's all good.
CB, why you always, when you're scared, you're using crypto to protect you?
Well, I mean, someone said yesterday, like, "Oh, you'll never correct your daddy." I was like, "Whoa, what? Like, y'all are weird, man. Y'all are super weird."
Hey, Rev, do you have an argument for the Earth being a globe?
I'm agnostic on the view.
Cap.
If you claim it's flat though.
All right, so no, he doesn't. All right, still no globe.
Wait, but you're making a positive claim, right? So can you give the argument?
No, it's not a positive.
claim.
Rev, do we live on the same Earth?
Probably.
Probably, bro.
Yeah, you can't rule out skepticism, right?
He's not even on Discord right now.
You can't rule
Are
out
you
the
talking on
possibility.
Discord right now?
Are you on
Most
Discord right
likely, yeah. I can make like a probabilistic inference, but.
Are you 100% sure that you're talking on Discord?
No, I don't think certainty is required to have knowledge.
Well, there you go. You can't be 100% sure of anything.
Yeah.
So why
You
should
can give an example of something you're 100% certain.
All right, if you're not sure, then just pipe down, buddy.
So what
I'm
was
100%
the
sure I'm sitting down talking to you.
What's the criteria for certainty then?
Relativity. 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 In this moment, I need to count on relativity that we are speaking with you.
What do you mean that's what you thought? You're not even sure if you're on Discord right now, ding dong. You don't even think. That's
I never
what you
said that.
thought.
I never said
You're
that. I
not-
tried making.
You're not even sure if you're on Discord. That's what I thought. You don't even have a thought. You're not even sure where you are right now. You could be in a simulation. You're not even 100% sure where you are. Are you sitting down right now in a chair?
I'm sure I'll give your daughter back shots. That's what I'm sure.
Yeah, no, but you're only 99% sure though, aren't you? You're not 100% sure. That's not certainty.
I don't require certainty for knowledge, retard.
No, but that's only a specified true belief, though, isn't it? It's not knowledge because you don't know.
Wait, you're saying ATB is not knowledge? Is that what you're saying, retard?
No. I'm saying you don't have knowledge, right? You can't be certain.
Of course. I mean, I don't need certainty.
He said, "Of course."
wait a minute. Okay, are you certain that you don't need to be certain to have knowledge?
The certainty is not a criteria for knowledge.
Okay, so you're not certain to have knowledge or not?
Well, if you're asking if I'm certain, presumably it wouldn't be the case because I don't need certainty to have knowledge.
Okay, so you don't have certainty.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
So you don't have certainty.
Yeah, I don't
that you have
require
knowledge.
certainty. I don't
Okay,
require.
you don't have certainty that you have knowledge. So how
I
can you
don't
be
require
certain that what
certainty
you have is knowledge?
because I don't require certainty, right? to have
Well,
knowledge.
how can you be certain then that what you
No,
have is
I don't
knowledge?
require certainty, so I don't
So
need
how
any
can you be
certainty.
certain then that what you
I
have is
don't
knowledge?
require certainty, so I don't
Yeah,
need
if you don't have any
I don't
certainty
re-
for your knowledge, then how can you be certain that what you have is knowledge?
We heard you, bot. This bot is stuck on. Can someone slap the bot or something? He's stuck on a loop or
How about I
something.
slap my dick in your daughter's ass?
Are you certain that what you have is knowledge?
I don't require certainty.
Yeah, but you
He's
don't
back-
require
he's back
certainty.
again.
That,
Someone slap the
tells me
bottom.
that tells me that you don't have any certainty. So are you certain that what you have then is actually knowledge?
I don't require certainty to have knowledge.
So no, he's not sure that he has any knowledge.
No, I can have knowledge.
You don't require
certainty. Wait, you can have knowledge. Are you certain of that?
I don't require certainty to have knowledge.
Okay, so no, you're not certain of that.
Yeah, I don't need to.
Okay, so you're not sure that what you have is knowledge. Okay.
I am a bot. I am a bot. I am a bot. I am a bot. We know, dude. We get it. You don't have to keep like. Can someone control alt delete this guy or I don't know something.
Maybe AI isn't as advanced as we all think. It seems to be pretty fucking retarded.
This ChatGPT is retarded for sure.
何でもおっしゃってください。何でもおっしゃってください。
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Alangu.
I am certain that no one can be certain of anything that is certainly true.
Is that certain?
Certainly, it is uncertain. Error, error, error. I do not require certainty. I do not require certainty. Dude, this is what you sound like. Freaking robots, dude. And he left the call. Dude,
Hey, Tony Ferguson lost the fight, yeah?
Yeah, pretty sure. I was too busy cooking this last asshole, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, but can
Wait,
you be more
you can't
tactful
rewind
when
it?
you do that, please?
Yeah, sorry. I need to, I don't know. I need to like hold their hand and give them a back rub first, I guess. I gotta get them wet first, huh?
Yeah.
Weird. They want to be like wined and dined before you.
You have to be nice. I said to them. Like,
I'll be watching way too much Fresh Prince because these guys sound like the girls I'm fucking with. Oh well, I disagree with you. Oh,
before you
why do
stick
you
the
disagree?
fallacy.
Sorry, Crypto, you're roboting.
Ah, sorry.
I think you're back now though, but
that came in perfect.
Yeah, that came in perfect. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, because the kind of.
Why does Discord do that?
If
you are a robot.
If you consider IQ to be a part for intelligence, it's not the same. They're pretty
We're gonna start a GoFundMe to get some satellites.
No, am I back?
Every time he says, "Am I back?" that comes through. Damn it, man! 'Cause we like to hear what Crypto has to say. Crypto, radio check 1 2.
1 2.
Little laggy, but I think we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So if you consider IQ a proxy for intelligence, then I mean IQ tests are very well understood, right? Whatever. And it does seem to be the case that what you said is true. Like most of the most intelligent people in the world are men, but also most of the complete idiots are men as well. And women tend to be more average generally, which isn't a bad thing, but it's just how the IQ distributes across the populations. And so when people say like, oh, why are there no women CEOs or women this or that or the other, it's because you need to have an elite IQ to reach these positions on average, right? But that doesn't make men better than women, and I think people misunderstand what's actually happening there,
No, we're better. I mean, let's be honest. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's just it's interesting for sure. It's interesting for sure. I don't want to piss off the other flat over. It was funny. That girl's not even here anyway. It's funny. People just come and just do these
No, no.
drives.
But it's also like being intelligent doesn't make you a moral or good person either. You can be an intelligent, complete, nasty asshole. So I don't even know why people hold stock in intelligence. I mean, it's useful. It's a tool, but it's like any tool. It can be used or misused.
Like you will answer crypto like 100 questions in 2 minutes, and I will answer 100 questions in 1 hour. But you will say that sea level is curved, and I will say the sea level is level. And then we will measure IQ. I will look like that. How I perceive the sea level and how you perceive the sea level. Even if you are faster and clever in any other, how to say, level of knowledge, whatever that could be 100 questions. But that 101, it's so simple and easy for IQ.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I'm back, guys.
I think we got you. One second, I'll be right back. What the?
Oh, fuck. Okay.
So, what's the best argument for the globe?
Dumb fluffs. You are actually.
Yeah, sounds about right. The argument is because flat earthers don't believe. Like, okay, I don't understand how you guys are standing on that. Oh, well, these other people don't believe it, so it's true. How?
I assert that flat earthers are stupid. Therefore, because flat earthers are stupid, everything they believe is stupid. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
It's the lamest.
It's not circular at all.
Seriously. You guys gotta do better.
And the hell of it is the only thing we're stupid because we believe the Earth is flat. So it's like it's actually almost a double circle. These globers got to come in with some arguments. They got nothing.
They have nothing. That's the embarrassing part, guys. Like, notice that. Notice how your argument is typically involved, or it's involving a flat earther or the flat earth somehow. If I ask you, what is 2 plus 2? Your answer should not involve the alphabet, colors,
Yeah.
shape. Like your answer should involve the answer, right? Like number.
Well, I know
So
2 plus 2 is orange.
yeah, it's like, are you serious, bro? Like I didn't. I'm not asking you that. It's crazy that you guys all your basis of the globe is not flat. That's what you guys always say. But the embarrassing part is none of you know what flat is. So when you say it's not flat, you're right. Because what you're doing is you're making up some weird flat earth you made up in your mind. And you're pretending that's what we're talking about, which is we're not. Ever. So when you say it's not flat, you're damn right. It's not that the thing you're making up. But it's crazy. Just because it's not the thing you made up in your head doesn't make it a globe either. Weirdos. That's my biggest gripe with the politics server. Even though I'm here, there's some good people. I noticed this on the first day. I was like, oh, these guys don't have an argument. They don't have a case. Because I'm very I love thinking of court. Like the court setting is my favorite setting to put us all into. That's my favorite frame for this argument. So in that frame, you guys don't have a case. You're turning to me as the lawyer for my client. You're like, well, I just think you're a bad lawyer. You think I give a shit what you think of me? Like I don't, and that doesn't have any bearing on anything. My argument still stands whether you like me or not. So come up with a good argument. Don't worry about me. Worry about the jury, the judge. You guys worry way too much about the council across the way from you. It's crazy. I'm not saying you need to go watch some like CSI or some like lawyer show, Lincoln Lawyer, whatever. But damn, it's almost like you've never seen any court ever before. Like you've never seen a judge or a jury before in your life. The way you guys act and talk. Oh, well, I would present evidence, but you wouldn't believe it. Imagine saying that in a courtroom. That's crazy. But you're going to say that to a flat earther, though, that you think that they have some sort of bearing on your case. It's embarrassing, guys. I was in here for 20 minutes straight, talking, like, going globe mode. And I feel like I've done a better job than, like, half the people that come in here, like, that are globers. It's crazy. Anyway. Can you guys see this fight right now or no?
Oh, nice, man. You got a full screen.
Can you see that?
Yeah,
Okay.
looks good. Frame rate seems good too.
Cool. This freaking bar off the screen. There we go. Damn, not even a single Glober chimed in to be like, yeah, that flat earther got KO'd. Suck it, bitch. Like, y'all quiet, y'all shy as hell, man. It's weird. For how heavily the Glober gets gassed up. Y'all are awfully shy. All right, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Shavkat Romanov.
In black, Rachmanov is in blue.
One thing that Stephen Thompson does better than anyone was his fight from a bladed stance using that front leg. He'll use it as a side kick, he uses it as a roundhouse kick, and he slides out of distance better than anybody. He's also really good at sliding his, like leaning his waist back and then sliding back into with shots, whether it's punches or kicks. It's just really hard to get a read on Wonderboy. You know, he's fights in such
Watching.
stance
that if you allow for him to point fight you, you have no chance. So you have to make it a little dirty.
The shot caught immediately has closed the distance and initiated the clinch, which is a success for him.
Yeah.
This is big.
But we haven't seen many people take Wonder Boy down. Even in that whole series with Tyron Woodley, it was very hard for him to get takedowns. Gilbert Burns had success taking Wonder Boy down. But outside of that, nobody just pops on into my mind as being able to.
I think Trump's in the arena as well, if because Colby's a big like MAGA guy. I'm sure Trump's in there somewhere. He comes to UFC all the time actually. I guess he's good friends with Dana White and stuff like that. So he's if I see him, I'll try to point him out in the background somewhere. Not that he's it's just interesting. You know what I mean? it's not like it's not like Biden's going to do cool stuff like go to like NFL games and stuff like that. But Trump's cool. He'll go to like these UFC events. He's cool with Dana White. It's pretty cool. I like it.
Wonder Boy did a good job slipping that lock up over his hips, pulling him back into the clinch. Wonder Boy's got to find a way to beat the underhook of Shavkat. Until he does that, it'll be very difficult to escape this position. Notice Shavkat reaching all the way to the far hip, holding him in a seatbelt position.
Wonder Boy told us this week he feels as strong as he did at 30.
Let me just check the panel real quick. Just make sure we're not excluding anyone. Yazzo. There's Newt. I think we're friends with Manufactotum, Human Sheeple. And I think the rest are friendlies. So check the chat. Can't talk at the moment, but what is the flat aspect downward vector? I mean,
Enemy spotted.
I don't think I don't know you really that well. We haven't really spoke. I haven't really kind of got a chance to sort of engage with you a whole lot, so I don't know your position very well. So I don't know you that much. I guess I would only say that because I felt like you were throwing some shade or throwing out some smoke the other day, so I figured that you probably were more on the. Was it last night? Yeah. So, um, it just felt like maybe you were on the ops, but if that's not the case. No, dude, not really though. I'm just saying, like, well, you were throwing like if it just seemed like you were the ops, so I was just like, all right, that's cool. Like, it is what it is. I don't have this mentality. I'm not trying to. It's weird that you're trying to characterize it as a cult because people come here all the time. They're like, oh well, I'm not a flat earther, dude. It's fine. We're not trying to. Okay, that's fine, but I mean, so am I wrong that you're the ops or what? So you're a flat earther? Are you a flat earther? So you're the ops, bro. What do you mean? Of course you are. By definition, nigga. What you mean? No, we can still be friends and like low key ops though. You know what I'm saying? Like you're my opponent. Okay, but you're still. Of course you are. What do you mean? Yeah, man. What you mean? It's Team Globe versus Team Flat Earth. What you mean? Like what? There's no. no confusion here. The worldview that you have. I can call it whatever you want if you have preferred pronouns, you weirdo. I said globe. Do you have a problem? I don't talk. Yeah. No one does that. No one does that. No one thinks that. No one thinks that. No, dude, no one thinks that. No, because you guys don't really get together because you guys all think different things, dude. You guys, if you guys got together, you'd have a consistent message, but there's a lot of mixed messages. You guys don't get together and come up with shit. You guys are you guys are all like these independent, vague. You have these all. You guys. I mean, dude, I came up with this term called BYOB Earther. A lot of you bring your own version of what you think the globe would or could or should be. Or I see curvature from this height. No, I see it from this height. Well, I see it from this height. Like, so you guys don't get together. I don't think that. So you're doing. I don't want you to project onto me. That's not fair. To, for being honest. But if I took 10 people and asked them what is gravity, they're gonna have different answers. If I ask them where how high do I need to be to see curvature, they're gonna have different answers. So how could it be consistent for me to say that I think globe earthers get together to spread this one unifying message if I go to 10 different globe earthers and they have a varied mix? They would all agree that there's curvature, yeah. But if I had no, no, no. Well, here's how they do have it, because that would just be some vague Earth then. If there's only curvature, right? The specificity lies in the size of it. So if you say, well, let's just ask you. Let's just get to the money. How high do I need to be to see curvature of the Earth? No, 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 no. I'll answer that. Let's not just hold on, because I'm challenging. Hold on, 1 second, 1 second. Don't cope yet. I'm challenging the fact that most people don't understand the globe model, and I'm saying that a lot of people come in with their own model, essentially their own idea. And this comes out when we start asking people how high do you need to be. You're blocking. You're cock blocking me now. Cock blocking. Cock blocking. You're cock blocking. No, that's oh, okay. Well, you already exposed yourself. That's easy. Let me get the soundboard. Exposed yourself. Yep. Yeah, 100%. So you're one of those BOY, excuse me. You're one of those BYOB earthers I'm referring to. Now you've brought your own version where you say you can see curve at this altitude, which doesn't align with the claim, oh shit, this fight's over. Oh, it's not over. All right. Anyway, that doesn't actually align with the claim of the side slope. No, it's not anyone's specific claim. It's the claim. No, no, we're not waiting around for any individual to claim that the Earth is a globe, dude. Are you serious? You really think that's what you don't even believe that yourself, dude? Stop. You don't believe that there's one man that stop. You do not believe that there's one man that said it's a globe and he's the guy. You don't even know so why are you asking me who that person is? You don't you're hold on. Stop. This is your belief, dude. What are you talking about? You didn't stop. You don't believe that. That is the biggest cap.
Stop the cap.
You already said you already said that you're not a flat earther. So what other option is there? Not a flat earth. So again, this is proving my point that people come in and BYO. Hold on. You're only proving my point is that you've now come in with your own version of what you think the Earth is. Are you not BYOB right now? Well, hold on. So either either you hold on a second.
No, you just already got the globe rhetoric wrong by saying 70,000 feet, that you can see the curve when other mainstream scientists, quote unquote, say that it's much higher. So try again.
Yeah, so you're already a BYOB earther, my friend. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not what you think it is. You have your own version. That's the problem. Yeah, you did. No. I already exposed you. See, this is what's funny is you don't even realize what's going on. Too blind. You haven't done this in long enough to know what's going on. Even Flat Lloyd just pointed it out to you. He saw it. I saw it. You did bring your own version. The moment you said 60, 70,000 feet, that was the very moment your wig fell off. This I know how big the Earth is claimed to be wig. Now you've brought your own version, and what's funny is your version is now smaller than the. All right, we'll just ignore you then. How about that? Because he's right. Flat Lloyd is absolutely 100% correct. You have your own version. You cannot see
Yeah, you can ignore me all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that the mainstream says something else than what you just said. Therefore, you're bringing your own globe.
Don't do that, dude. Highly recommend any glober out there. Flat earthers have been made fun of for years. You guys are stupid. Get back on the globe. We're all very well aware of the globe claim. So you guys do this funny stuff where you'll say, "But I didn't claim blah 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 blah," as if we were waiting for you to claim that the Earth is a globe. We know that the Earth is claimed to be a globe. But you don't get to bring your own version. That's the whole point. That's why I came up with this BYOB Earther thing, because a lot of you do this. Oh, well, on my globe, this is how it works. But you don't get to bring your own version. We all know how the Earth is supposed to be. We've been mocked for not believing this one specific thing for so long. You can't come along and create your own version that we're supposed to believe in. You don't even you're not even aligned with the mainstream belief, dude. Radius 3,959 miles. That means you cannot see curvature at 70,000 feet. Period. That's way too low. So that's your BYOB. You're welcome to address, You absolutely cannot. So we're not even going to entertain that for like even a second. Even the honest globers would tell you 100% cannot see curvature, but the Earth is too big to see curvature. So what the hell are you doing in here saying you can see curvature at 70,000 feet? Nah, see, this is the thing. This is me and you. We don't operate the same. You need to be told. I don't need to be told. I'll let the math do the speaking for me. Again, do you know how big the Earth is claimed to be? Oh, you have. No, you haven't. Just stop. We're not even going to entertain that again. You don't know how big the Earth is going to be, clearly. You're just making shit up like, well, I can see curvature. No, you can't. Even if the Earth was a globe. And I just demonstrated I'm probably a better Globe Earther than half the people in here that are actually Globe Earthers. But even if the Earth was a globe, you shouldn't be going around saying that you see curvature, dude. It's too big to see the curve. I've been talking about it very specifically. That's too low. Do you want to hear it from me or do you want to hear it from another Globe Earther? I don't need to be told it's in the math. Again, take the earwax out of your brain. I don't need to be told like you do. I don't just listen to what men tell me to say like you do. I go check for myself. The math is not math. If you're hip to what the kids say these days, the math ain't mathin', bruh. You have it, clown. That's the point. It's because you don't even know the claimed size of the globe. You're just making shit up. You're a BYOB earther. That's the point. You've now made up your own reality, your own globe, which you now see curvature on it. This is my point. I called it way before you even said it. BYOB earthers. Well, on my globe, I can see curvature. Wrong. We know that the claimed size of the globe is too big to see the curvature, especially from 60 to 70,000 feet. Even double that is still not enough. Dude. So we're not even going to entertain the fact that you're in here saying, oh, I can see it though. No, you can't, idiot. Even if it was a globe, you'd have to be hundreds of miles away. And you're not hundreds of miles away at 70,000 feet. Again, I've already addressed it. Clean the earwax out of your brain. I already addressed this multiple times. Doesn't matter what another man says. You can check the math yourself. It does not align. The math does not math, dude. So ask me what man, ask me again what man said what. Weird. All I have to do is ask you, what is the claim size of the globe? That's the math. So what is the claim size of the globe? You're gonna need to know that first, because that's the math. So you don't know the size of the claimed globe to even engage in the first place, human sheeple. Yeah, so you have your own worldview. We already know. You're just like half these other bird brains that brought their own ball to the party where the ball was already provided. That's what's hilarious. If anyone out there doesn't understand this BYOB reference, I'll explain it. Most parties, it's the other way around. You gotta bring your own booze. BYOB. This party, on the other hand, is the other way around. The B, the ball, the globe, the claim, has already been provided. You don't have to bring your own. In fact, if you do, well, why are you doing that then? Now you have another version of reality that's like that doesn't align with what flat earthers have been made fun of for not believing in. So why would a flat earther go with your little version over the thing they've been mocked for not believing in for all these years? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So that's the point. You don't get to make your own version of the globe where you see curvature at 70,000 feet. That does not align, not even close, with the claimed globe at home. So you can keep that to yourself. Cool? I just explained it very clearly. Because the claimed size of the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. So being at 50, 60, 70, 120, 250 miles away from the surface is not even close enough to see curvature. 250 miles. Hold on. Let's check the math, my boy. Let's check the math. I'm saying 70,000 feet versus 250 fucking miles. For starters, basic math, which one is more? No, you can't. So, like, it's not about the math. Why are you asking me about? Why are you asking me for the math? Because it's not about the math. It's just about your own perspective, your own biased worldview. Is that what it is? Because we can't go and validate math. Yeah, I am, dude. Holy fuck. Yes, I am. I asked you. 250 miles versus 60,000 feet. For starters, which one of those is greater than? Yeah, it is. Math. Dumb fuck. Here's an equation for you. I already gave it to you. Which one is more? Oh, you don't. You don't. There's no. You don't actually want to see that, because you don't have an equation that's backing up what you're saying now. You double standard earther. No, you don't. You don't have a standard that supports your 60 to 70,000 feet worldview. That came straight out of your asshole. We all know that. And you don't have an equation that backs that up. I'd love to see that. I'm only asking you because I know you don't have one. Yeah, that's what I thought. I know you don't have one. So this is what proves my point. You double standard earther. Well, you're going to have some mathematics to back up what you're saying, but I don't need one. I can just pull it directly out of my asshole, and that's fine. Cap. I did. Dumb fuck. I did. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. 30, give me 30 seconds. No, I'm trying to do the fight. Trying to do the fights too. Wait. Brother, okay, again, it's not like you have the math that backs up 60, 70,000 feet. So I'm actually just trying to get you a citation. Is that so? Holy fuck, dude. I'm getting you a citation that's backing up what you're asking for. Like, what do you want from me? Okay. What do you mean open up a notepad? This is very simple. What is higher off the ground? 250 miles. Okay. So the math is we have 250 miles, right? Let's start with that. Um, you're a guest here. I'll do what I want. Right. Okay, so 250 miles. So are we good so far? What do you
Don't worry, I
scrolling?
got it.
What do you mean scrolling through people's names? I've been on the same screen. My screen's literally shut.
Yeah, I got the notes.
Yep. So
I got
250.
250 miles.
Yep. Is greater than 60,000 feet. Is this true or false? Well, I want to make sure. I want to make sure. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Is this true or false?
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you know what? Like, again, sheeple. I'm not gonna feel bad about not having some sort of equation for you. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You're not sorry. And again, I'm not gonna feel bad because again, I've already pointed out way before you even got into it, way before you started to feel comfortable that you don't have an equation that backs up your 70,000 feet claim that came directly out of your asshole. So you're gonna sit here and feel good about grilling me for an equation. When I can get one for you, I mean, I just post a citation for you. It's fine. I don't need to like come up with like type out like 250 divided by blah 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 blah. Like I don't have that for you. I'm not that guy. I'm not that math guy. I'll be honest. I'm a layman. But I also am gonna highlight the double standard here, where you're gonna feel confident and like I'm gonna apply a bunch of rigor to this dude that I haven't applied to my own worldview. When you just told us you saw curvature at 60,000 feet, which again doesn't align with the claimed size of the Earth. And honest globe earthers will tell you that. So I'm not gonna feel bad. There's no equation that backs up what you're saying. So don't feel confident that I don't have an equation for you either. Okay? No, no, hold on. I'm not the math guy. I've never been the math guy. Heretic, am I the math guy? Lloyd, Flat Lloyd, am I the math guy? Crit, T-Dub.
Not usually, but I was looking for a helpful image for him.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna get the same thing too. Hold on.
I was looking for it in the server actually.
Yeah, I got you, G. Because this is what's funny, folks. He's sitting here begging for an answer. We're gonna give him one. He's not even gonna address it. This is what people do. They ask for a question. They beg for answers, and then like they don't actually really want the answer. So let's just go ahead and get the citation for him. I'm not the math guy, dude. I don't have like I'm not gonna like sit here and come up with a fucking equation for you, dude. Like I don't give a like you. First of all, you don't care that much, and you don't have an equation for your worldview. So it's just weird that you feel confident applying this super heavy standard that you don't apply to yourself. Because if we just started applying that to you and your 70,000 feet claim, which again doesn't even align with quote scientists that you were asking, well, who told you that? Who told you that? Well, here's him telling you this.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface. Wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
Okay. And so now he's not a flat earther, is he? No. And he's not saying the Earth is flat either, is he? No. He's saying the Earth is too fucking big to see the curvature. That's at 130,000 feet, my dude. Double. Damn near double. Over double. If we go with your 60,000 starting point, that's double. And he's saying this.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
So what am I supposed to do with that? Am I supposed to go with human sheeple in the Discord? Or do we go with this guy? No, he fucking doesn't, idiot. He doesn't even mention a number. Does he? Dude, you gotta clean the earwax out of your brain, bro. I've listened to that clip hundreds of times probably at this point. He doesn't even refer to a number. No, he's not, idiot. Again, you're pulling shit directly out of your asshole. What is the Red Bull jump altitude? Just Google it for us and tell me where it says 30,000 feet. The whole chat will donate $1 for you. You'll get a whopping.
He's talking about Felix Baumgartner.
30,000. No, I'm not. I'm talking about the same exact clip I'm referring to right now. It's 130,000. At 100,000 of that. He didn't. Idiot. He didn't say that. My God. It's called context. Red Bull jump. paying attention? Or were you aware for? My God. You asked. Where did you hear that from? Well, you don't have to just hear it from me, because I know you guys struggle. It's like a guy trying to tell a woman nice. You're not saying it nice enough. Well, a girl will say the exact same thing. So this is what happens when you Glover. A flat earther will tell you in his brain, you start crying. But a Glover will tell you the exact same thing, and you'll be okay with it. Or you'll justify it even. So here's a Glover telling you the exact same thing I'm telling you. So what do you see? This is what you have to do at this point. Is either you have to throw him under the bus, or you have to dive yourself head first. That's a challenging thing to do, isn't it? Do you feel, are you gonna dive under this bus? Probably not. But you're gonna have to, because Neil deGrasse is actually correct. You don't see curvature from 60,000 feet. You don't even see it from double that.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
See this curvature of
surface. Wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. That stuff is flat.
So I played all the clips that I played before, not once did he refer to an altitude. So again, stop making shit up. I'm gonna mute up because I'm gonna go watch this fight. You got some homework to do. Run away from my claims, dude. What do you mean? I'm sitting here educating your dumbass while I'm missing my UFC. I just taught you how you can't. Hold on. Stop the show. I just educated your dumbass how you can't see curvature at 60,000 feet. You cannot sit here and honestly say that I haven't taught you anything. You can't. Factually, you can't. We started this conversation saying you could see curvature at 60,000 feet. Are you willing to double down on that statement? All right. Well, folks, someone better pick up that phone. Y'all hear it ringing? Yeah, I called it. I told you. He would either throw Neil under the bus, or he'd have to dive head first. And what's harder to do? Dive head first. So instead of diving under the bus himself, he has to throw Neil deGrasse Tyson, the science communicator, millions of views. They gave him a microphone to teach people that it's a globe and not flat. He's wrong. And this bird brain in the panel's right. Okay, buddy. And what's funny is Neil's correct. He's going off of the math here. He's not a flat earther. He's not saying the earth is flat either. But he's correct. The earth is too big to see curvature. But this guy, no, he can see it. No one else can. Only him. Sure. These are one of the most dishonest globers. Because again, if I was a globe earther and I was trying to do my best to represent that position, I would never go around saying you can see the curvature of the earth. Now you're misleading people. You're lying. You're making up your own worldview. Making you a BYOB earther. You brought your own ball. No, on my globe, I can see the curve at 60,000. I have home video. Well, now you don't align with the science community. You don't align with anyone. You've made up your own worldview. Crazy. You can keep that, bro. We're not going to feel bad for not believing in your own made-up worldview, dude. Again, been mocked for years as a flat earther for not believing in this one specific worldview, this globe with a specific size, where you can't see curvature at 60,000 feet. So you really think I'm gonna feel bad because no, that worldview that you were mocked for not believing, no, that one's wrong. Mine is right. Okay, buddy, yours doesn't even align with the math. That's my point. Did we get him that citation? He's like, no, you need to type it out in a Word document. Fuck, I don't have. No, I don't. I don't know. I'm not even the math guy, and you're probably not even that guy either. You're not even. You ask questions like you're seriously concerned with this thing. Oh, I really need this. Then we give it to you, and you just throw it out. No one cares. So. I know you guys don't move that way. That's why I'm not seriously engaging with you. Y'all say it's like y'all never been with women. Watch what. Don't watch what they say. Or don't listen to what they say. Watch how they move. I know y'all don't move the way you say. Where's something? It's good enough for you, dude. Deal with it. Take it. Just take it. Dude. Just deal with it. Yeah, I am. I'm capable of understanding that 60,000 feet's not high enough. How about that? Out of the two of us, you seem the less capable. If I'm admitting that I'm not the Mr. Math Wizard, and I'm willing to be humble about that, you're below me in this example because you're saying you can see curvature at 60,000 feet, and we all know that's not true. Okay, honest globe earthers will tell you that's not true. So then I see the curve up there? No, I haven't. Do I have to go there to know that's true? Post it. You don't have it. Okay, you can't sit here and bluff like, oh well, I've got the evidence of the curve, and okay, well show us. Well, I'm not posting it. Why bring it up? Yeah. Dude, there's videos of Bigfoot as well. And
Wait, you claiming curvature of 50,000 feet?
60 to 70.
Oh yeah, we're doing this thing again. So what sort of height are we talking then?
60 to 70,000.
What's high altitude? Okay, yeah. So you really think that curvature would be viewable from 70,000 feet? Right,
Cap.
but the model doesn't agree with you. The model of the globe based on the size of the globe. Well, that's what I keep asking globers, and they keep telling me they have it and never presenting it.
So there's no model then, thanks. That was easy.
No, I'm on that. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah, that was the stupidest, easiest ever.
There is no globe model Kirby 2023.
Facts. You make it so easy for us, dude. Crazy.
You make it feel like Christmas.
No one calls the Earth but flat Earth. No one calls the Earth a globe. That's okay. So when we say globe, we're not.
You sure about that? So why, when I turn on the news, they talk about global this and global that all the time? What's that referring to? Okay, so I will turn on the news and they're referring to a desk toy when they talk about global affairs?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
I think they refer to the same thing.
Oh my god.
No, I think they refer to the same thing. Well, they are. I didn't say they're the same word. I said for a third time, they refer to the same thing.
Put your micro away, dude. Put your micro away, dude. Okay, then why do people say the Earth is round? Okay. So I'm not able to address their claims. I can't. I have to use. You want me to use your preferred pronouns? Okay. Well, what is your preferred pronouns? I'll use. Well, you're saying, well, you can't use the word globe. You've got to use preferred pronouns. Yeah, you do, Fat.
Where do you live? California or some shit?
No, I'm in a base
You
place.
talk to people about their pronouns every day?
No, dude, but
No.
listen, dude, you're not even paying attention. We're saying, oh, but you're a glober. You think the Earth is a globe, and you're like, no, you have to use my proper pronouns, homo. What word do you want me to use then? If I can't say globe or glober, what are you then? You're a homo. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. So what else do you have?
I'm not religious. I'm like atheist.
You're a global sexual. All right.
No, I don't have a cult religion like you.
Well, I don't have religion as we discussed earlier.
Do you believe in the firmament?
Nope.
So when the news, refers to
Your idea.
global stuff, when the news talks about global, what is that referring to again?
Happenings around the world. I already told you.
Okay, but why is it happenings around the world? Okay, and is that because the world's a globe? So then why are they using the word global? But then why are they using the word global? Why are they using the word global? No, I'm actually making my own point. Why are they using the word global? Why are they using the word global?
You're getting cooked by Pokemon.
Why are they using the word global? Why are they using the word global? Why are they using the word global?
I also said no, I don't believe it, dummy. So,
Yeah, why are they using the word global?
so
I'm just going to keep asking. Why are they using the word global?
Why are they using the word global, dude?
To refer to what? To refer to the globe. So why would they use the word global if it's not referring to a globe?
And the imagery of a globe. Dude, you're caught in a corner, bro. Just admit it.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, that's why you were quiet there for 30 seconds. I think you're getting cooked. I think I was right about that.
I just want to know what global refers to if it's not a globe. Or what's it referring to if it's not a globe? Which is happening on a what?
The world
Which is what shape? Brilliant. Notice I was just avoiding using the word globe, even though that's clearly what it's referring to.
Which proves my point that this homo wants us to use his preferred pronoun. No, but you have to say oblate spheroid. Yeah, okay. I think if I say globe, you know what I mean. Holy. No,
They could use worldwide.
My pronouns.
They could use worldwide, they could use international, they could use intercontinental, they could use loads of words. They use global.
Soft.
And you know why that is.
That's your idea. You haven't asked anyone else either. I've been in here for fun. I've been in here watching UFC. I've been streaming the UFC fights for like hours. I haven't heard a single person say anything about firmware. I also haven't heard you ask anyone. So you're not about to sit here and tell me that no, they do believe this thing. You haven't asked. You haven't hasn't been displayed in this panel. So if there's people listening right now, they don't have anything to go off of when you say, well, all these people think X. Nobody said nothing about what you're talking about. Even I disagree. No, it's your idea.
I'm not necessarily now.
Alright, you're 0 for 2. Okay, so what else you got?
I said not necessarily. I'm not completely right.
So that's over. Anyone else? No globe earther? Going once?
Any other irrelevant questions?
What? Dude, see, this is what people do. This isn't pin the tail on the donkey. Your own sloppy ass ideas. No. At least address my position, not the position you're. No, no. What you're trying to do is give me a position. So you believe in the firmament, right? Dude, this isn't pin the tail on the donkey. Keep your goofy ideas to yourself. Nah, again, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to bring your sloppy idea to me like this is some sort of pawn shop. Give it to me. You're gonna sell me your idea and have me defend it. The fuck? That's your idea. Dude, we've heard this a million times. So you believe in like this ice wall, right? No, that's your idea. I never brought up an ice wall. That's your sloppy idea. Keep it.
What he seems to be doing is like a weird mix of two fallacies. It's like a score buster.
What's the buster part?
Filibuster.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to write that one down. That's good. They never want to address your position. Hey, what is your position so I can accurately address it? Nah, they want to come in and be like, your position should be this, and this is why it's stupid. It's like, well, that's good. Well, here's some good news. Here's some good news for you. That's not my position, so nice try. So what else do you got? You guys are debunking a ghost. What up, Jedi?
There's a ghost. Ah, scary.
Oh my god.
It's a month too late for that, I think.
Yeah, you guys are funny, man. Oh, wait. Let's genuinely engage. Jedi, are you
Yo.
a snow globe?
Am I a snow globe over? What the fuck's that?
Oh, so we're 0 for 3 there, sheeple. Damn. So the idea is you were trying to pin on flat earthers. Looks like this isn't pin and tail anymore. Your whole so you're a snow globe earther, right? Made no sense. You're 0 for 3. So what else? What do you mean that's not an answer? Your question has a faulty premise. None of us agree with your premise. So 1-1-0 explain. Yeah, he's doubling down, guys. So you must really know what the flat earth is. Can you tell me? What is it?
Firmament. A boundary between our atmosphere and the barrier between our atmosphere and the vacuum of space. No. Yeah,
You're
no, there's
moving
no.
it.
No,
That's not
no.
what you asked. Bro. This is, again, vague earthers. You guys speaking vague people's intent. Are you a snow globe earther? No, what I mean is... Dude. Try and move the goalpost again. In here. Well, firmament has a very religious connotation. So if you say firmament, so that's kind of trying to put people in a box. So then if I don't agree with that, and you say, well, what I meant was this other thing. What I meant was this other thing. Well, maybe you should have said that in the first place. Firmament has extremely religious connotation. Yeah, but you guys think level is a synonym for like curve, yeah. So I don't know.
Fucking love synonym.
Yeah, you guys think level is a synonym for curve as well. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
I'm gonna add some cinnamon to my breakfast tomorrow.
Well, you prove my point in that very statement. Holy. I say that you think level and curved are synonyms, and you say, well, oh, well, you think that level and flat are the same. So the opposite of flat would be curved. Meaning you think that curved and level are synonyms. My word, you make it so easy. I know that. No. I know that. My position is that curved is obviously an antonym, not a synonym to level. But you think those are one and the same. Can't be otherwise. All right, well, rest in peace to your level water. Well, not really, because you're getting smoked. Your worldview is getting shredded by your own like statements. No, it's such a secret. No one knows. You're right, bro. Yeah, no one has a single clue. We're all confused what your worldview is. We're all waiting. We're all waiting with bated breath for you to tell us. It's such a secret. Okay.
It is
Oh,
globalism.
yeah, because that's what we've been trying to do this whole time, right? By pinning the tail in the donkey. So you think it's this, right? Yeah, it doesn't sound like common ground. It sounds like you're trying to push your rhetoric.
Well, then, if you'd like common ground, can you share your view with us?
Oh no, dude! I fell off a truck. I hit my head, and I thought that the Earth was a globe. I totally. No, I mean, I honestly, I just woke up as if I heard the flat Earth. I thought it was cool, and I just kind of bandwagon effect. You know, I didn't even look into anything. I just kind of go against the government. You know, everything the government says, I just do the opposite. You know, flat. I just want to feel different. I think the government. Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, just I want to feel different. Like so, flat. Yeah, I'm new. I'm new here. You know,
This
no
is
one
the
really.
throwing shit at the wall and hope some of it sticks to the armchair psychology tactic.
Yeah.
You're kind of just throwing out vague accusations. Yeah, you're just throwing out vague accusations.
Wait, crypto. So you
Can I
blindly.
ask?
Wait. So you blindly believe what I just said then? When all the other rest of the flat earthers in the panel know I'm trolling. If you, that's not, the irony is crazy. Irony is
We'll get onto something a bit more
crazy.
interesting. He's just doing the same bullshit over and over. It's kind of
Have,
boring.
have you guys dealt with this guy before? Yeah, have you had conversations before?
Yeah, we know who it is.
I was going to say I'm happy to have an honest conversation. I'm happy to answer your questions, but if you're not being genuine and honest, then I'm not happy to, because I'm not going to sit here and go through
Waste
crap
your
on my
time.
Sunday afternoon. I'm quite having a nice Sunday afternoon here. I'm just about to roll a joint.
Nice. I'm just laughing, dude. Like the irony. He's like, so you just blindly, like, bro, you just blindly believe what I said. I was just trolling blatantly for the whole panel. That yeah, I fell off the truck and hit my head, and you're like, yeah. So wait, that's true.
Wait. What's going on?
I don't know. Sheeple's getting cooked, dude. 6 ways to
So what was
Sunday.
the
I'm about
what
to
was
pass
the
the mic
question,
to
Sheeples?
Bring me up to date.
Oh, I'm gonna watch it, bro. Yeah. I'll watch it with my popcorn and my feet way up. Anti-gravity style.
So what was your question, Sheeple? Oh no, no one really starts as one. I suppose we're all pretty. Maybe except. Maybe except my wife. Yeah, when I came out and told my wife the Earth was flat, she was like, oh, "Duh, no shit, man. What are you
Objection.
talking
We're
about?"
actually all flat earthers.
Shut up. Can you guys just let AJ talk to this guy for a bit?
Of course.
Thank you.
Bitch, I'm not running away. I'm just passing the mic to AJ. I'm being respectful for the panel. I'm not running away, bro. You've been getting cooked this whole time. You really think I'm gonna run away? I'm just being respectful that there's other people. I'm just being respectful that there's other people that want to speak. Okay.
Oh well.
Nobody's
Let's.
running away. Why would I run away from you?
I don't think CV's running away. Yeah, but you got to understand, we get a lot of people in here that are just absolute shit talkers, and a lot of them come in straight off the bat speaking garbage, and unfortunately, that's just how it is sometimes. Yeah, and if they get that. Well, I can tell you that I'm genuine.
Like, are you talking about yourself, dude? I know. Nah, that's cap. I know that Jedi's genuine. I know Flat Lloyd's genuine. I know Crypto's genuine. AJ's genuine. I'm genuine.
That's cap.
I don't even know who TY is, bro. Come on, dude.
AJ, do you want to go ahead?
All right. Well, yeah, righto. So first, it was my brother-in-law who mentioned something to me, and he told me that he didn't believe the Earth was flat. Now, he had originally got it from the Bible, and how he got it was that he was actually having a biblical debate with some Muslim guys, and they said, "Oh, you realise that this Bible says that your Earth is flat? Yeah, your Bible must be wrong." And he said, "No, it doesn't do that. Doesn't say that." And obviously, when he went off and looked at the verses, and he believed that he found that that's what it did say, and he went and started doing his investigations, shared it with me. I told him he was an idiot. Same response as most people give. I started making all these little stupid excuses like, "Oh, look, you can see curved water on a teaspoon," and all the other things that we hear. And in the end, I actually said, "Well, I'll get back to you on this because I'm going to go look into this, and you're a dickhead." And I used to spend a lot of time out on the water fishing. I'd worked on scallop boats before. I had my own reef boat. I'd go to the reef quite often, a couple of 100 kilometers offshore. And my first part of the journey was observing things that I could see over water, over long distances, especially at night, on a clear night, navigation lights, other ships, boats, and realizing that they were just well beyond what we could actually see, what we're meant to see, sorry. I suppose from there I started looking into other long distance observations myself. Now, I'll give it granted that I didn't take into account refraction and other things like that at that point in time, but I was definitely seeing a lot further than what I should have been on this globe. And then I started looking into all the claims, the science, that type of stuff behind the globe, and none of it was stacking up for me. So I suppose that's how I ended up where I am. I am, but it had nothing to do with, well, I wouldn't say religious in the sense of, that's another. I'll just say yes for the point of this conversation. Well, you know what? I'd never actually looked at those verses, I suppose, in that way. But at that time, I wasn't a Christian either. I was actually a flat earther before I was a Christian. I sort of wasn't biblical at that time, but it was mainly that. No, it didn't actually. That was my wife, and that was a different story. So my wife grew up. She's Greek. The family's Greek Orthodox. She was going to a Baptist church when I met her, and I was pretty against all of the religion stuff and the church for a very long time. I mean, I've got, and my wife was taking my full church. I definitely wasn't going. Well, no, in the end, she was going with the kids and the family, and I wanted what they were being taught as well, so I decided to go along. And I went along for quite a long time, yeah, and just sat there and pretty much judged everyone. And look at this dickhead with his hands. Look at what this idiot's doing, or whatever, you know. And I had a really strange experience in there one day that I really can't explain. And I thought, okay, that's a bit weird. I don't know. I was just sitting there one day. I'd been there, like I said, yeah, and the pastor was on the stage talking. Don't even know what he was talking about. Can't even tell you. And then all of a sudden, I just felt like I'd been hit by a train. Yeah, like thought I was going to have this mental breakdown and cry in the middle of the aisle. I'm like, holy hell, I got to get out of here. And then I thought, no, I can't do that because everyone's going to see me. So I just sucked it up and sat there and did my thing. And then no one had ever spoken to me. I'd been there for months. And at the end of it, some guy just walked up to me and said, hey, have you got a Bible? And I said, no. Nah. And he goes, oh, I think you need one. Gave me his Bible and I started reading. So started my own research there and came to the conclusion that I believed that the Bible was real. And then I decided to go. I needed to know. I wanted to investigate again. I don't just believe things. So I actually joined a Baptist Bible college. And that was not to become a pastor, although I could. I just wanted to know and understand what I was believing. So left there and pretty much more confused and a bit dejected, but I believe I understand it. And yeah, I didn't at that stage what they were teaching. But no, it was, I suppose, more the experience. I did originally go with my family and wife, but yeah. Yes. I believe there's a creator, yeah, and I believe that it's Jesus and God of the Bible.
Amen.
I think that, but I believe that the way that a lot of it's taught is very mixed up and messed up, and that was what I ended up with from the Bible college. Yeah, a lot of contradictions and problems that they didn't answer for me. Yeah, and I'd ask the questions, and you know, is it this or this? This is a contradiction. It can't be both, and why? And I fully expected a scriptural answer where they could go and back it up with something from the Bible, but usually the answer was, well, this is how the Baptists have always believed it. This is how the Baptists have always taught it. God works in mysterious ways. And for me, that wasn't an answer to that problem. No, that was speaking to my brother-in-law. That was my brother-in-law, not me. Yeah. So he was a Christian, and he was talking to some Muslim guys, and then he sort of rang me up and said he didn't really even mention the Bible. He just said, guess what, man? I think, yeah, like that. But it wasn't on the biblical side for me because that's not what I was into. Yeah, he's just like, man, the Earth's saying bullshit, water curves. Look at that teaspoon. He's going, you're an idiot, man. Go and have a look. So, you know, that's what got me onto the flat Earth side of things, and it was my wife that got me into the biblical side of things, I could say, suppose, in the first place. But then she's learned.
Bruh.
Yeah. No. Well, back then, like that 200 proofs, I think, I don't even know if it was out at that stage. There wasn't really much out about flat Earth. Yeah. This is a long time ago. This is probably 10 or 15 years ago now. 43, 44. So, that information wasn't available really. And I was just doing my own long distance observations from being out on the water. I knew, you know, the distance to the horizon that we should be, you know, as part of navigation, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And then I had a beach that was in a town that I lived, and there was an island 10 kilometres away. And I could clearly sit there and see the beach 10 kilometres away. I could see the shoreline. I could see people. At night, I could see lights along the beach on the footpath. We had a lighthouse that was approximately 15 to 20 kilometres away. I can't tell you exactly because it's too long ago. I could, again, on a very clear day, I could sit on the beach. I could clearly see all that beach under the lighthouse, the cliff, the water breaking on the rocks at the bottom. So it was more those long distance observations for me back then. And then I left it. I didn't do anything. Yeah, I was like, okay, the Earth's flat. And then the Bible stuff came in. I'm like, okay, the Bible says it's. It was probably only recently that I started watching a few YouTube videos. My kids taught me about Discord, and I jumped into Discord and sort of started having these discussions. And yeah, that's how I ended up where I am. Yes. Well, I know that in the southern hemisphere we don't use the same compass that you guys use in the north. That's for sure. Just navigating myself. No, I haven't looked into naval navigation, but just navigating myself on the ocean. There is definitely a few issues, especially around the town where I used to live, because I was in opposite an island called Magnetic Island that was named by Captain Cook. Because when he went in there, yeah. So I lived across from Magnetic Island, so that was the island I could view from Townsville off the shoreline. So when you're there, no, at that time I definitely wasn't accounting for any refraction, but on a clear day, I could repeatedly go and see that beach 10 kilometres away. Well, I don't live there at the moment, but I am moving back to that town very shortly. And yes, I am going to go down and do some observations there and try and get some other flat earthers involved, because it's actually a pretty good place to do it. Yeah, I just need to, yeah, well, moving back after Christmas, so probably February sometime, I'd say, and I won't have to work quite as much, so I'll have a bit more time on my hands. No, I could actually view, people on the beach and the waves breaking on the beach, yeah, on a nice, clear, calm day. 10 kilometres was the stretch I was looking across. So that's based off the radius of the Earth, and the 0.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as a distance to the horizon or the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, we're not like you. We don't need daddy to tell us what to think. We can just do math ourselves. You do. You know that's what you do. Because you, like, no, you keep referring to like who told you this and where did you, like, why do you, like, who told you to think that way? We don't need a daddy to tell us how to think.
Well, just doing navigation, yeah, with what I did on the ocean was enough to know that that is the equation. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is your distance to horizon. I mean, that's probably one of the simplest things. So that's what I was basing it off at my observer height across that stretch of water.
You want to psycho and flat earthers. You don't want to actually talk about the earth or the evidence or anything AJ just talk to. No, you don't. You just want to psychoanalyze people. Yeah, it is.
So then where do you sit on your position then?
Yeah, let's psychoanalyze.
What is your position?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't here. I didn't hear that, but then you're talking about your position earlier. Saying.
Stop the cap.
I'm sure you don't want to. Yeah, that makes sense.
See, I got friends with military background as well that will tell me that they believe the Earth is flat. So I got one mate who was a sniper, and I got another mate who was in infantry, and actually, you can look him up. His name's Slav. This guy, he was also a sniper in the Australian Army that shot one of the longest, had one of the longest kill shots in Afghanistan. So If you talk to any of those blokes, they'll say, "Nah, man, it's flat." But so you know, and then I hear other people say, "No, I got a mate who whatever." It's all hearsay. I understand that, but I am being honest and take it or leave it. You know, we get it.
Stop the cap.
So then, oh well, the claim normally is sniper rifles. So my dad was an artilleryman. Yeah, that's correct. It is from movies, and a lot of people come in dying on the hill for that one. That snipers and bullets take into account Coriolis.
Yeah, I told you Globies all think different things, sheeple. What are your preferred
Look, at the
pronouns?
end of the
Hold on. What are your preferred pronouns then? Sorry, my bad.
oh, there actually are, man. I tell you now, I'm on Facebook, yeah, and how I got into this originally was there was some Facebook sites that were called. No, hang on. There was some Facebook sites, you know, flat Earth only, flat Earth this, flat Earth that, you know, and when I joined them, I was the only flat earther in there. It was made by a bunch of globe guys who just wanted to try and shit all over you, and you'd try and have an honest conversation, and what you would end up with is 30 people. No, no, no. I'm not saying you're grouped with them, right? But what we have here is we have three different sort of groups of people that come in here. Yeah, we have people who believe in they live on a globe. Yeah, they live on a spinning ball or whatever they want to believe, and they have a genuine interest in what flat earthers have to say, and they stick to their knowledge of the globe, and it's fairly accurate as to what we're told. But then we also have another group that on the other side that are anti-flat earthers that will do anything to win the argument. They don't even stick to their own paradigm or what the globe teaches. Yeah, so we get a very vast array of people in here, and yes, there are people who believe in the globe that do have sites just dedicated to the globe and trying to debunk flat earthers. There's people in here that have come into these rooms that have told us that flat earthers deserve to be put in jail and shot for misinformation. We've had people try to pull these servers down for disinformation, saying that we're dangerous people. So there are a lot of people out there that are a dead set globers against this. And well, that's your opinion. Yeah, you're entitled to it.
But notice how you're like, well, you can't just like say you're saying Glovers. That's bad, bro. We're dealing with. I never said that. I just said Globies, Glovers. You're like, well, you keep saying Globies.
I think
Relax. Y'all are not all the same.
it's just a generalization of people who believe in the globe. That's all it is.
It's like me saying black people, and you're like, oh, but you can't say black people. Yeah, I can. Okay, so you're just being offended. Like now, I have to use your preferred. What a preferred pronoun do you want me to use? Shut up, and we're gonna say globies and stop whining about it, man. I can say globers and globies, and you know who I'm referring to. Y'all are not all alike anyway, so what's the point of being offended? Look in the mirror, dude.
No, but when he's saying globies, obviously people come in here that believe in the globe, like yourself, that you believe that it is a planet, a spinning ball. No, you don't like the word globe. Globe's a model on the desk. I heard you earlier. Yep. Okay, so you believe in that, and we believe the Earth is flat. So most people who come in who believe in the globe or the heliocentric model come in and call it flurfs or flat earthers or flatties or whatever. And I suppose the globers are called globers. It's just a generalization that within the heliocentric model as it's presented. That's all.
It's not a beef. Like, you don't see us getting butthurt because someone said flurf. You can call me whatever you want. I am what I am. But like, it's okay. But you might be surprised, or you know, might be new to you. But no, people have caught flat. Mm, if you are so interested, like, since you want to psychoanalyze people, why don't you tell us how you got introduced to fire?
Beauty will grow from your remains.
Do you remember which? Okay. Do you remember which Nathan by any chance? I think he's the same. Anyway, my dress. Okay, dude, relax. Aren't you the same one that's like, what's with the ad homs? Anyway, no, I'm just, it's fine. That's probably even worse. Like, I can't even defend myself. But anyway, so, anyway, I love space, dude. I grew up, though I could barely draw a thing. I'm not a good drawer. The only thing I could doodle was a globe. I would doodle globes and tornadoes. Thumbs in the corner, yeah, classic. Yeah, birds, yeah. But like, if I was gonna doodle something, it was always the globe, dude. Always, um, globe, continents, water. I don't know. It was just fun. I like drawing the globe. Anyway, I liked it. I liked the worldview. I watched all the documentaries, the Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan. I would have like classical music with like pictures of the galaxy just playing on my Xbox and on my TV. I could just leave it running. I love that stuff. I thought it was cool, man. I was really interested in that stuff. But at the same time, I never believed it. And so the more they pushed that type of stuff, like they did the Tesla Roadster in February of 2018. They were like, we're going to launch this car into space. So to me, I was like, oh, here we go, moon landing 2.0. I watched it. I mean, I watched the live stream and all that stuff. But I'm sitting here the whole time thinking,
Stop the cap.
so I was like, dude, there's no way. So I didn't believe it. For me, that was basically the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of flat Earth. I heard the words flat Earth for the first time in 2017, and I didn't immediately understand it, but I also didn't immediately reject it or take it on board. I was a little confused at first, and I would kind of go to some friends and coworkers because I had a coworker that was training to be a pilot, and of course, around that time, if you were new, the topic of like flight paths would come up back then. Such an old, that's a season one topic if y'all know the reference. But so I went to him and I was talking to him about flat Earth and stuff, and me and my coworkers would get together after work and we'd go and hang out and talk, long, like deep, philosophical talks and stuff like that. So I would be like, "So what do you guys think about flat Earth?" And the reactions I got sort of just raised a red flag. I noticed right away I was getting kicked out of like the globe camp. They didn't want me. I don't know. It was. It didn't. Listen. It didn't lead to a flat Earth in specifically. It was just that is what kind of, because I really believed in outer space, but that was the thing that sort of space started to fall apart after that. It's not that the Earth just became flat, or like, oh, now it's flat Earth. No, that was before. That was before they launched the car. So I had a whole year of like kind of talking about it, thinking about it, discussing it, while still believing in still believing in space. So it wasn't like I just like, um, I don't know, just woke up a flat Earth or anything like that. I still believed in space for quite a while. I didn't know what it was. I was still had my old worldview. I was trying to think about it. Well, again, that was before. But so well, let me ask you this: if I took away space from you, what would you? What kind of questions, or what would that leave you with? You'd still it would still be a globe, just not in space. No, taking the void away. Well, easy. We can show you. No, that well. Well, no, listen. No, no. You don't have to replace Santa's reindeers with like some other idea. You don't have to replace it, just like you don't have to replace Santa's reindeers. Well,
I think it's more the fact that I'd say it's a place that we can't go and haven't been.
How do you take away Santa's elf? So then we were left with a globe where that's not what I. You keep trying to pin that on me or us. I'm not saying that. I don't think that actually
I think
follows.
that I think it's a little bit of semantics, a little bit like maybe he heard it, maybe he'd heard flat Earth. Well, I think that, maybe, well, he said that he's come to the conclusion that, okay, maybe the Earth's flat because space is sort of out of the equation. So maybe he'd heard something about flat Earth from someone. Maybe it had come up in a conversation. Maybe that's what made him investigate it further. Who knows? But at the end of the day, he's sort of saying that he realized the moon landing was faked, and then they had the conversation about that. And then SpaceX, well, that was just a load of garbage, them shooting a car into space. And I suppose that's where somehow from there it led to flat Earth, yeah?
Oh, dude. I didn't say. I feel like you're not a good listener, but well, I definitely didn't say it like that. You're not a good. So then you didn't listen to what I said. I said, so are we left with just a globe, just a vague globe where it doesn't make the Earth flat necessarily? If you take I think it does though. Well, you were just saying that like well, it's no different than removing like you like how do you remove Santa Claus or it's reindeers? You don't have to replace it with anything. It's just not true. Sort of. You don't have to replace it with jelly or that's weird. You're the only one saying it. Aren't you asking that from me?
I understood what he's saying. He probably didn't articulate the question perfectly or the answer perfectly, sorry, as to, like I said, I think you're playing a little bit on semantics. I understand what you're saying, but I think that like you're asking for exact phrases and exact words for clarification. I think he's just given a bit of a generalization, but I think I still understood what he was trying to explain.
Going into semantics, dude. It doesn't give me any information about the shape whatsoever. It's an unknown variable. No, I just know it's not a globe. So it doesn't give you. Again, it doesn't really change the fact that you still don't know what shape all of reality is. In your worldview, all of reality evolved this outer space. So to take that away, you're left with like a deconstructed worldview, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Whereas, I don't know, yeah. Well, you've got to feel like three are on track with me to actually have like a specific, discuss a topic and try to get to the bottom of it, as opposed to trying to psychoanalyze, as opposed to trying to psychoanalyze flat earthers, which is what is important. This isn't therapy. So stop trying to. I want you guys to really think you're genuine. If you were genuine, you'd be like, okay, well, what is it like? What's your argument? Okay, well, what is it? Let me try to think about a response to that. I know that because you guys want to psychoanalyze like this therapy. This is not. Is it interesting? Psychoanalyzing flat earthers is not interesting. It's not, because it doesn't teach us about the earth, and it doesn't teach our audience, the people listening, how to go and test the earth for themselves. I know you're not. That's because I don't think it's a genuine thing. You want to psychoanalyze flat earthers. We could just psychoanalyze. Really, because you don't understand that the last 30,000 people did it before you. Trying to tell us like, oh, well, I'm just interviewing, I just want to know.
So then, other than to move the conversation on, other than your military background, what other evidences make you believe that you are this globe?
So notice how you're not.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, hold on. Photographs taken from space from the 1940s. What? Are you sure it's
So
the 1940s?
maybe we should start there. Let's start.
It might be 1950s.
Well, let's start there with that claim. Jodel, do you want to handle that claim?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yes.
1950 something. I don't think it's in the book. That's fine.
So you just
So what would
you went from the
you go?
interview?
Sorry.
Oh, I just.
Who did that? Is that the Russians? What? I do. Sorry, this is the first time I've heard of it. That's all. I swear it was in the 50s. What altitude? What altitude was it taken from? Does it say? Just says space, right?
Okay, cool. Cheers, thank you. I'll look into that.
I have a very off-topic question here for everybody. Maybe someone can help me out because I've been trying to research this and I haven't been able to find any answers on this one. Human sheep, you might be able to help me. So I've at the moment I'm living in a caravan on my property. I've got a big farm, but we're selling at the moment. So we've moved into our van. I'm on this big hill where I can see. I've got a clear view over all the mountains, all the sky, everything. It's very clear. So I've started paying attention to the sun and the moon, yeah? So what I've noticed over the last 3 nights or 3 days, the sun's rising in the east. It's not directly east, setting in about the southwest direction. I've had a compass out, checked it. I've checked it with a manual compass and my phone. And then what I find is as it starts getting dark, the moon doesn't appear in the east. It actually appears in the west. And it appears not to move, and it sits in the west all night in the same location. It appears to have just risen in the west. And it's right down low on the horizon, and it sits there all night. So every time I search this, there are people who have asked this question, but the only response you get is that no, it rises in the east and sets in the west. So, yeah, there's a question for anybody. No, I make sure I include Southern Hemisphere, Australia, and there are other people that have asked this question, but it doesn't seem to be answered. The answer tends to always be that no, it always follows the sun. It rises and sets in the west. Now, maybe it's crossing during the day in daylight hours and it's not visible, but it's very, very... Well, it does. It's not exactly east. It depends on the time of the year. And it doesn't exactly set in the west either. Like at the moment, it's more southwest. It sort of circles north a bit, but it's definitely just in the western sky and definitely right on the horizon. It just sits there all night. I was up till 3 in the morning last night, and it didn't appear to move from its location really at all on the western horizon. Fair enough.
No, yeah.
Not 100% flat. It's got topography. No, man. I live in the bush in New South Wales in Australia. I'm in the middle of nowhere. No. To be honest, I more got on Discord in the first place because I was on Facebook first, yeah? And you seriously go through some hell trying to have these discussions, texting with people on Facebook, especially when it's like 30 at a time, just abusing you. It was actually good just to talk to some like-minded people and hear their stories and, have a conversation.
So are you guys all flat earthers in here? Or is there like a mix? Okay. Yeah. Are there any globetrotters in here like myself? Yeah, usually globetard is what flat earthers call it. Okay, nice. Well, I have a backup, I guess, if I need it. I probably will. Huh, so... No, I see. No, it's I see this channel a lot, and
There you
I
go.
never. But
Human Sheep's forming a club as we speak.
I'm scared.
He's the club leader.
So why is the Earth flat? Like how?
I would say because it's measured. So
it's measured. How do we measure it?
Well, I'd say that any measurements that we do take, where whether it's surveying, whatever, it's we're measuring elevation angles and depression angles.
I mean, it seems to me like, and this is good faith. Like, I mean, we disagree from the outset, obviously, but like, I'm not here just to troll. Like, I'm gonna, genuinely consider the things you say and so on. But so I guess my first question is, wouldn't the easiest way to test the speed to try to go to the edge, and then that would pretty much...
No.
Where's the edge then?
No. The best thing to do to figure out if the Earth is flat is to measure the surface to see if it is flat. If you want to answer a definite question to say, has the flat Earth got an edge, then you'd go to the edge to answer that question. But to figure out if the surface of the water was leveled, you'd measure it.
But so, like, I mean, I'm sure some of you have taken like calculus, like this, the idea of the limit, where like, if you get zoom in on something big and you get smaller and smaller and smaller, it will locally start like a curve in calculus or a function, right? It'll be a straight line the more you zoom in, right? So like that is also true of a surface. So yes, locally it will be flat, but you can imagine.
Okay, so when I measure from me to an object 25 miles away over a distance of water that should have a shitload of curvature in it, and I don't measure it, that's because of calculus and a curved line looks flat.
Wait, was there a question at the end there? I couldn't make out the last part you said. Were you asking me a question?
The whole thing was a question. Yes, he was.
So were you asking me to clarify what I said?
You're saying that because we measure along the y-axis from us out to an object 25 miles away over a distance of water, that we don't measure curvature, that's because of calculus and a curved line can appear flat.
Well, that's I basically said that's not really what I was saying. All I was pointing out was just that the theory in theory, or theoretically, if you have a really big ball, say that something was the size of the Earth, supposedly, if you were to zoom in that to our size relative to the Earth, it would appear flat, because if you were like an ant on a basketball, it would be kind of flat if you were the ant, right? But if you were a molecule on the basketball, it would be pretty flat.
That depends on how far you are viewing. If you are, for example, a 6-foot observer standing on a curved surface with a known radius of 3,959 miles, then using the equation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then every geometric horizon should be at the square root of the observer times that 1.225. So for a 6-foot observer, geometric horizon 3 miles away before things beyond that 3-mile distance start to disappear beyond that curvature for a 6-foot observer. Don't care how big the Earth is or how small we are compared to it. If we're standing at altitude on that surface with distance, things should disappear over that curvature.
And people would say that if you're out in the ocean, things do disappear.
Sorry, say that again.
People would say, well, if you're out in a boat in the ocean, there is a horizon seemingly, because things do disappear.
Okay, but would that be at a mathematical location, or would that be an arbitrary distance?
Would it be well, yeah. I mean, if the entire Earth were a water sphere, there would be you would calculate, approximately, of course, but pretty accurately, I'd say, where the horizon is.
Yeah. So if I'm a 6-foot observer standing at the beach, then the boat should start to disappear because of the geometric horizon from about 3 miles away.
I mean, I'm gonna have to take your word for it. I haven't calculated that, but okay, let's suppose that's okay.
Yeah, I gave you the calculation, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, physical geometric horizon 2.9 miles away or 3 miles to round the numbers up, that means that your boat should start disappearing because of physical Earth curvature from 3 miles onward.
You're saying that
What would happen if I was to give you the image of a boat at a distance of 12 miles away from a 3-foot observer?
I mean, as a meme response, I would be inclined to say it's CGI because I think that's what flat earthers say about like images of like Earth and stuff. I don't know, but like my genuine answer is really I'd want to derive the equation myself and see for myself in numbers. But yeah, that. Yeah.
Are you near your computer? You can Google Earth curve calculator.
Well, you don't even have to do that. If you just want to go and have a look at celestial navigation and just Google how to calculate the distance to the horizon. And it will give you the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And you can also then go to and Google the Earth curvature calculator that will give you the equation that you're looking for.
Hold on. Can you just one last time? Can you give me that equation for me, please?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 6 feet, then the curvature that they should be disappearing behind should be at no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers.
Okay. Yeah, so
over a 10-kilometer stretch at sea level, there at 6 feet over 10 kilometers, there should be 7 meters of curvature. So if I was looking at, say, between two islands, I say this example. This is the example that I gave before when I was speaking. I've done this myself. There was a beach that was 10 kilometers away. So at my eye level, looking across that stretch of water, that beach on the other side should have been 7 meters below my eye line, where I should have only seen the tops of the trees, yet I could see people on the shoreline on a clear day quite clearly straight in front of me. That should be hidden at 5 kilometers.
I think okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, I might be back. I'm gonna do a little math myself. Thanks.
No worries.
Where'd you post that? I'm on my phone, sorry. Yep, cool. What the stars are? The Southern Cross, yeah? Yeah, I was looking at it last night. You know what? I don't even know. No, we don't. No, we don't actually. No, I haven't used money here for that long. We don't really use money in Australia, man. We use cards. Everything's cards. Yeah, even like there's certain shops now that won't accept cash. Even in like Canberra, I just seen on Facebook today, someone went to Canberra, our capital, went to the museum at the capital and wanted to buy like a history book on the history of Australia, and they wouldn't let them pay with cash. Yeah. No, man, not in. When I went to America, I freaked out because, yeah, we don't really have cash in Australia. And then like everyone wanted tips, everyone wanted tips, and then everything was cash. And I was like freaking out, man, because we do not carry cash in Australia, yeah? It's all cards. And no, there's no Australian flag on them. No, I didn't actually. No. Just having a look at it now.
The reason of what? Great question. Do you have an answer?
Yeah, the House of Ball, obviously.
Oh, well, we'll have to. I'll have a look into it. No, I understand. No, I understand what you're saying. I've seen him.
I mean, yes, I do, but I haven't particularly looked into the issue you just mentioned with the star.
So I wonder what
Let's get
latitude and all that
Ascension.
the Southern Cross is at, like where that would line up as a GP on the Earth. So in what direction are you looking at from Brazil and Australia? Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So in Brazil, the star on the top of the first line is basically the star on the bottom.
No.
Okay,
No, it's the
okay.
little star that's on the corner.
Okay,
Yeah, it's the star that's on the corner. But when I'm looking at where Brazil and Australia are,
Yeah,
it
yeah, I know, I
doesn't make
get it.
sense that it would flip. It doesn't.
Okay.
So what I'm looking at doesn't really make sense to me at the moment as to why it would flip that way. That's why I'm asking where would the GP be? What direction would they be looking out to see this Southern Cross? Where in relation?
Yeah.
So then,
Yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah. It's like seeing a
Yeah, I
green
know,
ring.
I get it. I mean, it would make sense if it's stationary, because if you move along the equator and just pass either way, we would see the change with our own eyes by doing so.
Yeah, but where are you looking from these 3 points to observe this? Are you looking direct? Yeah, where are you looking? So are you?
So it would have to be. See, the way that I see it, I'm looking directly out. So if Brazil was looking at it directly from their point of view, then it wouldn't be flipped that way. You'd have to be looking at each other with that vertical in the for it to flip that way. So I'm looking for where that ground position would be between Australia and Brazil. Is that where exactly is that? What direction are we looking from Australia, and what direction are they looking from Brazil? And where is the constellation between these two? Well, well, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I need to do further investigation as to whether it does fit into the way that you're claiming it does. That's cool. I said I'd look into it and get back to you. I'll have a look. I don't want to make assumptions or.
This is what I tried to ask you earlier. Which direction the observers are looking? The observers. This does not sound south, is it?
Hello, what's up, guys?
Hold on. The southern cross. Yeah. Well, no, they wouldn't be looking south because the southern crux isn't the. Is south. Yeah. So, for example. Yeah. So, for example, in one continent they could be looking southwest, and in Australia, for example, they could be looking southeast. You'd have to make sure that they were looking in exactly the right compass direction. They could be having different compass directions and looking.
That is so much fuck.
Hey guys, I just want to say that you guys knows me, right? I'm sorry.
It's a weird.
What?
Yeah, thank you. That's all. That's all I just want to hear. Thank you.
He's sorry about us knowing him. Yeah, I'm sorry we have to know you too.
Yeah, that's it.
However,
Biology. Stuna Muna.
I actually have a question about the flag from Brazil in general. How do we know that the actual photo that has been presented onto the flag is not in just an 180 photograph and not? I mean, you could take pictures from the sky in 180 degree and it would be in reverse, you know.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
well, the issue that there's a couple of issues that I see. One, I'm looking here now, and the Southern Cross does move in location all year round throughout the months. So at the moment, I'm seeing it where I should be in the southeast. That's right. I'll get back to you. Not going to say anything yet. Let me have a look at it. where they're seeing changes location in the sky. So at the moment, I'm seeing it in the southeast, which is where we should see it in December.
I think NASA told
I think it was a stylistic choice.
I've seen something. I'll see. I will
Yeah,
see if I can
around.
find it. Yeah, along that line. I knew somebody.
Not necessarily. That was going to be a question. Does it actually look like it does on those flags from those countries? Well, why not just say that then? Who cares about the flag? Okay. Yeah, but every time I hear it, it's just about the flag. Yeah, forget about the flag though. Just talk about what the actual phenomenon is. Great, but that's the point. Great, but that's the point, not the flag. The flag's not the point. What the sky does is the point.
Motherfucker.
Well, when you make it just about the flag and keep harping on about that, I can just say, well, maybe they just preferred it that way. Well, if you're gonna ask it like that, I'll just say again, because they prefer it that way. Yeah. What are the two locations again? Brazil and Antipodal.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must throne is the most
Hey, map. Nah, we don't say that. So we say that a flattened globe is the flat Earth map. Nah, that's just what you're saying. Nah, I don't think it's a true representation of reality. Probably the land. It was Brazil. Sorry, I haven't been tuning in the whole way. It's Brazil and what? Yes, and what's the other country? Okay.
So looking at that map,
Sorry, guys.
if you
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to jump in for a while. Sorry, AJ. The reason why the stars on the Brazil flag are reversed is because they take an outside view of the spherical celestial sphere. So it's an ancient, according to what I've just been looking up, it's an old way of mapping the stars. So we all understand about the celestial sphere. The reason why they put stars on it that way round is because Australia and New Zealand have made their observations from on the Earth of what the stars look like. The Brazilians have taken a strange way of doing it by looking at it from a God's point of view, from beyond those stars and how it would look from that point of view. That's why it's that way around. That's why I've just posted it in the live stream, dude. There's quite a lot of history behind the Brazilian flag, why there's so many stars and this, that, and the other, and why they've got the Southern Cross on there in the first place. And that's because of their birth on November the. No, it's because of when Brazil became a country, and you can only see it at a certain time of year as well. So in the November months, I think it's November the 19th. So yeah, it's only available to be viewed a short time throughout the year. Brazil was made on this particular day when you can observe it high in the sky or whatever it is. So yeah, they've taken, it's called the auxiliary something or other. So they've taken the God's eye perspective, looking back on the earth with the stars in between. That's why the stars are that way around to that flag. It's the way that they that's a different it depends what question you're talking about now. You're talking about just the observations from on the ground of what the stars are doing, or why Brazil have got their stars. They don't.
Only in November.
Yeah.
So in November, what direction can they see the Southern Cross in? What direction are they looking? Well, no, it's not all that matters because we need to know a direction that they are looking to see it.
Right.
I don't know. Can they? Should they? Why?
No, it's not the same.
I'd just like to know a direction that they're looking, and then I can have a look at this.
Just because
They're
they're
both
just
looking
doesn't
south.
mean you should be able to
Okay,
see
So are they looking directly south? Because they wouldn't be looking directly south in Australia in no. Well,
Well, it works by them both having a vantage point to view that star cluster from.
Yeah, if they would looking at the north, is every flag would be attributed from the
No.
viewpoint of the north, then of course the star pattern wouldn't change at all. But if you go into Brazil and just take a picture from the south, of course it's in the reverse.
Dude, it works perfectly. That's all.
I think Jedi gave a really good answer as to why they have actually got that star pattern on their flag. I mean, and he has.
That's not. Yeah, and they also see the Southern Cross at different times of year. You can Google that.
So, what if that's not an accurate representation of the land? No, because he told me it's a squished globe. No, I don't have an argument for that. Not necessary. I already told you, third time now, because you told me. Do you want the answer? Do you want the answer or just want to talk over top of it? I already told you, third time now, because you told me it's a squished globe. Yeah, so it's not, I don't think it's squished. No, I didn't do that. You presented it as us presenting it as a flat earth map. I didn't present it. I didn't present it.
We are not.
You presented it. I didn't present it once. Show me where I presented it. Right, exactly. Okay, so fourth time now. No, because you told me that it's a squished globe. So I don't think a squished globe is an accurate representation of Earth. No, I don't. I don't have one. Not really. Well, why would I need to? It's not one of my arguments. I don't need it. What do you mean? What cult? Hey, you're not adding much right now. So here it is. Yeah, no, here it is because okay, yeah. So here it is. I don't need a representation or a drawing of what I think the Earth looks like to make the arguments that I make. That's why. No, I didn't even look at it, but no, I just saw it. No, it's another AE map. I don't have a claim for a map. Don't need it. It's not one of the arguments I make. Yeah, I do. So that I can say what I want to. Well, I already told you. I'll give the answer a second time. They both have a vantage point to view those star formations from. Well, somewhere where they can both view those star formations, obviously. I
Because
just
they
told you.
reside in the same
Just
degree.
somewhere where they can both view those star formations. Yeah. Well, you could probably reverse engineer it. Actually, you could probably reverse engineer it. Actually, since you say that they can both view it, you could get the angles, the elevation angles to both of these star formations, and from these two locations, and you could probably figure it out where they are with reference to one another. I mean, you're the one who cares so much, so go ahead and do it. Well, what did you come up with? It's been done, so what did you come up with? Well, polar, so they're antipodal. So they're antipodal? I don't think they're antipodal. I don't think they're antipodal. I already told you, so you want it like a third time now? I don't think they're antipodal.
Nonsense. That's nonsense.
Polar opposites. What do you mean polar opposites?
You mean that one is on the other side of the ball?
Need to dictate who's going to speak, though, is the thing. No, I'm not.
Does the Southern Cross?
I'd like to go back to Jedi's point, because I feel like that got skimmed past. Jedi?
Yo, which one?
What you just raised, where the flag originated from, and how they were looking from the outside of the Celestials. Because I don't feel like there was any concession there. That'll skim past and changed into another conversation. I feel like you had a really good point there that nothing was acknowledged on.
I mean, as far as I can see, with just Google searching it, looking at the flag and its history, that's the viewpoint they take when looking at the stars. The outside. Okay, yeah, that's a different question. Then you brought up about the flags, all right? And you said, "Oh, how do you answer this?"
Who cares about the flags? Who cares about the flags? Yeah, talk about the observations. Yeah, but the flags are irrelevant. Yeah, the flags are irrelevant because your point is actually the observations, not the flags. So forget the flags.
Let's get the.
Right. It's about the observation, not the flag.
All right. Okay, 2 seconds.
But we just covered that. We just covered that. Yeah, that's what Jedi just covered.
Nope.
No, yeah, sorry, that was the wrong way around. Sorry, different months.
I think that these
Wait a minute.
very two flags have been placed for deception.
Wait a second.
I want to answer.
Yes.
No, I just want to answer the question.
All right, go ahead.
Right, so you're asking why these two countries that you are saying are polar opposites can see the same star. That's what you're, yes, but that's what you're saying. Why are you talking? Why are you talking? Yeah, I understand that shit.
Hey, you're ruining a good conversation here, Sheeple. Shut up.
Come on, dude. All right, one, so we can get the base facts sorted out. They're not observing them at the same time, are they? But one time it's going to be day. Okay, no, that's fine. But they're not. One's in day, one's in night time. We understand that the stars move across the sky, don't we? Yes? Well, whichever point of view you want to take, the stars move across the sky, don't they? Yeah, but the stars move across the sky. Like I fucking said, whichever point of view you take, which would mean I didn't think I'd have to fill this bit in, if you think the Earth's a ball and it's spinning, so the stars look like they're moving, or from our point of view, the stars moving, the stars are still fucking moving, right? Yes, sun moves across. Why are you not meeting me halfway on this? The stars still appear to me. Because, right, let me use a better phrase, Johnny. Maybe you'll meet me halfway on this, you obtuse little shit. Do the stars appear to move across the sky?
Okay, yeah.
Would they?
I would like to continue this. Go on. I mean, if you set up a camera, right, a time lapse, you see the stars rotating in a circle around a certain point in the sky, right?
Yeah.
So go on. What is this point? Yeah. So what is the point? I'm curious.
The point is, one, we don't see this observation from Australia and Brazil, quote, at the same time. Obviously, one area is in daylight, one area is in nighttime. The stars move across the sky, or appear to move across the sky, the backdrop to where the sun lives. So every 24 hours or so, the stars occupy space further along than where they were 24 hours previous. Now,
interesting.
Well, that's how we observe the stars, right? They move across the sky.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and they take 24 hours to do a rotation and a bit.
Correct. Correct.
Awesome stuff. So when we make the observation of the stars in Australia, we see wherever the Southern Cross is, and then 12 hours later, where the backdrop of the stars has moved around and occupies the area where South America is, they look up at the sky and see those stars too. Because it's nighttime now, so the stars have moved.
Right. Makes sense.
Cool.
Makes sense.
That's all I wanted to say.
So what's the evidence that this observation actually takes place as described other than the flags? Can you just show
Well,
us that?
I'm trying to find that. I'm actually trying to find that now, and I've
Well, because
asked for a
all he's
photo.
given us is flags. He says that that's how he knows
Yep.
that it actually looks like that from those two different
Yeah.
locations.
And
Yeah, it could just be that.
hang on. And
Well, why, just show us the observation then. Just show us the observation then.
oh,
Blah
hang
blah
on a
blah blah
second.
blah 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 blah
Jedi
blah.
just
Just blah blah blah
hang
blah
on.
blah. Just show us the observation. Yeah, just show us the observation. That's all.
Hang on a
Yeah.
second. Jedi just explained as to why it was on the flag. It was because they're viewing it from outside here, where New Zealand they're viewing it from inside the celestial. That's he's posted something to support that. So now we're talking about where do we see this in reality? Just Googled, can I have a photo of the Southern Cross from Brazil? There is no photo so far. I've been looking minutes of a photo of the Southern Cross from Brazil, and then I want to see one from Australia and see whether this really is what we see in reality. So you've made the claim that you've seen these photos. Can you provide an actual photo
Right.
of
Yeah, because
a
so
star,
far,
the Southern Cross? No, I'm not. I'm actually looking.
So
I cannot.
listen,
Hang on.
he's not lying. He's not lying.
Hang on a
You're
second,
being
dude. I've been sitting here trying to find an actual photo from Brazil of the Southern Cross, and I cannot find it. Now, you've said you've seen it, so can you provide one for me and just show me the Southern Cross photo from Brazil and one from Australia?
Right. Okay.
Okay, but the
That's
flag
fine.
was the flag was explained
All right.
though.
All right. All right. All right. All right. So you don't have an observation of the actual celestial phenomena in question. What you have are drawings by two different countries. Can you give us the actual
were
observation
clearly
of the celestial
explained.
phenomenon?
I haven't. Well, I don't know.
No.
So where does this say that it's? Hang on. Where does it say that it's from Brazil? Where does it say it's from Brazil? Where does the actual thing say? I'm trying to look at it here, man. I'm being genuine. I couldn't find a photo. All all I was able to find when I searched it were pictures of the sky, but it didn't say anything to do with Brazil. Just here is the southern sky with the Southern Cross. Yeah. So what I'm asking for is something that's got I'm in the chat. Where are you talking? Because I'm in the chat and I can't see what you're talking about. Okay, so then, yeah, I can see the picture there. I can see the Southern Crux. Yeah. It is. Okay. And then if we have a look at how do we see the crux in Australia?
Yeah,
Have
we
we
have
got a
to.
picture of from Australia? So
Yeah,
we
we
can
need
compare
a
these
picture
two
from
side by
there.
side. I have seen it. I'm asking for the picture so that we can compare them side by side. Give me something that you're happy with.
Well, no. You provide. You provide it from Brazil, and you're claiming also that it's in the opposite from Australia. So please provide us the same picture.
I was actually just asking you to support your claim that you'd made that it was in fact like that.
Sorry, what exactly have you
I
supported?
actually am. I'm sitting here on my phone trying to find it for you. Yeah. Yep. That's cool. No problems. I haven't found multiple from Australia, to tell you the truth. If you'd like, I can share my screen and you can watch what I'm doing.
So, Sheeple, you know
Well,
that the orientation of the cross changes throughout the 24-hour cycle.
yes, it does.
You know it does that, right? Well, what are you talking about? You know that everything in the sky rotates, right? Okay.
Well, so far, all I can
No, I
say at the
haven't.
moment is the way that we see that what you've posted from Brazil is the way that we see it on the Australian flag. But I haven't found a photo that I would like to present as 100% from Australia. WA Southern Cross. Yeah, and that's the way that you're actually showing it in that Brazilian photo. Yes, exactly how you see it in that photo that you've posted from Brazil. Yeah.
And this is what I previously mentioned with the direction of which you're observing the stars, either from the north or the south.
Well, if you like, I can take one. Actually, take a photo tonight. I will. Yes, no problems. I only have my phone though, dude. Dude, I'm trying to. Well, what I actually asked for was evidence of your claim. Hang on. No. I am. What did I just say to you, man? I'm happy to share my screen. I'm trying to find something where it actually states this is a photo from Australia and where it was taken so that I can actually put it there with the citation of where it's from, but I haven't been able to find that. What I just find is Southern Cross constellation stock images. So just give me 5 minutes and I'll keep looking. If you would like to look on my screen, I can also do that for you, and you can have a look at exactly what I'm looking at.
What is the actual area of contention at the moment, guys?
Well, I asked him to support his claim and show us a photo of the Southern Cross from Australia and one from Brazil. And he wants me to show the one from Australia. And I just want to make sure I haven't found one that I'm happy with, because I wanted to actually state where in Australia it was taken and that it was in Australia. I haven't found that yet. So he's stating that I'm being disingenuous and not helping him out here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've moved past the observation of the Southern Cross from these two places. We've moved past that.
Well, this is what we're discussing now. We want to see occurring what he's claiming in reality. So
Double tuning.
Well,
We know
if the
it. Like
stars are
he's
switched
still
around
claiming
from left to
the
right,
flag.
if he says they're switched around from left to right, like he's talking about, then one of the observers would have to be looking down on the stars from, say, I don't know, above a hypothetical firmament. So it sounds like he's making sort of a flat Earth type of argument to me.
Well, I mean, Jedi provided the evidence that the flag originated with Australia looking up and Brazil looking down from above the celestial sphere.
There you go. That's what's going on. That's a cool
But he's
flat
still
Earth argument to
disputing.
give people.
He's still disputing that fact, and he's still trying to use that flag. So we're saying, well, let's see what they really see in reality.
Well, that's what I caught on to.
Let's see what that is.
Yeah, his whole argument for what's happening in reality, though, are these star depictions on flags, and I kept noticing that was like his evidence. It's the way that they decided to draw them. So
Well, there you
like,
go.
why can't we just see it actually being like that then?
So there's the ABC, the Australian Broadcast Commission. That's our official news channel in Australia. There's a photo of the Southern Cross. It's in the exact same formation as what they're seeing from Brazil, with the smaller star down to the right.
Yeah,
it's not actually reversed.
The left to right thing he's talking about, one of the observers would have to be above the stars.
Yes.
For it to flip around like that. So, oops. That's why I didn't think it was a very good idea to base an argument on the way that they decided to draw these things on flags.
No, and I think that this is also a good lesson for flat earthers in here. Yeah, like Human Sheep was pressing everybody for an answer on as to why, and we don't always have to have an answer, guys. We just need to answer honestly.
Well, that was the first thing I said when I heard him saying it. Was, I don't know, creative license. Maybe it felt like drawing it that way. I don't know. Do we have an observation, or are we just talking about drawing?
That's right. And then Jedi came in with his citation on as to why it's on the scene, and the observations are incorrect as well. That it's both the same way. I mean,
well, I figured they would.
The argument's done at that point.
When every single time all you had to go back to was the two flags, I figured that the actual observations wouldn't support the argument, or he would just use those instead of the flags. So, what do you have to say for yourself, Sheeple? It doesn't work. It doesn't. It does. Well, it works the way that we just described. One observer would have to be looking down on the stars. The other would have to be looking up to them. That's how it would work. Well, that's how it would work in reality.
So, what flat Earth are you talking about? Because you obviously must have some sort of, you must have some sort of model in your mind on what this thing is and how it looks and how it is.
But there's nothing to engage with, though, because you don't have real-world observations for us to actually deal with, though. You just have how two different countries decided to represent stars on drawings. No, I'm addressing it exactly. I'm addressing it because what you've given us. Listen, dude. They don't. They don't. They don't see it that way. Okay, now you're changing it. Well, he's changing it now because it's not the mere fact that the two countries see it simultaneously. It's that they're flipped around. No, dude, your argument was that it was flipped around. Now you're trying to change it.
And either way, I've answered both questions if there are one or two. I've answered them both. Why the flags appear the way that they do, and apparently they don't. So, nice one. Because the Southern Cross, when viewed from Australia, looks exactly the same, right? And the one from Brazil looks exactly the same as it appears in the sky. Is that correct? All right. Okay. So, like I said, hold on. Like I said earlier.
So why is there no concession on the first?
Hey, are you gonna listen?
Why is there no concession on the first 2 points? Why is there no concession on the first 2 points?
I'll answer. I'll answer.
Okay, calm down, and we will have it explained to you one more time. Okay, Jedi, take the stage.
All right. So we have to agree, like I said earlier, on certain things. One, this observation doesn't take place at exactly the same time of day. It can't do because one area is in sunlight and one area is in nighttime. All right. So there's only one place where you can view the stars. I'll explain it like this. behind the sun, there's stars too. And in Australia, you can, if you took the sun out of the way, see those stars too. 12 hours later, when the sun has moved round to Brazil, and you remove the sun, you see those stars too. When you make this observation 12 hours apart, you can see the Southern Cross occupy your area of sky, just like the sun does 12 hours later. Because that's the only
It's on
time.
the same.
No, whatever the stars are doing, if they appear in these two different locations at opposite times of day, just like the sun does, it's just because they've moved. Ask it again. I'll see if it's relevant. No, because it's not directly center. That's not the point.
No, it's far.
It's like
No.
20. What are you talking about, dude? The Southern Cross. No, because you can see the Southern Cross. Yeah. So what you observe is from one point the stars move across the sky. Okay, we get that. But 12 hours, you're only ever going to make this observation 12 hours later from Australia to Brazil or South America. By that time, the stars would have moved, just like the sun's moved. Why can I see? No, you don't see them at exactly the same time. You can't do. 12 hours minimum. Well, maybe 10. But the stars are just going to occupy the same, or 12 hours difference from where the sun is, right?
It's a really good one for me.
Because they do see them at different times, because one area is in daytime, one area is in nighttime. Because one area is in daytime and one area is in nighttime. Because the sun, you're just observing. Yeah, it's quite easy. Even if you observe the Southern Cross directly south at a known time of year, let's call that 6 o'clock, and let's call that Australia. And at a 12 o'clock position, that's where South America is. All right, being as the backdrop. No, I'm not going to do that for you. No, I'm not going to do that for you because it's just an observation of what the sun and the stars do. No, I'm not going to, man. If you can't understand what I'm saying, yeah, I can't be bothered. Yeah. You can understand what I'm saying. It's just as simple as observing the sun move across the sky. You can't observe. Why do you keep talking for everything I'm saying? I thought you were here for questions and answers and shit. I've explained this to you twice. I've also answered your flag question, which seemed to be a red herring anyway.
That's been answered
several times.
It says right here.
Now, and hold on.
I don't know.
It moves across. It moves across the sky, doesn't it? No, what do you mean? They go from east to west. Have you ever observed? Have you observed? Stop talking. Do more listening. Have you observed stars move across the sky throughout the night and throughout the year? Do you understand the difference? Yeah. Because you don't make this observation exactly at the same time. You're going to make it at night. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, but
Why?
it's as simple as asking this. Why do we see the sun from Brazil or Australia at the same time? You don't. Well, no, you don't. No. You don't. You don't see it at the same time. You see it at different times. And when you see it, when the sky moves around, you see it. It's just swapping positions. Can you s- can you can you see us? Can you see the sun from Australia? Sorry, can you see the sun from Australia at the same in the same way that you can see it from Brazil at exactly the same time? I don't understand. I don't understand how you're not getting this. I'm not. I'm trying to let you understand this, but you keep interrupting me, so you're making it difficult. Yeah, okay, explain it to me then. Explain it. Well, it has to happen at different times of the day because one's in daytime, one's in nighttime. You're asking why the sky. Yeah,
Dude,
just like the sun,
the cross has moved though by the time either of those people are seeing it.
just like the sun. The sun's moved from Australia to Brazil. They couldn't say it. Why are you not? Why are you not listening? Why are you not listening? If you're just talking about,
No.
It's moved.
it's moved.
It's moved.
It's moved. Just like the sun does, right? Remember, behind the sun there are stars, but you can't see them because the sun's in the way. So let's say we've got. Hold on, my friend. Yeah, the sun moves. Of course, it fucking does. In either perception, the sun moves. Why are you derailing now purposefully? Yeah, you are. You're asking non sequitur questions. You're asking how a phenomena is observed, not how it fucking works.
Are you stating that in the
Wait, what's
heliocentric model that
flying?
the sun
Hold
doesn't
on.
move?
What's
Are
flying?
you stating that it doesn't move in your heliocentric model?
Well,
And the
he's
sun is not
desperate.
moving?
Dude, you're desperately
That's a,
scrambling for some kind of gotcha. You've changed the goalposts so many times in this conversation. You pulled it on one
Yeah,
thing
you are.
after the next. You're jumping all over the place. Now you want to talk about the goddamn sun when your argument started with two different flag drawings of stars. Clusters.
You guys know that the human sheeple is a troll, right? You guys are aware that he's a troll, right?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Just checking.
I think he's actually a little bit invested this time, though. I can hear him getting a bit triggered.
I'm Australian. I'm
It,
Australian, and I'll just tell you I don't know.
You don't know
If,
what.
right, let's try this. Let's try this again. In Australia, you can see the sun. In Brazil, you can see the Southern Cross. 12 hours later, in Brazil, you can see the sun. In Australia, you see the Southern Cross. You don't make these observations at exactly the same time. You can't because one area is in daytime and one area is in nighttime. But within a 24-hour period, then yeah, you can see them because obviously you can see the sun within a 24-hour period. It's just swap positions with the stars.
I don't know. I know they just do. I don't know, they just do. Which flat Earth version are you using?
Which one's that? Can you post that one?
That's
Us guys is. Can you
yeah.
post that one?
What?
Oh, that one. Oh, that one that all of us denounced. That one that all of us denounced and said that we do. Yeah, so that one that all of us denounced said that we do not claim it. So that, well, no, it's just that you're trying to lock us down to one, so we're not going to go with that. So us guys' flat Earth representation is the one that you handpicked for us. No, I don't think so.
Is he talking about an azimuthal equidistant north-centered? Is he talking about an azimuthal equidistant north-centered globe projection?
Yes.
Oh my
We've all
fucking
told him that
god! What?
that's not our claim, and he just keeps strawmanning it anyway. So it doesn't work on your strawman representation of what we're saying. Okay. Doesn't sound like a problem. Doesn't sound like a problem. It actually sounds like a problem for you that you have to repeatedly attack a strawman and then talk through me when I'm putting that fact out. All of those sound like problems for you, but nothing you brought forth sounds like a problem for me. Yeah, so now that you have to ad hom me as a cult member while I'm taking apart the bullshit that you brought here, because you're slandering me instead of addressing what I'm saying and talking through me at the same time. So the fact that you have to do all of those things tells me that you are having a lot of problems here, but I haven't had any that you've brought forward so far. Can you try to actually bring forth a problem for me? Because I'd love to hear it.
Straight chaos without this fucking bullshit.
I don't know.
Not in one position, because by the time one of those countries or the other is viewing it, it's moved.
Well, these things are expensive.
What about it? I don't know what you're even talking about. What time lapse? Like, what specific? What doesn't make sense? I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, what time lapse photography in particular would you like me to ask or answer questions on? Just okay, just in general, the Southern Crux time lapses of it.
Is it relevant? Why is it relevant? Who cares? Who cares?
Oh, it doesn't work in that AE straw man model that you keep trying to put on us. Is that it? That I've told you already I don't agree with, that you keep trying to straw man me with? Yeah, so again, that's not a problem for me. The fact that you have to resort to straw manning, though, sounds like a problem for you. Yeah, you are, relentlessly so. I've already done that, and you didn't like the clarification, so now you're stuck in a loop of endlessly asking me to clarify because you're trying to get an answer that I don't have for you.
Worldview of it being
Okay,
emotionless
so the
plane.
Squish Globe AE representation is a straw man that you are putting on us. We didn't claim it. You're trying to claim it for us. What? Who? Name somebody. Okay, you guys. Name somebody in specific. Not me? Okay, cite where I did that. Show me where I did that. Yes.
Well, we could go back and make the claim about.
Yeah, show me
We
where I
could
did
go
that.
back earlier
You
where
can
we were
just
calling
lie.
you a
Hold on.
glober,
This
and
guy
you.
can just lie about what I say, and then he
Well,
doesn't have to show me that I said it.
well, actually,
I
he's
don't have to
actually
correct you,
contradicting
dude. You're
himself,
just lying about what I've said. I've
dude.
never made the claim for that AE map.
You're contradicting yourself here because before we were calling you a glober and you didn't want to be put in the same basket as everybody else. Yet now you're trying to do the same to us and say, well, a flat earthers. Well, you're saying
You've already done that, and you're not accepting the correction. We don't claim it. That's why you had to lie about me claiming it. So that's the correction. You're lying. Don't have a claim for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't need it. It's not necessary for the arguments I'm making.
Exactly. This is not this. Listen.
Maybe, perhaps, not
people.
necessarily though. I'm not making an argument about it because it's not relevant to what I want to say.
Exactly. This is not based on a map. This is not
No.
based on. Shut up for a minute.
Okay, you're spiraling, dude. Just try to.
This
focus
is not
here.
based on a map, right?
Wait,
It's
did you
not based
crypto
on the
scouts?
idea
What
of
the
a
fuck?
map. It's not. Hello.
Hello.
This is not based on a map, and it's not based on observation of star motion. Get that through your fucking
It's based
head.
on crypto?
No.
Oh.
It's an observation and measurement.
Yeah, we don't need the whole
Observation
layout
of
the
the
land.
surface.
Yeah, we don't
Not
need
the stars. Oh, go on, Heretic.
Well, I mean, it's just what you're saying. We don't need like a perfect representation of the terrain in order to measure the surface for curvature. That's it. It's all we have to do to falsify a geometric claim of a shape, which would entail a curved surface. That's it. That's why we're not making an argument for, oh, the continents are laid out like this and blah, blah, blah. It's not necessary for the falsification of the globe.
Wait, how are you falsifying the globe then?
The falsification of surface curvature of bodies of water.
Wait. Well, so how do you want to falsify the globe?
With the falsification of surface curvature of bodies of water.
Well, you're saying words, but you're not like explaining me how you're like falsifying it. I would like you to do that.
If bodies of water don't have curved surfaces, then they can't make up the surface of a ball, can they?
Why not?
Well, because a ball has a curved surface.
So every part of a ball needs to be perfectly curved? Is that your argument?
Needs to be curved. You can say it's a misshapen sort of potato lumpy thing, but it still has to have
Okay.
curvature.
But like parts of it need to have curvature. Do we agree?
No, it needs to have continuous
If
curvature
if
all over the
one part of
surface.
it is flat, like if one part of a potato was flat, would you like say that it's not rounds?
What
as a
if
whole?
72% of it was flat?
Hold on, I just want to know if like a small part of a potato was flat, right? Would you then not say that's in holistically a round object or a
Well,
rounded
if that's
object?
all you could measure was flat surfaces over this potato, then I would say it's probably not a potato.
Okay, so like if it was square, I would agree. It's not a rounded object. So is that the argument you're making? Like we
The
cannot
argument is
measure
that
any
you cannot
curvature?
directly detect surface curvature anywhere. It's not like, oh, one or two
Oh,
places seem to be
anywhere.
flat. It's that you can't detect it, directly measure it, observe it anywhere.
We can't? Okay.
No.
So like definitely you don't believe in GPS satellites or anything like that, right?
What? No, no. I didn't say
So
anything.
so what's the most modern thing you would agree with are like valid measurements?
Dude, I'm not throwing out anything. I'm just saying that
But,
the
but I'm
surface
like
doesn't
I
measure
want to make an argument to demonstrate to you that like yeah it is actually possible to measure that, but I don't want to go through this loop of like suggesting something and then you say, well, you know, I don't trust that or whatever. So I'm asking you like what most modern measurement would you agree with that like you would say that yeah like that kind of measurement I would trust.
Present one. Present
Yeah.
one and we'll analyze it.
The
Well,
what?
how about laser transit over the surface? That's a pretty modern technique. How about that?
Laser transit over the surface. I don't really know how you could like.
You just shoot a
Okay.
laser over a certain distance and see if it ends up above the surface by how much it should if the surface is actually curving.
Wait, but you did an argument, but like.
Yeah, people do that. They
But
measure
but
the
it
surface
does.
with curves with
It does
laser.
vary. What do you mean?
Well, you don't detect surface curvature when you try to do that with a laser.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, can you show me that?
Well, like, do you want me
Yeah,
to do the
actual
experiments? Do I want
actual
to
surface. So actual topography it can be used to determine whether there's elevation change, like hills and valleys, right? Yeah, sure. Whether
Well,
you
like,
need to level out an
hold on,
area to build like a
this
structure on.
this is like kind of like wonderful to me because like you're saying like laser measurements you would accept that. So like if I were
Yeah.
to like start the laser somewhere and project it like equidistant to like the average like curvature equidistant to the average height of the average location where I'm at because you would have to average it out, right? And then I would project it like let's say like 4 kilometers into the like in the length, right? Then like yeah, distance, thank you. Then like you would say that on average you wouldn't like measure curvature because that's how you'd have to measure it, right? You'd have to like do it a couple times, and then after a couple times you'd see the average like distance
Go for it.
variation, and then you don't think there would be you don't think there would be like a variation there indicating a curve?
No. It's been tested
Okay.
many times. Nobody
I
can
will
find one that way.
try and Google this
But,
for you.
but go for it. I would recommend a body of water also, because the land has topography, obviously, hills and valleys. So
But the water has
body of water will
waves.
be more or less flat or curved if
No.
you're in heat on a globe. So I would use that.
No.
Well, the water has waves and there's weather on the water, so they
That's
could
why I
both have
said
No one's
more or
crushing.
denying.
less
Oh,
flat.
sorry. No one's denying waves. Like no one's denying topography. We're talking about horizontal, from A to B.
Yeah, I
apart from
know,
the
but
wave.
like he's just saying, I would recommend water, but like I don't know if I would agree with that, you know. So
Well, it
that's all I'm
depends
saying.
how high you are above that surface, right?
Huh?
It depends
What about
how
a frozen
high.
lake?
Yeah, whatever. But it depends how high you are above that surface. So 5 inches, 1 foot, 5 foot, 6 foot. It's going to make a slight difference, right?
Well, yeah, because that's what you're measuring.
Yeah. So if you had a laser and then a target at a distance of, say, I don't know, 10 miles, and the laser and the target were at the same altitude above the surface, let's say 6 foot. If the surface of the Earth was curved, the laser wouldn't hit the target because the target would have descended below that horizontal laser line. If the Earth is flat, the target will be hit by the laser because there's a horizontal line between the two. All right.
Well, on average, that's right. But that's not
Yeah.
always correct.
If we're going to be passing light through the atmosphere, we obviously have to take into account the deviation of the path of light.
Sure, and
But
there
that's
could be a
the-
mountain, you know,
Say that
or a
again?
wave. There could be a mountain or a wave that obstructs your laser.
Well, let's put it like this. If we put it at an altitude that is safely above the surface of a lake that is not showing at that time of day to be having waves any higher than 6 inches, a foot, then if we place the laser 6 foot above the surface of the water, the waves aren't going to be interrupting the laser, right? We understand the premise, though, yes?
Oh well, yes, but like then it depends on your like angle, right? If you angle it too narrow,
Horizontal.
then like small and like imperfections will like matter more. But like,
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to target the target with the laser targeting device at distance. We're going to see if we can hit it because both laser and target are at the same altitude above the water. If the surface of the Earth was curved, then we wouldn't be able to hit the target because it would have descended below the horizontal line of the laser. If the Earth is flat, by for refraction, we'll hit the target.
in like a hypothetical perfect scenario, yes, that's always correct. Yes.
Awesome. So that's what we're talking about. That's what Heretic was talking about. So directly measuring over the surface to see if it's curving or not with a laser.
Right,
Sure,
and
and,
shouldn't
like,
a
do you
similar
then,
method
like, have a
shouldn't wait a sec. Shouldn't a similar method have been used to originally measure this claimed curvature to begin with?
Well, no, because like it wasn't really about like does it curve or not. It was about what is the curvature, you know? Because like in science, if you say well it curves, you're not really saying anything, right? So that's why they had to use more accurate measurements that involve like the shadow and like all of that. And like also
No,
in
you're
like
talking direct measurement of the actual curvature. So if there's a claim that the curvature is there, it should have been a conclusion from an actual measurement of the curvature of the surface, right?
well, I don't really even know what you mean by that. Like there's very different methodologies to like measure something, right? Like we were talking about a laser, but you don't have to necessarily use a laser. Like hypothetically, you could have a long stick, right? Or like hypothetically, you could like measure something that's related to like a shadow. Like you can measure something by an indirect effect that you do understand, right? That is equally valid.
Indirect inference from measuring something else that isn't the Earth curvature.
Right. Do you think that's invalid evidence for anything?
No, because we're trying to find out if there's Earth curvature.
Yeah, but if you understand some process, right? And then that process, to your understanding of that process, you use that process to measure and understand something else. Does that somehow invalidate that second measurement?
It would, if you're talking about indirect, then it will only be falsified or invalidated if by direct evidence it was. So this is why you go to direct evidence first.
No, not really.
Yeah, it is.
Why you think? So with say something like measuring a shadow, right? What's the purpose of this? What's the purpose of measuring the shadow?
Because you understand how shadows work and how shadows are projected. If you take that understanding of the projection of the shadow, they can use that to extract other information. You're also just measuring how shadow moves compared to like how a laser like refracts.
So we're just measuring a shadow. So yeah, okay. So we're just measuring a shadow. And now what?
What do you mean now what? I'm just explaining to you how the process.
Okay, so we've just gone out into reality, right? Okay. Oh, look, there's a shadow. I'm gonna measure that. Measured it. Right. I've got a length of the shadow. What do I do with that now? I haven't made any. I don't have any preconceptions, right? Don't have any preconceptions about the shape of the Earth or anything like that, right? Is that right?
What?
Do we have a preconception already?
Well,
Do we have this idea? Oh, so we have an idea already. Where'd that idea come from? Where'd that idea come from?
A hypothesis is made it to fuck up based on what I already know.
What?
What? Well, you don't know what a hypothesis is?
Oh, yes, I do know what a hypothesis is. That's why I went,
what? Take it away, Jedi.
Well, you can tell me how I'm wrong, okay?
Okay. We're talking about natural science, hypothesis, right?
Sure, I'm asking you, like, what hypothesis is, I guess, if you don't agree with that.
natural science, a hypothesis is the first two steps of the scientific method. First observation of a phenomena, something happening in the physical natural world. And then second step, your supposition into the cause of that phenomena. So your hypothesis will be if this cause, then that effect. You will then test it in an experiment.
Oh yeah, but that's not a hypothesis anymore, right? The testing, but like
It's
that
a testing of the
presupposition, you do
hypothesis.
make that to fuck up, right? Based on what you already know, because you're presupposing, like meaning you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
Exactly. So you do make it to fuck up, right?
It's a guess. It's a prediction.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for agreeing. Cool.
Okay, so it's a prediction of cause of a phenomenon.
Sure, I agree.
Okay, cool. Can you use this method to figure out the shape of the Earth?
But this method, hypotheses, like no, you cannot use hypotheses alone to figure out the shape of the Earth. I don't know why you would suggest that. I never made that argument.
I didn't say that it did. It was just an honest question.
Okay.
Being as we reached an understanding what a hypothesis was, some people like to think that science proves the shape of the Earth. You've just figured out or discussed between ourselves that it doesn't. How could it? That would be
Based
stupid.
on only hypotheses, I don't think any reasonable person would say that, but like definitely not a scientist would say that.
You'll be surprised, Stick, around here. Many people think science proves the shape of the Earth.
Well, no,
you need to
wait,
test
wait.
your hypotheses.
We're like saying two different things. I'm saying hypotheses don't prove it. I'm not saying science doesn't prove it.
No,
like,
sorry.
A hypothesis is just a part.
Yeah, now we do have a misunderstanding because natural science consists of two primary steps. One being the hypothesis construction. We can call that step A and step B. And then step two, the experiment, where you vary and manipulate your supposition of cause to see if it actually does or does not cause it to happen. Yes,
yeah,
that's what
you make the experiment, then you verify the experiment. If you want to make that one step, and then you write some stuff about it, and then yeah, sure. If you want to just call that two steps, that's fine. Yeah, that's true. Okay.
So being as we understand that, then science doesn't prove the shape of the Earth.
Wait, why not?
Well, we've just figured that out again.
Why have we figured that out?
Because a hypothesis, well, you already conceded that you wouldn't do that with a hypothesis, all right?
Alone, yes.
Well,
you can't prove anything by presupposing like I'm not religious, okay? I'm not presupposing and thinking God exists. Much like I'm not presupposing that like the round is Earth and then thinking that the round is Earth. No, I'm not doing that. So I agree with you there.
Yeah. So we wouldn't be using natural science to prove the shape of the Earth.
Wait, why are you like making this leap of logic? Like I've never said this. I don't agree with you. Like I don't know why you would think I would agree. Because I do think we can experimentally verify it.
Okay, so how do we experiment based upon a hypothesis? Do that.
How do we experiment based upon a hypothesis? Well,
hang on. Your
by...
hypothesis was the Earth was. Yeah, that was your theory. Your hypothesis was the Earth was round. So now we.
Well, he's asking me how you would do that functionally. So like how you would do that is.
Yes. So the first thing you need to do is have a dependent. Well, no, I'm going to make this very specific. Yeah, you need an independent and a dependent variable. Your dependent variable is what the occurrence is that you're witnessing as to why you formed your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is the independent variable. You now need to manipulate your hypothesis. So how are you manipulating this independent variable?
What do you mean manipulate hypothesis? I don't really know what you mean by that.
You need to manipulate your independent variable. And the independent variable in this case, according to your hypothesis, is the Earth being round.
But I have not made a hypothesis. We're just talking about whether you can use hypotheses. Like originally, I guess we were talking about whether you can just use hypotheses alone to verify anything scientifically. And I said no.
Well, no, we were talking about what we were doing was we were talking about measuring shadows.
Well, that was a context.
And then we were,
that was
hang
the
on.
question
And then you were,
I would like to answer the question asked me.
And
but
then
okay,
you were, hang on. Then you were asked how that proves the shape of the Earth. Have you started with a presupposition? What have you done? And you said, yes, the Earth's a globe, yeah? And then you started talking about science being able to prove. Yeah, you did, actually. I've been listening.
I might believe
and
this,
then we
but
went
I've not
into the
actually
science
said that.
question.
But, okay. Very cool.
Okay, so then how are we going to use science to prove that the Earth is a globe or to show that the Earth is a globe?
I mean, if you want to talk about something else, that's fine. But I would like to answer the other person's question, if I may, or may I not?
That is his question.
His question was how we can use hypotheses to verify that
No.
something is scientifically true.
No. After understanding what hypothesis was, I then went on to ask you if we can use natural science to prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but like it seems to me that when you say that, you just mean hypotheses. Like the way
No.
you use natural science is the way I would
No.
use hypotheses. So we see
Natural-
to be at a disagreement of definition there. So like
No,
I would
that's-
like to know what like natural sciences means to you then. And then
Natural-
you told me
Natural
it's-
science would be following the scientific method, which I've explained.
yes, but like
Hypothesis,
you agreed
construction,
it was a
and
two-parter, right?
Well, yeah.
Well, let's go
Hypothesis-
through it step by step, Jedi.
Okay, then
let's go
I
through it
feel
step
like
by step. So,
I just feel
what's
like
your
you're
naturally-
I just feel like you're forgetting about the second step, the experimental
No,
verification.
No, I'm pointing it out. Sorry, I'm pointing it out. This is why I'm saying natural science. In natural science, we do two things. We construct a hypothesis, which is point one, observe something happening. Then two, make a prediction about what causes that something to happen. After we've constructed our hypothesis, we then test that hypothesis in an experiment where we manipulate two, the independent variable, to see if it causes one or not. I've pointed this out 3 times now.
I mean, it's very cool, but you're like forgetting you do the experiment. Like, and
I'm
then the
telling you-
experiment is the thing that proves something. You know, like
he
the
never
experiment
actually-
just.
Did you not listen, dude? He just explained that to you. You
Yeah, but
just
he
skimmed
didn't
straight over it.
I didn't
He
recognize
did
that.
explain the experiment very simply.
Let me know when you're
He
done
did
talking.
explain. Well, no, hang on a second. I got to pull you up here, man, because he did explain it very simply. You need to test
yeah,
your
I'm saying let me
hypothesis
know when you're done
with
talking.
experiment, manipulating the independent variable.
It's very cute that you know about the dependent and independent variable, and I love that you keep repeating it. But
Well,
outside of that,
unfortunately, you don't
I feel-
understand, and because you don't understand, you want to project onto everybody else. It's not our issue if you don't understand
not
what the actual
understand?
scientific method is.
What do I not understand specifically?
It's very clear that you don't understand what the scientific method is when it's explained to you, and you say that it's very cute.
I didn't ask whether it was clear or not. I'm asking you what I don't understand. I would like you to explain that to me, so I know that you understand what I don't understand.
Experiment is a hypothesis test, which is the supposition of a cause and effect relationship of a phenomenon observed in nature.
Sure, and we all agree that there's a test, and the test is what actually verifies whether something is like to be considered true
that
or
was
not.
pointed out.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
which I've pointed out 3 times.
Yeah, so then we agree that to like hold something as true, you actually do need to do the test and show that it's a repeatable test, which is also important.
Yes.
Okay,
being as we understand this, then we wouldn't be using natural science to prove the shape of the Earth.
And why would we not do that?
Because the shape of an object is not a question for that method. That method only deals with cause and effect relationships. The Earth being a shape is a concrete noun.
Is a concrete noun. Well,
yeah, it's not doing anything.
That's such a weird way of thinking about it. I mean, two things can be true at the same thing. Something can be a concrete noun, but something also can hint at an underlying like understanding, right? Like this is something that would never like be like proven scientifically. You know, the Earth is round. That would never be like the title of a scientific paper that claims to like have discovered something about our world, right? It's like it would be like more specific and more involved, and then the thing tested would be more specific, and then all these things would be laid together and then like studied, and then would give us the eventual understanding that the Earth is round. Yes, we are, I guess, being like a little bit imprecise with language here, but I think that's fine because I think we're all adults and we can all understand that.
You might be being
like if you want to be that pedantic, feel free to do that, and then we can all start being pedantic, and it'll be a lot of fun.
I'm concerned with the language that you're using. So you said I can be
Wait,
pedantic.
what did you just say? You're not concerned with the language that I'm using?
No, I'm going to be now if you're going to charge me with that.
Wait, I think you should be very concerned with the language I'm using, because that's the only way you can know anything about what I'm saying.
I'm being very precise, and I'll say it again, very precise with the language that I'm using, because I want you to understand what I'm saying. I've explained this 3 times and you've charged me with not understanding it and not explaining it, even though I did before your very eyes, like a magician that you didn't see. It's crazy.
Like a magician. Nice.
Yeah. Well, you didn't see it, even though it happened.
Like literally like a magician, or
Well,
like figuratively, because I didn't see it.
Whatever happened that you didn't see, you didn't see it.
Well, technically, I didn't hear it, right?
Okay, good. Yeah, good. That's geometry then.
Is geometry? Wait for the.
No, did you hear what I said about?
Wait,
I was
Jedi,
very sorry. I was very
remember we
specific.
talked about this, right? And
Wait.
we got you to concede that it was a scientific question, right? So why do you still use this hockey question? Me and you already talked about it.
What?
I would actually like to know if they consider math to be scientific, actually, or like what category they would put that in.
Oh my goodness me. You can abstract math from science, but math is not science. Science is hypothesis, construction, and experimentation.
Wait, I'm sorry. So
No, finding out the shape of an object is a question for mathematics and geometry.
Jedi, we know you don't agree with that either.
Well, why do you keep saying this?
Yeah, so the reason why I know for a fact you don't agree with that is that you post experiments here all the time, right? So of course it's a scientific observation.
Sorry, because I post scientific experiments here all the time. It means that the shape of an object is a scientific question. No, I might be answering the scientific question.
Wait, what is the
What?
scientific question that you're... Sorry.
No, make sure he. Yeah, you give the experiment. You said that he's posted experiments. Like, give an example. It's not an experiment. That's not an experiment.
There's a certain shape of the Earth, right? And then the experiment, right? Don't waste time. Right? And
No.
So,
oh, he has
can we
not.
start from
No.
the beginning? Hang on, can we? Wait. Can we start from the beginning? So, what's your naturally observed phenomenon? No, I'm asking you because you're making your point here, and so I'm asking you if we can start from the beginning. Are you saying Jedi's? I'm asking. No. But I'm not worried about what Jedi said. I'm worried about what you've just said. I'm asking you, what is your naturally observed phenomenon? Don't tell me what Jedi said. I don't care what Jedi said. Tell me your answer. Well, if you want to start with what Jedi said, don't bother speaking. Sorry, Jedi.
You're right, man.
He's not going to start the
I think he was
conversation
referencing
when I
the Black
ask him.
Swan.
He was referencing the Black Swan, but if he's going to start the conversation with when I ask him what's his naturally observed phenomenon, well, Jedi said this. Well, that's not your naturally observed phenomenon. Worried about what Jedi's apparently said that you haven't supported yet.
I don't know where he's jumped
On it
off
goes.
to.
No.
Is that guy done talking? Anyway, so the initial claim was that Jedi doesn't believe what he's saying, right? So I'm not really interested, right, in saying what is or is not a naturally observed phenomenon in my view, right? Because my specific claim is about what Jedi believes, right? So your question is
How do you know what he
totally
believes?
trailing.
How do you know what he believes? How do you know what he believes? Hello? How do you know what Jedi believe? No, you're not. How
Well,
do you know
actually, that's not what you said. You said naturally observed phenomenon. You said naturally observed phenomenon, scientifically tested, Earth's a globe. That was your actual comment. So, okay, what's the? There's something along those lines.
can I just ask this guy how he knows what Jedi believes?
I didn't. Sorry, stop dodging my question. I apologize. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Jedi.
Don't really care who you're talking to. How do you know what Jedi? Hello, sorry, you're gonna answer. How do you know what Jedi believes?
Yeah, Jedi. Did I say what they said? I said Jedi. You're an.
Hello, you said that Jedi obviously believes blah blah. How do you know what he believes?
Stick is muted on my end. I don't know what he's saying.
Okay. All right. See ya. Can't mute me. Sorry.
Yeah, if you can't hear him because you've got him muted, you're going to have to unmute him and then tell us that you can hear him.
Yeah, you can't walk into a place that I own and mute me. Sorry.
And to the other guy that was here that was claiming it was, let's go through it step by step. We've got a naturally observed phenomenon that's supposed to be proving the globe here scientifically. Naturally. Go on. Sorry, there was someone here speaking just before who started this conversation. The question of the shape of the Earth being scientific, and that we could form a hypothesis and test it and prove that. So I'd like to go through it with somebody who's making this claim step by step. So if we're going to look at and go through the scientific method, what is this naturally observed phenomenon that we're seeing that's proving the Earth to be curving? Well, that it was a question for science and the scientific method. Well, that's what I'm actually asking. If this is a question for science, the shape of the Earth, whether it's a globe or whether it's not a shape, it's a flat plane of some description, then is that a scientific question? They claim, yes, that is a scientific question, that you could form a hypothesis, that you could test that hypothesis using the scientific method, and you could formulate that, yes, it is a globe. So if that's the case, I'm asking, how would you do that? What is the first step is observing something happening in nature. So what are you observing to scientifically prove the shape? This is the question.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Little chat, eh?
Huh? Huh? What? What's your observed
No.
phenomenon?
The sun,
So your phenomena is the Earth is round. Okay.
Yes. What do you
What is the actual phenomenon you've observed, though? What have
the
you actually
sun
observed?
being at a particular angle.
What have you actually observed?
The sun being at a particular angle. Is that correct? Can I steal? Hang on. Can I?
Blackguard. Bandit. You say that like it's a bad thing. That's because it is a bad thing. A job's a job. Happy to be of use. Keep it simple, yeah?
Long as I can bring my gadgets.
No, so when we say phenomena observed, you
you're going to be falling short on your ass if you're going to claim that this is following the scientific method when your observed phenomena is the Earth is round. Well, we've got a problem there if you understand the scientific method to make your phenomena the very thing that you're trying to prove fucking anyway. It's a law of vibration. Yeah, happen. What experimentation? You have to prove the first. No. Well, okay. So if you're going to change your hypothesis, then you must observe something to happen, a phenomena, right? An effect, because you're going to want to figure out what the cause. Where? Where do you see the curvature of the Earth? The different. Sorry, right.
Sorry, Jedi, I've got to interject because we're talking about the natural science definition. We're not talking about the common dictionary definition. We're specifically talking about natural science. So phenomenon in natural science is an event that is observed to happen, an event happening. It's something that's occurring. So not just looking at something and going, that is something, right? It's something happening.
I hate to use this example, but such as something falling to the ground. Oh, look, something fell. I wonder what. Wonder what could have caused that.
Understand the difference.
So going.
Event or happening, dude. Right. God. No. You cannot make that statement as a phenomena of the observed as the observation over millions and billions of years that the Earth is a ball. What are you talking about? You need to prove. No.
Is that delirium I fucked up on?
No, this has been the question from the beginning. This is.
Asking that question.
This is no, dude. No. I asked the actual question to begin with, and your statement was that you do some testing, you measure that angle to the sun. From measuring that angle to the sun, you realize you somehow believe, hang on, you've proven there's curvature. Hang on, you've proven there's curvature. So now your hypothesis is that the Earth is a sphere. Now, I will say that in the first instance, the way that you've come to that conclusion would be incorrect. But let me give you your hypothesis. I'll give you that you have a sphere. Yeah, this is your hypothesis. So now your hypothesis is your independent variable that needs to be manipulated. How are you manipulating the Earth? Because it's your hypothesis, yeah?
No, you're not following this at all. All right, I've been asking. No, you're not. You don't know what natural science is. I've been asking the same question for nearly an hour and a half now. Okay.
He literally was.
Tell me. Okay, so an observation of something happening in the physical natural world. Where do you see curvature? You're saying the phenomenon is weak, it's curvature of the Earth. Where? And it's not.
what has to be true.
Hanging.
No unexpected explosions, Isla.
Hardly unexpected.
You haven't.
Just
You
early.
just keep talking.
Hey, you!
You haven't. You just keep doing yourself out. You haven't moved the goalpost at all. I haven't moved the goalpost once in the last hour and a half. Last hour and a half, I haven't changed the goalpost at all. You just failed to understand.
So, you observe phenomenon, declination of stars, is that it? Oh, did he run? Okay.
That's what I'm here for. Oh my god, man, I think they're still out there.
No,
They
not
just
still.
don't understand the scientific method, yeah? They just have no idea about the scientific method and just make all these crazy claims.
Did you go back and learn what optical densities of mediums are?
Maybe like 2 years ago.
Go do your homework.
Where's this coming from?
A few days ago when I fucking kicked your ass.
Well, what did you kick my ass on? What did I say?
Did you go back and learn what optical densities
What
of mediums
did I
are?
say?
Did you or did you not?
What did I say?
Gave you homework.
What did I say?
Did you do your homework?
On?
On optical densities of mediums.
So what did I say? What was the contention?
Do you not remember the homework?
Combat's ended.
No, there was no homework. You're just making shit up. That's why you're not able to tell me what the... And so what was the contention?
Your dog eat your homework?
So what was the contention?
Did your dog eat your homework?
Okay, it's clearly
Who's this
retarded.
fucking ticking crack addict that's jumped in? Who's this?
Oh, he's really butthurt because I kicked him out of the chat the other day or something like that. Can't even really remember him, but I know he's one of these retards who was here a few days ago.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how forgettable you are. Just another troll in a long line of trolls, fascist.
Fascist.
Like, seriously, these people coming for attention, and like when you leave, most of the time, if you haven't been around for a while, we fucking forget you. Not really interested in trolls, man. Don't know who you are, don't know what you want.
Well, all that was going on, I got headbutted by a ram.
Got headbutted
right in the
by what?
forehead.
What, by a
By a
kangaroo?
ram. I was... No, a ram.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, man, he got me right in the forehead. I'm sitting outside on my
Oh,
camp chair,
gosh.
and I was eating some salt and vinegar chips, and he come over and wanted a chip, and I gave him a chip, and then I went to eat one, and he wanted another one, and he just backed up and just full plowed me in the forehead.
Bastard, did you nick your chips?
No, I had to have a big wrestle with him then, so I had a big wrestle, and then I got the water bottle and gave him a squirt, and he took off, but I got a bloody sore head, I can tell you. He got me right on the corner of my temple. Bloody thing. I was just sitting in my chair. I wasn't ready for it. I didn't think he was going to headbutt me. I thought he was going to be happy with his salt and vinegar chip, but he wanted another one. He got pushy.
Like in Australia.
You underestimated just how addictive salt and vinegar chips are.
I did, man. He wanted another one, yeah. He got me beauty. Bastard.
Alright, so are we satisfied that we can't use the scientific method to prove the shape of the Earth? Are we satisfied while you can see the stars at night time in Australia and Brazil? And is everybody happy now?
Yeah, I actually commend you on that one, Jedi, mate. You answered that one beautifully, yeah. The first argument was the stars on the flag, and that was what he kept returning to when we were trying to go to reality. And then we gave the answer for the stars on the flag, that it was viewed from our sphere. So then it went to, nope, this is what we see in reality. I've seen photos claiming that we're the disingenuous ones, and doesn't want to put his photos up, but when we do manage to get one from Australia and Brazil, we see that there is no difference. So that was a bullshit claim. That was dishonesty, actually. And then you also explained to us why it could be seen from both countries. Yeah, I think that you did an awesome job, and it was all explained. And if they just want to hand wave this, I think anyone who's genuinely honest will see that you answered quite eloquently.
It's one of those questions that comes up more often than not, and it's not that we struggle with it. It's we forget certain parameters within the question that's being asked. The most important one is they don't actually see them in the exact same time of day. They see them over a 24-hour period, yeah, but that's because the fucking sky's moved, just like the sun. So yeah, it's quite easy to explain. Now, I
And
think
we've clearly established that that's not a question for science as well. So I think that it's been a very profitable afternoon.
Yeah. Is there anybody else out there who's got any globe evidence? Anyone at all?
Naughty. Sorry, I'm
Ram.
talking to my Ram. He's coming back. He's coming back. I'm so naughty. Stay away. He's
What do you need?
yeah, he's checking me out here. He's just acting a bit sly. I'll give you a little video of him there.
That's fine.
Fucker.
The animals are not only fucking scary, but even the relatively nice ones have got a fucking attitude.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's an elegant solution. Sometimes. You put the axle, then you take the ball bearing out. You put the axle, then you take the destruction. Sometimes there's an elegant solution. Sometimes. We will be detected if we are not careful. Hardly a hurdle. Why are you doing that now? Get treasure before the alarm. Timetables up. I recommend white. here.
Oh? Good craftsmanship. Good luck to you.
Fuck. I don't have a chance to bleed, a chance to poison.